your involvement through a grueling first day. And I'm pleased to confirm to you that there were still folks engaging on some key debates at 8 p.m. last evening. So it was a good first day, long, tiring, but rewarding. And I promise you today will be slightly shorter, more interesting, and more intimate in this particular venue. So we will have a chance to engage with all of you more robustly. We are going to be, please follow your programs closely. There are sessions hosted in the green room and the white room. So please look at the color coding of the panels and please follow those colors. And of course, you've seen the two rooms are located, the white room is located below this particular venue, so you can get there as well. There's a staircase that connects you, elevators that take you. Now, with that housekeeping announcement, let's start with the first session, which is on artificial intelligence, a boom for emerging markets, and that's a question. And that question is going to be answered by some very interesting speakers this morning. But let me first invite Sheila Palin, Senior Human Rights Consultant, United Nations, who will moderate this session. Sheila, can you join us on stage? Let me, at this time, also invite Minister Hayrepetian, the Minister for High Tech and Industry, Armenia, to join us on stage, sir. Let me invite Rohit Bansal, Group Leader, Reliance Industries Limited, India, to join us on stage to speak as well. Let me invite Anush Kambarian, Vice President of AI Engineering and Operations, Piskat, Armenia, to join us on stage. And let me invite Huda Al-Kazmi, Founder and Director, MR's Tech, Center for Emerging Technologies from United Arab Emirates. Huda, you're welcome. And finally, my favorite tech speaker, Mallory Nodal, Founder and Executive Director of the Social Web Foundation and PhD candidate at the current school. Mallory, please join us on stage. There you are. Thank you. Sheila, I turn it to you. Turn this mic on. Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. Oh, I'm scared now. Good morning, everybody. I'm really delighted to be here this morning with this distinguished panel of experts to talk about a topic that I don't know. Okay, but, oh, okay, fine. It's going to be a very thought-provoking discussion on, of course, AI and emerging markets. If you're as old as I am, then you know how hard it is to keep up with the pace of technology, advancing at a mind-boggling and unprecedented speed. And at the heart of this revolution is artificial intelligence in all the layers of what that means. It isn't just a tool, it is a force for reshaping industries, economies, nations, societies on a global level. And the drive for AI to sustain development is huge. It offers the promise of revolutionizing traditional labor markets, creating new opportunities. Sorry, okay. Okay, I'll do it only because you told me to. Nobody else can tell me to do that. And of course, addressing some of the most pressing challenges faced by developing nations. But, of course, as a human rights lawyer, I know that great power comes with great responsibility, so we have to tackle the questions, ethical questions, privacy, security, equity, and we want to make sure that as we embrace artificial intelligence and everything that it has to offer, we don't hurt people along the way. So today, our distinguished panel of experts are at the forefront of this revolution. They're going to bring diverse perspectives from government, industry, academia, civil society, and I'm eager to hear their thoughts on how AI can be harnessed for the greater good. Let's dive into the conversation. I will start with you, Minister Hayrepetian. As High Tech Minister of Armenia, this issue falls squarely in your lap. As Armenia works towards best harnessing the potential of AI, how do you envision these advancements helping to position Armenia as a stronger player on a global stage, and particularly in terms of leveling the playing field politically, economically, with our neighboring countries? How can AI contribute to reducing the current imbalances in political, financial, and perhaps even military strength in the region.
See, that's why that has to be turned off. Like, I knew it.
Let's try it.
Is there something that... Maybe just unplug it.
No, it is true with all mics. With all mics.
Always unplug it. Yeah, now do it.
One, no. One, no.
Nice work, nice work.
Distinguished panelists, it's a privilege to be here today and to be involved in such a vital conversation about artificial intelligence and its impact on our lives. When talking about AI, it's important to say, to remember the famous metaphor, which is that the medal has two sides. So the first side is all about the opportunities that AI is going to offer us, which is going to be related to all the areas within the structure of economy: health, education, agriculture, or wherever you wish, mining stuff, energy, everywhere. So it's going to offer us new solutions that is going to make our lives easier. That's obvious, of course. So here, the government of Armenia, we are putting and uniting our efforts to use the maximum potential of AI. But this is the first side of a medal, because you were asking how to somehow balance the powers in the region, which was not only about the political and economic side, it was also about the military stuff in your question. So here we are facing the second side of the medal. So here we have some fears, and it's important to speak about the issue of weaponizing AI, which is quite popular nowadays in many countries, in many platforms, such discussions, that we must be very careful when speaking about weaponizing AI. Of course, it's very attractive from one hand, but from the other side, there are many risks and challenges that AI technologies are going to bring with them for the humanity here. So this is why, starting from the last part of your question, I can say that Armenia is very much involved in many agendas and topics related to the application of the regulation of AI. So we are engaged in many topics regarding this regulation stuff of AI, because we have the feeling of responsibility, not only towards us. We today there, and especially it's important to speak about the not allowing the monopoly of AI in one group's hand. We can realize which risks it will have it will bring and create for us, which challenges. So this is why we are involved in such platforms concerning this regulation part. And this means that the legislative work we are going to do, we are going to initiate in cooperation with international partners. So it's an important stuff that the government is focused on nowadays. But from the other hand, as I already mentioned, it's all about the opportunities especially for the economic development for our country, which is going to support the political leadership to implement its projects, programs. So here that we are putting our more and more efforts to use the maximum potential of artificial intelligence. For reaching our goals, there are three main directions that Armenian government is following. The human capital, the human talents, where we are putting a lot of investments, because it's all about the new job specializations, new specifications. Here we are going to put more investments. It's about the infrastructure and data. Speaking about in the part of infrastructure, I can bring some example. For example, inside the Yerevan State University, we are opening AI, the first AI supercomputing center. We are starting with 72 GPUs, and we are dreaming of having more and more in the future. We are in active discussions with our international partners, with many huge corporations. We have already opened another supercomputing center at the engineering city, where the supercomputing center is supporting the machine learning, cloud computing, research in artificial intelligence, in data analysis, in astrophysics, in quantum physics, in bioinformatics. So again, those are examples that Armenian government is putting a lot of resources and investments. And speaking about that, here again we have some progress. We just finalized the draft law on public information, which is going to improve open data management and access. So trying to sum up, again, this all about the possibilities and new opportunities which Armenia is going to use as much as it is possible, for taking into account our opportunities and limited resources, of course. But the second is all about the challenges, because speaking about labor market challenges, yes, it's challenging. The fear of job displacement is quite real. And it's quite real, even if for the IT sector, which is quite advanced in Armenia, it's real for basic coding, for monitoring, for system maintenance. There are many risks for this kind of IT specialists. We do realize it, but here we are suggesting to use the helicopter view to maybe to go deeper in the context to get the answers to these questions. And to us it's simple. It's not only just a simple, let's say, elimination of job. It's coming to redefine them. It's definitely is going to reshape all the economy and the structure and the logic of economy. But it's also, we are following them, and it's a reality, and the government of Armenia and the many corporations in the high-tech industry, they are reskilling, upskilling workforce in Armenia to ensuring ourselves that our people, our society is ready for the new, for the future technologies, and it's very important to ensure ourselves that the society of Armenia is not going just to become a participant in these processes, but the leaders of the new technologies, AI future. So, but the second thing, just finalizing and trying to sum up, is that Armenia, logically, we are very much, it's about careful consideration and deliberation, because when we speak about defense industry, military industry, as I already mentioned, there are a lot of risks that we are taking into consideration. We have to take into consideration. So here we are kind of, let's say, conservative. Of course, discussing the possibilities of bringing new technologies into military industry, but we have some fears. There are some risks and challenges which are obvious, and we are thinking twice or 10 times more before making important decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Harapetyan. That was really encouraging, and I'm so excited to see your capable hands take this forward for Armenia and our people. I'll move over to Rohit. You work at Reliance Industries, which is one of India's largest conglomerates, with diversified interests in energy, petrochemicals, telecommunications, and retail. Given Reliance's significant role in driving India's economic growth and technological innovation, how do you see the advancements in AI contributing to India's strategic positioning on the global stage, and in what ways can AI help India bridge any gaps in political and economic influence with other major powers? And what role do you see for AI in enhancing India's overall competitiveness and strength in the international area? And the answer can't just be that India is already the strongest.
For that, I need the minister's help. Okay, I'll get yours. Good morning. It started again? Yeah, it is. Good. So, good morning, and Excellency, co-panelist, chairperson. Just a quick show of hands. How many of you use ChatGPT just to get a sense of the terms? You can own up. You can be honest. Okay. Okay. So, I was with the key functionary of Indian IT from the government side, and what he said was startling. He said, this is all entertainment. Actually, the real things in AI have yet to start. So the good news is that perhaps all of us, those whose hands went up and those whose hands didn't go up as yet, are actually at the starting point. In a civilizational sense, certainly, if not in a tactical sense. Some of us may be 6 months ahead, a year ahead. I'm not talking of the high-end CS jocks, but generally it's a point of start. Now, on your question, Chairperson, I think the critical issue in my company is the appreciation that what's good for India is good for Reliance. So you simply align yourself to national goals, and the rest starts unraveling. So one of the things we do is an AI native digital infrastructure. We have about 480 million SIM cards in the phones of people, and that includes a lot of data being used at maybe an average of 30 GB per month on a base of 480 million. So you can do the math, those of you inclined to sort of turn to your ChatGPT on this one. And the total R&D spend in the last 3 years is about $1.5 billion. And some of it, as you might suspect, is in the arena of high technology. 2005 555 patents, and out of them 350 in the arena I mentioned. The rest are in the other areas, which are also being closely intertwined. Why I say this should be obvious enough slowly, but bioenergy, solar, green, high-value chemicals, they all integrate into the beyond ChatGPT fun and games argument that I'm trying to make. Our patents in 6G, 5G, AI, LLMs, and AI deep learning hopefully will start talking to each other, and for the benefit of not just Reliance, but India and the larger part that I will allude to in a few moments around the India AI mission and the GPAI, which is, of course, as some of you might know, a global partnership on AI in which India was the chair. A turnover of 120 billion is what we represent, and EBITDA of 21 billion, and about net profit of about 9.5. What does it lead to? It leads to a merchandise export of 8% of total India's merchandise exports. And last statistic to pay for my supper, which is 8% of India's merchandise, $22 billion worth of taxes in a year. So that's a bit of this. Now, what it leads to is a business called Jio, Reliance Jio, which has, on a standalone basis, it is the 12th largest company in India already on telecoms and digital alone. And we see ourselves as a digital company, not just a mere telecom company. And it's about 12 billion on its own feet. Now, what's the potential, therefore, to connect, say, 1.5 million schools to high-speed internet, Excellency, 70,000 hospitals, a million and slightly more, 1.2 million doctors? This all leads up to the non-fun and games part, which is fundamentally around the pillars of health, which is diagnosis, prediction, entertainment, personalization at that, retail, the optimization of the supply chains, agriculture on weather predictions, crop, soil health, and so on and so forth, education, which is personalization, etc. So the idea, therefore, in Reliance, as Chairman Mukesh Ambani said about less than 15 days back at the annual general meeting, is that a Jio cloud, a cloud which has 100 GB of space for each of the 480 million consumers, will be perhaps the foundational principle around which computational ability and service to the cause of each person. And these are not just rich people. These are ordinary people all over the place who will very shortly around Diwali have this sort of computation power and cloud power. So, which brings me to the India story, where the India part is around an India AI mission. And the India AI mission is pretty much inclusive. The name is India, but I think everyone's invited. We have recently hosted the GPAI, as I mentioned. And for those of you who don't know about Indian AI mission, it is under the Ministry of Electronics and IT of India. And we are looking at a computation capability of 10,000 GPUs. And in the case of Reliance, our data centers and processing capacity will be fueled entirely by green energy, because we also have the energy complex just next door in Jamnagar in Gujarat. So back to India, the larger part, which was good for them, for the country is good for us. So the computation capacity, ladies and gentlemen, the innovation center, which includes indigenous LLMs, and we can talk a little bit more if Sheila so chooses, around indigenous LLMs, which are pretty important to stay away from what is already capturing the global attention of friends across the Atlantic. Domain-specific foundation models. We are also looking at data platforms in the India AI mission and future skilling, because I think personally, AI for $1 billion is a very worthwhile cause to have. Because otherwise the gap will only accentuate between the haves and the have-nots and will create tremendous problems. Minister alluded to jobs going awry. There is research in, among others, MIT, which is arguing that the lower down jobs will stay. The upper guys will also come in with their context and their erudition. It's the middle-level jobs which might be in serious danger. So how do you, therefore, pull up people right at the bottom of the pyramid with computational power, with the data and ubiquity at that? Indian data is 10% of the rates at which the West gets their data. So how do you pull up the entire bottom layer up and then equip them with skills which potentially are a big mission by themselves? And last but not the least, the startup financing, safe and trustable AI and app development. So these are the 7 pillars. I encourage you to just type the agenda of the India AI mission to just get a sense of where the country is. And there is through the GPAI, India has tried to involve the 41 odd partner countries that are already there, and the party has just begun. So cross-sectoral applications of real-time usage in, say, for example, a farmer, how can he use the tools which are embedded with the relevant technology which can potentially make them much more productive? Is the game, and not necessarily just little queries which Google has been giving us all this while. And as a struggling researcher, Sheila, I must mention here that AI can hallucinate significantly. It can generate citations which don't exist. So it's very, very important to realize that hallucinations and fake can also go up significantly with AI. And yesterday in a session, it was brilliantly put to what Minister also just said, that the bad AI is much more accessible now because people don't have to pay for most of it. Earlier, there was a hardware cost. Today, there is none, or virtually none. So we have to guard and protect it together. Collaborate at the enterprise level is what I can do. Minister, of course, at a policy end can tell us more. But suffice to say that democratizing it and standing in close contact with each other is the way forward for AI. And I'll end where I began, which is that all of us can actually be thinking of us at the starting line. We are still at the starting line. And I think it's important to recognize that none of us is an expert. We are all learning, and we can learn from each other. So for a start, maybe go on LinkedIn, talk to each other, read a lot more than you actually do, and you'll find that 20 years down the line, those who have started today, the point of start of today will be very important. So that's where Yerevan Dialogue fits in. It's a beautiful setting, and thank you for hosting us here. And this was the beginning of your AI journey for those of you whose hands were still down. Thank you.
I was trying to remember the most recent AI hallucination that I came across but I couldn't remember it. I just remember laughing out loud and thinking, we really need to be careful when we rely too much on ChatGPT. Thank you, Rohit. That was really, really insightful and helpful. And the numbers that you deal with, the scales that you deal with in India, and it just like, I can't wrap my head around them. So, Anush, we move on to you. PixArt, our unicorn, right? Armenia's one of many, or one of the only one, yeah, the first one, has become a global leader in the creative tech space and leveraging AI to empower millions of users worldwide. Given your experience at the intersection of artificial intelligence and creativity, how do you see artificial intelligence transforming not just industries, but also just how the way individuals express themselves and engage with digital content? What unique challenges and opportunities do you encounter when integrating AI into a platform that serves such a diverse and creative global community?
I guess we are okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for the question. And just to introduce PixArt, PixArt is one of the biggest digital creation platforms with more than 1 billion of downloads, 150 million active users in 150 countries worldwide. So Pixar started just like a drawing tool, and then it grew to like a very diverse and versatile platform when you can create anything. So you can refine your selfies, you can create a social post and share it in Instagram, TikTok, wherever you want. You can also create assets for your digital, like small businesses, like anything, to share on, for example, Shopify, Etsy, and Pixar will help you with this. What I already like to give you an example, yeah? If you are a small business owner, be it a small coffee shop or you are making pastries, you can take a photo of your product that you want to upsell. Then in a few clicks, really, in a very intuitive way, spending really like not much time, you are taking a photo with no special setup or lighting or anything. And then you are removing your background, you are enhancing the photo you have created, colors, lighting, quality of the photo. Then you can use either one of the million templates that we are offering on the platform, or the best way, using AI to create a background for your photo, for your digital asset. Just to give you an idea of what is happening at the Pixar, we have monthly more than 2 million assets creating only using our text-to-image tool. So when you enter a prompt and you are generating an image based on your wishes, understanding. So all the AI tools that I can mention that exist now in Pixar, text-to-image, text-to-video, image-to-video, background removal, background creation, and many more. They allow you to enhance your creativity. So no more, you do not need a professional to create an asset for you. You just in several clicks can do that. Also, it gives you an opportunity to make a process, like if you have several products, not to spend time on each of them, but make a batch processing and post it wherever you work. So the main thing that AI, like Pixar was already on that way, but what AI tools brought to the platform, this is making AI accessible, making creation process accessible and intuitive for everyone. So you can unleash your creativity, you can use the tools, you can try whatever you want without really spending a lot of hours of learning how these tools work on making a professional edit or something else. So this is mainly how we're using the platform. Coming to your next question, so what challenges we see there? Like, I will name a few. First of all, diverse cultural contexts and sensibilities. So AI models are not yet ready to understand what is this fine distinction between the cultures, between the prompt you are entering and results you are waiting. So this is the first one. The second one is, of course, safety and security. So we are not yet reached, you can use AI tools to generate something really, really very beautiful and something really ugly that can be misused in whatever ways possible. And the next thing is bias. So you're training AI models and they can be biased towards the data. So actually all these challenges that I named are highly the outcome of the data, because whatever data we use for training the models, the outcome will depend on the data diversity and the data accessibility that we had for these models. The quality, the diversity, understanding of what actually the prompt alignment, what actually user wants from us. This all heavily rely on data. Pixar is now partnering with Getty Images to create a clean model when we will not have such an issue, but for you to understand, like the quality of the models is highly dependent on the amount of data. And if you take like a clean model based on some limited, even if these are millions, data compared to the models trained on the much vaster amounts of data that are available in the internet, so the quality still suffers, but we are working on this direction. And mainly this is it. If you have any other questions.
So basically you're saying the more people use it, the better the data.
The more people use it, the more feedback we get, the more data we are generating that then come back, can fill back the training data and empower the next, iteration of the model training. We will have better models. Yeah. And maybe one thing that I forgot to mention is intellectual property and copyright. So we need to understand these are like two questions. First of all, we've created this digital art. Users somebody spent time to create a prompt, to adjust it, and to refine the output. Who owns the right for this digital art? Because actually, this is a question that is still open, and we do not have an answer to it. And the second one, as I said, we have clean models, and we have models that is trained on anything accessible. So how we, there are a lot of artists' work used in the training of these models, how we give the attribution, how we pay these artists, how we make sure that this is a right way of use of their data. This is another question that we need to answer.
Answer it, but I'm a human rights lawyer, not an IP lawyer. But it's true. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Anush. That's, Hoda, we move on to you. Is this working? No. Why? Oh, no. Okay. As a leader in both emerging tech and research innovation, you are deeply involved. Stopped again? No. Did it? No. Okay. In the intersection of technology and ethics, as AI continues to advance and integrate into various sectors, what do you see as the most pressing ethical concerns that need to be addressed? How can emerging markets, in particular, ensure that AI is developed and deployed in ways that uphold privacy, security, and fairness, while also avoiding the pitfalls of bias and inequality?
You can hear me. I hope eventually you will. I think the major aspects here when we are considering ethics with anything, not just AI, with emerging technology cluster in general, we have to admit, I don't know how many technologists are out there in the room, but we have to admit that we're not doing our right due diligence, because the level of governance that exists out there when it comes to producing genuine stack of algorithms that are also ethically mindful is very weak. I think we tend to introduce technology that is functional, but not necessarily human or ethical. And within the lab in EmirateSec, we are trying to make sure that we bring inceptions and innovation that is quite different. So we try to, yes, build the hardware, build the software, build the algorithmic cluster, but we also care about the policy work, the regulation work that goes around it. Because let's face it, in today's world, if you have an amazing piece of technology that would change the world, if you didn't have access to market with proper regulation and proper policy, then it's a moot point. I mean, your example, Anush, is one of the striking example. Like when it comes to today's definition of intellectual property, we are still stuck in outdated notions, right? We cannot attribute the whole stack of ownership that exists within the digital space, because the lawyers and the legal system is still defining intellectual property in specific sense. To the fact that in the United States, for example, we do have certain laws and legislations that would say that AI doesn't have access to intellectual property kind of rights. And fast forward to today, when we have AlphaFold, for example, by Google, that defines the new structure of protein and structure them. Who would own those kind of a new intellectual property? Because in a human kind of world, when a scientist get to that innovation, they have acquisition of ownership, but we don't. So to me, this is like a striking part of the ethical consideration when you do a mapping, and this is one of the statistics that I constantly share to people, because I think we live in a world that people think, we don't have enough regulations on policies related to AI. In reality, if you looked at the OECD Observatory AI dashboard that they created, you have 1,000 AI regulations and policies, or over 1,000 AI regulations and policies that exist globally. Only, of course, the policy shows an interest in regulation. I think only around 25% matures to regulation level. And from those 25%, you would have in between 20% to 15% that would focus on ethical considerations. So it's such a slim kind of percentage of the overall efforts, the global efforts that we are having. But the good news that the mass of the emerging markets, the mass of technology developers who come from emerging markets keep on saying what we have heard the minister say: we don't want to be adopters of technology, we want to be creators of this technology, and we want to make sure that we're not lost in the bias, that our nonsense culture, details that exist within every kind of consortium of societies do translates into the algorithm. So this dictates a new paradigm of power when it comes to building the technology. It means that we have to start building technological solutions within this microeconomic climates, because then you would contribute to building new ventures as well. I'm so happy about AI India kind of initiative, because we collaborated with AI India on building different regulatory structures and building algorithmic fairness within the AI. Algorithmic fairness is not new. Like in 2017 and 2016, IBM and Google started initiatives around 360, I think it was called IBM 360, when they were trying to debias the algorithm. You have debuggers today. I don't know how many programmers in the room. When you program a code, you tend to debug it to remove all kind of logical and illogical sometimes bugs from the code, but you don't have something that would remove the biases. So IBM have started that kind of movement by saying we want to remove the bias, but then it's not kind of a real-time analysis to this. So we need to have much more rigorous effort today. Just in 2023, we started, like I have a researcher in my lab who's quite happy that he has to write algorithms that are explainable, that are providing consent to users, and at the same time they have a high level of accountability. Imagine you would know, you just refer to the hallucination of the AI, right? So I think over 70% of our AI LLMs are hallucinating. And let's not just also abstract the AI universe within LLMs, but over 70% of our existing LLMs are hallucinating. And actually scientists in the field are referring to these hallucinations as creative pursuits. So they're saying it's amazing that the AI is hallucinating actually, because it's gonna produce a new maybe artwork or a new kind of intellectual property aspects. To us in the field of security, it's like a nightmare, because you are promoting, introducing a technology to market that is unreliable. Imagine using that within cancer research, which is one of the research that we have done in our lab as well. We have tried to, I think, tweak the samples on cancer analysis that's use AI, and most of the 70%, our tweaks went undetected in the algorithm that's being used in few of the technologies that are currently industrially in mass use. Can you imagine how many people are being misdiagnosed on a wider scale of things? So I think we really need to bring in ethics to the map. I think the EU has started with the GDPR law saying that algorithms actually should not be developed in mass surveillance structure. They're saying you have the right not to be analyzed as a user. You have the right to be forgotten from the platform. You have the right as well on multiple aspects. But we don't translate that to technology. So, I mean, lawyers and regulators could write whatever they want on these bills, but if technology is not translating that, it's a moot point. So, in the arena of ethics, I think we do have over 15 requirements that are well celebrated today. Amidst them is intellectual properties rights and consent and explainability, accountability, and fairness, amidst other things. But the striking difference here that we see is that emerging markets are going to be the markets that I think would put these ethical translations into technology into the map, because they care that their languages, their culture, their ethical nonsense are not forgotten into the wider mix and not assimilated by the mass data sets that are being, synthesized by the AI structures.
Hello. Okay. Yes, I did share the questions with the panelists before, but I think I want to ask it for the audience. Thank you, Hoda. That was really, really insightful, and I just kept, as you were talking, I kept remembering one of the first things I learned in law school, which was that law is always catching up and always out of breath. So, especially with tech, it's going to be ever more so, but we got to work together with the developers and the lawyers to make sure that we're in good shape. Mallory, on to you. How do you suggest that we separate the durable, transformative aspects of AI from the hype? What criteria or indicators should we use to discern which AI advancements are truly impactful and which ones are more just fleeting trends?
I think, oh wow, it's really loud, but it works. Yeah, no, thanks very much for inviting me to this panel. It's always a real pleasure to be part of these events, and thanks to the host in Armenia as well. So I am also a technologist and don't want to be the last person to go in this really, I think, uplifting and hopeful panel to shatter everyone's hopes about the promises of AI, but I do, and I also will admit that I love robots. I love interacting with new technology, so I'm very pro-AI, but this, I think, is why it's so important to address the hype, actually. I think that without hyping the capabilities of the current tools or the future tools, we have a lot to be impressed by, and there's a lot of real and tangible potential. So let me get into some of that. So I guess we haven't really been living very long with the imagination of generative AI. It's been less than 2 years that we had ChatGPT, for example, on the market. And also generative images are also really rather new. I remember actually pretty vividly, I wrote a tweet when I first started using ChatGPT. I'm like, this is just 3 Wikipedias in a trench coat. Like, how could this be more impressive than like the largest collaborative knowledge project in the history of the world? That was sort of my take. I stand by that tweet, actually. But I think in other ways, though, AI is very old. I think the first academic project focused on artificial intelligence is from the 1950s. And I recently, probably before I played with ChatGPT, read this fascinating book on the history of the filing cabinet that gave me all kinds of understanding of how just data structures in general have planted this creative seed in humanity around how, if we learn and structure data, how we can extrapolate it and use it. And I mean, if we're talking about how emerging markets or governments can leverage AI, we are kind of talking about advanced filing cabinets, really, right? We're talking about, bureaucracy enhanced. This is not to say that this isn't great. Like I said, I think there's a lot to like here. I wanted to talk about a few of the guardrails or a few of the constraints maybe that will come into play as we think about what the future is, right? So if, by some measures, I think what we see now in terms of the impressive capabilities of generative AI, I think we may not see a lot of massive, impressive gains for a while. I know that's counter maybe to some people who've spoken before, but I think the reasons are very clear. One, I would just say that computing power, it does require a lot of computation that has a real impact on the environment. So whatever major advances are made, we do need to think about how that has an impact on energy consumption, on data centers globally, and that sort of thing. So that may be one constraint that we probably should impose. Another is data sources. So as has been kind of alluded to before, the way that these large models are able to work so well is when there's a lot of data. So the ones that are really impressive, like generative AI, they're really only very impressive in English, right? If people have noticed that, it's because there's a lot of English language content out in the world. It's less impressive in other languages where there's not the same volume of content in those languages. There are other examples of this. Content moderation on social media, it's really spotty. And some of the ways in which it's really challenged is in types of content where it's not very abundant. So one example, which actually an executive from Facebook at the time admitted, was there was an active shooter video that came out of New Zealand. And so they started talking about how can we build AI detection to stop those kinds of videos from going viral. And the Facebook executive admitted that, well, I mean, we don't really have a whole lot of videos of active shooting incidents to train a model on. And so that kind of imposes this natural limitation on how good a detection model could ever be. There's a lot of examples like that. They're just, and also we just don't really have big piles of data lying around anymore that haven't already been scooped up by these tools. And to the point around copyright, now that these big language models have been released, and also video and photos, content owners and publishers are now a lot smarter about their ownership of that data. And so new models that will be trained on existing data will have less data than before, if that makes sense. So, the New York Times, Wikipedia, these large sources of data are now not going to allow that to just be scooped up for free. But let me talk more about how it is going to get incrementally better. It will improve, no doubt. I have really high hopes for what Hoda was speaking about in terms of the eradication of bias and so on. Again, there are going to be natural limits. There's always going to be hallucination. There's always going to be mistakes. And therefore, I think the antidote to those risks is just to be careful about how it's applied and to then regulate or worry about the guardrails around the application of the tool and not imagine that it could always be perfect. Another way that it's getting incrementally better is that query length can become massive. You can feed these generative tools an entire book or 2 or 3 and then ask it to generate something from that. That's a massive query. That's millions of characters. So it will get better. New applications are going to get better, but again, this is aligned with where are the sources of data coming from, and then what can you build from it. I also just want to say that I think, again, there's the reason I don't want to be in the position of sort of like the anti-hyper here, is that I do think that the things that have hit the headlines that have made everyone a little worried actually about AI it's generally because they've been democratized, right? So some of the AI doomerism, right, the opposite of hyping, is because these tools are in all of our hands. And I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I don't think we should be inherently scared of them just because a lot of people are using them. I think that's actually pretty exciting. And so hopefully the regulation around that, as others have mentioned, keeps that in mind and keeps it democratic. I want to just run through a couple things that I can give you a message about, not just like a learning tutorial about machine learning. But what I worry about the hype is that it obscures some real political economic questions. For example, having always worked in software, and one of the ways I think about AI is just, it is data-driven software. It is just software, but like today's software. One of the things that has been going on for a long time since the digitalization in governments and other sectors is that digitalization, software, and now AI are seen as austerity measures, that now we can save money because the tool will do it for us. And I just don't think that that's the right way to think about these tools. In fact, what it maybe allows is actually that you invest more, but you're not investing more in the tool, you're investing more in the people that are running governments, the people that are running businesses, and you see the AI tools as supplementary to that. So you're continuing to strengthen your social sector, you're continuing to strengthen these important functions and roles, as well as getting the boon from the AI tech capabilities and enhancing what your workers are doing and what your civil servants are doing and so on. And so rather than thinking of AI as a replacement, AI is a supplement to human intelligence. And the real goal and the real project is to enhance and improve human intelligence. I have a lot more notes here, but I get the sense that other people want to come in with other questions.
Thank you, Mallory. I always also... Can you turn off your microphone so I don't freak out? Thanks. Yeah, I also, in the conversations about whether AI is beneficial or going to take jobs and what's the hype, and I just say I think it is a supplement to human intelligence, and it does help us level up. And I think all forms of technology, or most at least, have helped us increase our capacity for like our potential, our human potential. Okay, hold on. I'm going to be the moderator that's going to cut us off at 11. That means 5 minutes. I think I'm going to go with one question to one, oh no. We can also all ask questions afterwards, but I will allow a question.
Sujan Chinoy, the Director General of the Institute for Defense Studies and Analysis, New Delhi. Question is to Mallory. You spoke about the lack of data for example, machine learning for shooters. Now, is it possible that in the age of artificial intelligence, you can also have artificial simulated data? Why do you actually need to wait for clips, horrendous clips like that to come along before you wait to teach machine learning? Why can't you create simulated data that works quite as effectively? Second part of the question is about whether AI will be agnostic in terms of the sensitivities of different civilizations, their histories, their religion, their mores, their traditions. If not, and it becomes a generalized tool available to everyone, and innocently using such tools, will it lead to a certain kind of cognitive warfare that puts some people at advantage and vast numbers, mostly in developing countries, at a great disadvantage? Thank you.
Yeah, happy to answer. And also, I think, Hoda, you might have a response as well. So to your question about simulated data, this is a very good idea, and I think one that others have had. The problem with using simulated data to train the models that then are either generative or analytical is that it erodes the accuracy over time, and you get diminishing returns really quickly. So there have been some people who said this is another constraint, even of the existing large language models that power something like ChatGPT. It may actually start getting worse unless you optimize in other ways, because the data that's out there now, because there's so much data being generated by AI, it's starting to feed back into itself, and it will start declining. So you need ways to signal to the model, don't scoop this up, it's already synthetic, versus keep scooping this up, it's new and novel, and it's going to improve the model. So I think we have to be really careful with these ideas, and this is, again, why the constraint exists. And it feeds exactly into your second question, which is then clearly there are going to be differences and disparities because of the availability of data in different parts of the world, in different languages, in different cultures. It's going to create differences in capabilities of AI. I will just explain, I'll just share one quick example. I was listening to someone describe how they were running into issues, not just with other languages, but other images or words for things. So they were saying, you know, in one culture, the shape of a cup is different than it is in another. And so when you do a sort of image capture and the computer vision is trying to detect, is this a cup, it first has to see that it's a cup, but it's differently shaped in another culture, and it also then translates that word as cup, which is an English word, and it's probably not called cup in that language either. So we keep translating everything through English and then back out again, which is really inefficient and also continues to feed and prioritize this sort of English-centric view and vision of the world. And I think without, you know, we were talking about emerging markets, right? And I think I agree with the panelists who've said there is a lot of promise in emerging markets because there's so much that can be done here that will actually improve AI for everyone if it's done in a different way.
Just to add to what you have said, Mallory, I think in the lab we have different learning models for different purposes. So it depends actually on the purpose. And we don't want to assimilate a generic purpose. I think the standard machine learning algorithm is using a learning set, a fixed learning set, to generate some kind of learnings based on that. But we do have as well advanced deep learning adaptive model that you use mostly in robotic structures. For example, imagine a robot that goes into a forest not knowing the dimensions of the robot of the forest, and then they recalculate their dimensions based on the live feed of the data. Within these scenarios, like if you pre-generated data and did the assimilation, you might fail because the adaptability of the model will be really degraded. So it depends on the context, I would say, on when you simulate the data. It's not the best scenario because you tend to poison the learning model of the algorithm. And you want always your algorithm to be as realistic as possible. So again, depends on the algorithm that's being developed. Yeah.
We have ended right on time. Any further questions can be addressed to our co-panelists during the break that's coming up. Thank you all so much. You made my job so easy. I learned so much. And I think this was a wonderful panel for the first thing in the morning. Thank you all.
And thereafter, I'll ask a couple of questions, and the last 20 minutes will be dedicated to asking the audience to ask any questions or any clarifications that you may see. My name is Kwame Wino. I work at the Institute of Economic Affairs, which is a think tank based. I'm Kwame Wino. I work at the Institute of Economic Affairs, which is a think tank based in Kenya. And I'm glad to be here to moderate this interesting discussion about a new Phoenix. So two things are certain. One of those is change, and the dynamism of that change, the pace of that change is less evident. But I think discussions such as this in the last couple of years make it clear, or rather speak as if it's self-evident that certain things in the geopolitical world order is changing. The direction and the pace are not necessarily known, though of course we hear assertions that they're clear. Out of that also comes an assertiveness of what we call the global south, whatever that configuration means. It confuses me as well at times. But regardless of that, I think global changes are happening. It's happening in ways that will affect how international institutions are built and how they make decisions, how those decisions are even enforced. But in addition to that, who is making those decisions? Some of these are clearly driven by economic and political changes. I think the footnote that, the notes that we were given as part of this talks about the fact that in the next 20 years or so, perhaps less, the four largest economies of the world, four will be those that are known as three-quarters of the four largest economies in the world will come from what is today called the global south. I think you know which countries those will necessarily be. And with that kind of change in the configuration, but just the kind of change in how productivity and economic welfare, certainly that will affect the political world. I think as I come to the end, two things. As a student of economics, we take it for granted that exchange matters, and when people exchange things, regardless of who it is with, that in itself is enough. I think reality slaps us in the face again and again by saying, look, people care as well for what kind of, who they're exchanging with, in whose borders, and what the regard of one person or one group of people has for the other. So part of this question is not just economics and driven by economic factors, it's also driven by a very strong sense of identity, and that's not to be debated. But I'll suspend my comments for this. I'd expect us to take three things from this, or at least those are my three questions. One, is that change, I think we accept that that change is happening, at what pace, and what are some of the factors that are driving it. And the second one is change and progress. Change is a given, progress not. Is a kind of change we are going to see generating some progress, and if not, I think how do we push whatever levers, institutional, political, to ensure that it goes in the right way? Because I think change as an end in itself is not necessarily one good thing. And I think I've had voices on the African continent saying, look, change for its sake is not something to be celebrated. So we'll have our panelists here, and I'll have the first panelist, which is, I come from the African continent, we tend to be very tonal, so if I mispronounce your name, please forgive that. Natsakan Safarian, who's the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs in the Republic of Armenia. So you have 8 minutes, please go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Kwame. Very good morning to everyone. That you pronounced it correctly, so thank you for that as well. Let me first start by...
Can you hear me in the back? So maybe you should use this.
Let me first start by reflecting on some of the discussions from previous sessions yesterday. Our former Minister of Foreign Affairs said in his panel that polls matter, or polls are central, while the former President of Lithuania said that small nations should be irritants to the big ones. And I also noted Samir Saran's question as to who leads the global south, and his answer was no one. So this made me think that the world system is more of a constellation rather than a multipolar system. It's a constellation with its own gravitation force, that keeps the system in balance, and even when a small state is out of orbit, the whole system is insured. In today's globalized world, unrest in one place echoes developments in others, and economic crisis, conflicts, disruption of supply chains, climate change leave a negative effect on all parties involved, but consequences of such challenges are felt worse in Global South. The Global South often faces common challenges, and those challenges drive efforts for economic development and cooperation. At the same time, those challenges differ from country to country, from region to region. While some of countries in Global South, for some of those countries, remoteness, dependence on ocean resources, lack of water resources, vulnerability to climate change impacts are main obstacles for sustainable development. Others suffer from geographical location and consequences rising from that. As a landlocked country, Armenia has been blocked from the east and west for a very long time, and it has faced challenges that not only hindered our path to meet the achieving the sustainable development goals, but also posed a threat to the country's national security and stability in the region and in broader sense. And we have spoken about the crossroad of peace during the previous panels. It was presented by our Prime Minister, Nicole Pashinyan, and this is actually and essentially a project, an initiative that connects Global South to Global North. And in this regard, I have to mention that the role of India and its efforts are noteworthy. The Voice of Global South Summit provides an effective platform for developing nations to speak out, to manifest their concerns and challenges, voice their priorities and share their achievements. Armenia is diversifying its foreign policy, economic policy, security relations, and we are diversifying it to different directions, and including and very prominently to the Global South. I would also like to mention that this dialogue, the Yerevan dialogue, is actually an initiative and an event that was essentially share of good practices from our Indian colleagues, Indian partners, and this is an example of effective cooperation among Global South and sharing their experience. One more such initiative is Armenia joining International Solar Alliance. That was actually proposed to us by our Indian colleagues. And to answer your question, there are positive developments in this regard, and we have to work jointly to make joint efforts to ensure that most of these initiatives, most of these practices are positive.
All right, so we go now to VJ Chalpaiwale, who's in charge of the Department of Foreign Affairs for the BJP.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you to the organizers of this great event, both to Foreign Ministry of Armenia as well as the Observer Research Foundation. This is a great initiative. Friends, let us accept the fact that most of the global institutes, those who are controlling both narratives and policies in today's world, are the product of World War II. And therefore, the allies have created these institutions built for their own interest. And large population, many countries have been denied to have those kind of privileges in that system. During that period, India and many other countries have created a platform called non-aligned movement, which essentially was a passive platform of not their, it actually reflects their inability to take sides on the global issues. Now, the countries like India and many other in those parts of the world, those who have been denied their due rights on the global issues, are trying to come together and fight the challenges and also harness the opportunities that have coming in terms of advantages due to their demographic advantages, large resources of the minerals and the critical materials, and also technology. Maybe it is health. Yesterday we talked about digital public infrastructure and many other. So I think Global South is now at a very unique position to at least drive the narratives and create the policies which will protect their self-interest and also give solutions to various problems which are facing in today's world. And I will give you the classic example of COVID vaccines, that if India would not have been there, half of the population of world would have been remained without vaccination, because the vaccines provided by the Western countries were simply unaffordable, and neither they had production capabilities for such a large volumes. So there is a possibility of win-win situation if the countries of Global South come together. I'm sure you know that till India presided G20 in last year, entire African continent was not represented in G20. So now with the G20, in fact it is now G21, this major anomaly has been rectified due to the leadership of India. And there can be many examples like this. Even for the issues like climate change, today whatever deterioration we are seeing is mainly because of overexploitation of natural resources by the West. Now we have to find out the common solutions which will give us affordable and equitable solutions to this great danger. I am not denying that there is a great danger to the climate, but availability of the technology and availability of the resources to implement those technologies is also equally important, and Global South is ready to play a major role in this. I think in this context, Global South actually represents both great opportunities and also challenges. The challenges like terrorism, extremism, climate change, availability or non-availability of the technologies, and most importantly, the democracy. And in many parts of the world, including some countries in Global South, are facing threat to democracy, and that also is worrisome. But at the same time, the opportunities are enormous, and as Samir Saran yesterday said, that there is no leader, and that is the strength of Global South, because with the collective responsibility and collective leadership, I am sure the Global South will be able to create a not only new narrative, but also provide a unique solutions that will cater the needs of the large population of the world. And thank you very much.
All right. Our third panelist is Mr. Igosa Sagai, who is the Director General of the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs. And as you go through your comments, I mean, I think a point has just occurred to me, and I think you are the person to perhaps discuss it as well, in addition to your comments. One of those is that African representation in the G20, or G21 as everybody says, has been hyped, celebrated, for good reasons. But it seems to some people who are sensible but cynical that, quote unquote, Africa doesn't know what to do with it. Is that true? I didn't get that. Okay, so I think everybody celebrated when Africa's admission, if I may say, as a member of the G20, right? But it's been celebrated. I think everybody's lauded that, and I think India gets a pat on the back from many African countries, leaders, for doing that. But it doesn't seem to me that Africa, if indeed it is possible to have one seat representing the whole continent, knows what to do with that seat at the G20. Is that true?
Thank you very much, moderator. I'll come to that question at the end of my presentation. Let me join everyone here to thank the organizers of this dialogue. We need many more of such dialogues to give content and traction to the whole movement called the Global South. Now, I like the imagery that has been chosen for this session, which is a phoenix. The phoenix is a legendary bird. The legend says after 500 years, it decays, and then it begins to resurrect. So maybe the Global South has had its day, the 500-year decay period, and now it's resurrecting. And the question is, to what ends, and how should the world now respond to this rising phoenix? Now, I like to be historical and chronological. This is the context within which I think it's best to look at the kinds of possibilities in the opening new world. Now, when the Global South, then known as the Third World, emerged in the 1960s, 1950s, and so on, it was into a world that was greatly polarized, a world that was waiting to get the new world up for peaks. You either join this or you join that. And the Global South at the time was very tactical and strategic, immediately recognizing its place in human history. It says, we're not going to be drawn to the right or to the left. We would rather focus on a middle of the road, trajectory, which gave birth to the non-aligned movement. And this was, actually very positivist, because it was not non-aligned in terms of not being pro-West or being pro-East, but saying we want to do what we want on our own terms, and that's positive neutrality. And you would find that the first generation of Global South leaders very, very astutely complied with the kinds of imperatives that came with such a decision. Now, move over 60 years after that and come to the present situation. The world is a little different. We've moved from the end of history, as the philosopher told us, when we had the whole world under the captivity of neoliberalism and unipolarity, to a world that is beginning to open up and create many centers of power. So today we talk multipolarity, but we also recognize that the Global South is again at the point where we were 60 years ago, namely that there is an emerging Cold War in a different name, and that the world is now again in the recesses of, would you join the right or would you join the left? The difference this time, however, is that the Global South is now more conscious of its very delicately balancing role in the new world. And therefore, it's no longer just simply positive neutrality and non-alignment. It is simply saying we also have a role to play. Now, but how is the Global South going to be able to play that role? Many think that the Global South is still very divided. And how would those divisions work out? Now, this Global South must recognize, the opportunities that immediately present themselves. The whole notion of state fragility is a Global South phenomenon. Now, but you find that state fragility is a global responsibility in which, if left to the so-called superpowers the way we have known them, would never find any solution. So state fragility is a challenge for the Global South to confront. It must deal with it. Second is, many of these fragile states are not in a position to help themselves, and therefore they must depend on external help. if that external help is not going to become the basis for a new battleground, such as we have found in many parts of Africa, then the Global South must wake up and have many of those things done. But how? I would suggest that Global South coalitions, very strong regional organizations, should take their rightful place in dealing with matters that in Africa we say the time has come for Global South solutions to Global South problems. We're not going to wait for distant solutions, from people who are only interested in us joining A or B. Now, how do you strengthen that kind of capacity? You have to also industrialize. And many of the fragile states in the Global South are de-industrializing and not industrialized at all. So the champions of the Global South in the industrial calibration must give traction to the rest of the Global South, through what, if you like, you can call benevolent industrialization, Global South style. The Global South also has to strengthen its intra-Global South trading capacities. Now, in Africa, there is the African Continental Free Trade Agreement that makes Africa the largest market in the whole world. Now, that's the kind of model that the Global South should pursue. The Global South is not going to get the traction if all of its trade remains with unequal exchanges, with the West and the rest of the world. The Global South has to do more for itself. Of course, I recognize that underlying all of this, the Global South must have a consciousness of being together, and that requires coalition building everywhere it is to be found. And the multilateral organizations present the platform for doing this. The Global South is very clear that the United Nations needs to be democratized. The United Nations needs to open up to Global South increased representation. The Security Council itself must be democratized, and the Global South must have a larger say in the affairs of the United Nations. What is true of the United Nations is true of the Bretton Woods institutions, and the Global South must provide financial alternatives, viable alternatives to these kinds of centers. The Global South cannot deal with problems of a universal nature except it finds itself within them. And that's the way to go for, say, climate change. Climate change is not going to have its traction in the Global South except the Global South contextualizes those issues and begins to say, hey, wait a minute, we have our own ways that are self-determined for dealing with these issues. Now, let me respond to the question about Africa's membership of the G21. Now, for many people, Africa is a single unit, which is just as well. I mean, how many times would you find the United States of America, you say, I come from Nigeria. They say, oh, well, how's my friend in Mozambique? And they have to be reminded that Africa is so diverse. Mozambique is not Nigeria. We're all part of Africa. Now, that immediately begins to tell you that to get a lone voice for Africa is a good thing because Africa teaches the world how to build coalitions and how to speak with one voice. What in South African cultural phraseology we call Ubuntu. Ubuntu is what makes all Africa one. But still, the point in that membership is that it offers Africa now an opportunity to gain the traction of consultation and participation because that's the strength that Africa has. So it's not -1, it's a strong +1 because Africa has said, for instance, if you're going to have an African representation, if you're going to have an African seat in the United Nations, we don't want individual African countries to be consulted and to be brought in from the outside. Give that role to the African Union. We have the capacity to determine who would have that seat. So in the G20, which is now G20 plus 1, the world will there learn that from the global south represented by Africa, there's a lot that we need to learn about doing things and working together. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. So to our next panelist, Guadalupe Dona, who is a professor and researcher in political science at the Universidad Torcanto di Tella in Argentina. Welcome.
Thank you very much. We are flipped in the chart, so this is me over here. So thank you very much for allowing me to share some thoughts in this very distinguished panel. It's been an honor to have been invited. So when I was first invited to participate in this panel, my reaction was, how can my data-driven public policy background actually help in this discussion? And it took me a while to get this idea emerged, but I believe that when it did, I found it really compelling. So let me just share it with you. So the first thing that came to my mind, and I'm sure that many of us have this thing in our mind, and many of my esteemed colleagues have touched on this thing, is that a new global order needs to tackle the incredible injustices that are going on in our region. So just to tell you, I live in Argentina. It's a country that has been in democracy for the last 40 years. We have not been hit by great climate change or climate change things going on in my country. And even though we have 7 out of 10 children below the age of 18 living in poverty. That's 7 out of 10. This is a statistic that is really sad. Of course, the stories behind these statistics are even sadder. I'm sure that everyone here knows their own sad statistics, and we know that we cannot go without doing things about these terrible inequalities. So that's the first thing that I would say this new global order will actually need to address. But of course, I'm not saying with this that we don't have to think about economic progress. Of course not. Economic progress is what makes the pie as big as possible, and the bigger the pie, the bigger the slice of that pie that goes to those most in need. We know that that slice, the bigger it is, the greater the good it can make, and it's still not big enough. But what's more important is that we don't know what's the impact of that small slice going into those in need. So this is where I think that my background, and I think that data can have a very powerful voice. So it's where I think that we can actually think about data as a very great ally to help us navigate these great inequalities. Because like it or not, data shows us pure, simple truth, impartial way of showing the truth, a way that is politically unbiased. So by harnessing data, let me tell you 3 things that we can do with data. First, we can identify our present inequalities with precision, something that we don't even know. 2, we can target interventions for our very limited resources. And 3, most importantly, we can measure and we can have the impact to know what actually does the things that we are doing, and we can adjust in consequence. So advancing an evidence-based agenda seems kind of obvious once put it this way, right? It's like, it's the way forward. We have to do evidence-based policymaking because it's the way to learn what is good and what is going to the people most in need. If we are getting from every dollar, every drum, every peso that we're spending, the objectives that they are looking up to. But I have to tell you that after 15 years of trying to push this agenda, I have found a lot of difficulties. There's a lot of problems trying to push this agenda. Resistance to change, lack of resources, fear of what the data can reveal, all hinder progress in this area. I was glad to be yesterday in a panel on digital public infrastructure. If you have not been there, I really encourage you to look for the speakers there because I feel that there's a huge prospect in those areas. This public digital infrastructure has the potential to shrink the leakages that go to welfare systems, which is huge for countries like us that have so limited resources. just wonderful. Just look for those people. There's a great deal of things going on there. So, but we in the world still don't have this digital infrastructure going on. And in the meanwhile, let me tell you that while information can be challenging, can be expensive, might demand political will to act upon, it can actually be not that difficult. So let me share just 2 projects I'm actually currently working on to show the impact that we can have when we use data in the right way. First, we are trying to detect early signs of abuse and neglect in children. What we are doing is trying to see if we can find out of drawings that children do at school early signs of maltreatment and abuse. This is figures that fly very low under the radar. It's very difficult to know what's the actual numbers out there, but it is estimated that sexual abuse, it's prevalent for like 18% of girls and 8% of boys. Those are figures that are heartbreaking, and the actual kids that get into the protection system is a very tiny fraction of those. So if we can actually have a way of detecting these early signs of neglect and abuse, we can target very early interventions that are timely, that are locally based, and that can actually break these cycles of abuse. So this is a project we're going through, which has this potential to detect these early childhood early signs of neglect and abuse, and which is read by an algorithm. So algorithms are trained to try and see what the signs in these drawings are, which makes it really cost-effective. It's a really cost-effective way of having this data that is so incredibly important for public policy. Second example, so we are mapping informal settlements. So you might know that there are around 1 billion people nowadays living in these informal settlements. Most of these, if not all, are in our global south. These informal settlements have this nature, this very dynamic nature. They grow, they densify, they expand, and knowing where they are and how they grow, it's very difficult. It's a very expensive way of getting this data. What we are doing, and we are not pioneers in this, so there are many other people doing it in Africa, it's a great deal. We're using satellite imagery, high-resolution satellite imagery, which are free for use. And we are also training an algorithm that allows you to detect these informal settlements, and what's more important, they allow you to see how they grow in real time. This is an impressive thing to have as a policymaker. Urban developers, people that are targeting things for those most in need. It's data that is out there, it's not that complicated, and it's, of course, great to have. So we can harness what technology has to bring us, and if you ask me, I envision a world where we don't only rise in economic rankings, but that where we actually create a more global and just economy for us all, where we can actually measure the impact of every dollar, every dram, every peso that goes to those most in need, and what's more importantly, that we have the courage and the political will to act upon those data. So that was my compelling argument. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our final panelist is Nada Al-Hajiri, who is the president of the Yemen Information Center. Please go away.
Thank you. Allow me to start by thanking Samir and the ORAF team for inviting me, along with MFA Armenia. It's a pleasure to be here. I think there's an acknowledgement in this panel that the concept of the global south as a concept is analytically flawed, and yet we still use it. It's still here, and it's becoming even more popular. And I think this is a reflection of the times that we live in, because analysts are rightly saying that there's a return to the Cold War dynamics. And the problem with looking at the world like that is that you look at the world through a purely realist framework. And that means that you're looking at everything in terms of great power competition and the dynamics in the global south and the richness of our history and our culture gets lost in the mix. And I want to say that Samir yesterday offered us a very interesting framework for thinking about the global south. Let's, for a moment, or for the purposes of this panel also, consider thinking about it as a collection of or emerging and developing countries taking back their identities. And I think that's really, really important, because what we want to do is to counter the narratives about our countries, and they're oftentimes negative. And through the work that I do at Yemen Information Center, one of our primary objectives is to offer an alternative perspective than what dominates the news and what dominates the world about Yemen. Everyone thinks about Yemen in the, through the lens of the conflict that it's experiencing. But Yemen is much more than that. It has so much history, so much culture, so many youth who are willing and able to contribute to their country, to the world, and we need to build their capacity. We need to think about training them, but also we need to think about presenting and highlighting positive examples from the world and from Yemen, so that we can all talk together, which is why I liked also the panel yesterday, the very last one on multicultural dialogue. And I think we really, really need that, because yesterday I heard a lot of people say there's a lack of mutual respect. And when we think about this term, the lack of mutual respect, that means that diplomacy doesn't have, the enabling environment that it needs to have to be productive. And so another example I want to share is that, the Global South has shown an ability to collaborate on global issues like climate change, counterterrorism, AI, and global pandemics. These are global challenges that no one country can tackle alone. And so we need to think about really focusing on, avenues for collaboration, which is why continuing to think about the world in global south, global north terms is problematic. It kind of adds this divisive, confrontational approach to addressing problems. And I'll give you an example. For example, when we talk about reform of multilateral institutions, oftentimes it's the West pitted against the rest, and it couldn't be further away from the truth. It is reform of multilateral institutions is not about only, countries around the world having representation. It's about the massive dysfunction that is taking place in these institutions that are, no longer being effective in the work that they're doing. And so I like India's approach to talking about or advocating for reform, because they engage the West. They say we need reform, we need a place, we need to be represented, but also not discounting the need to continue to engage with Western countries. And I think I'll wrap it up here.
Well, I think the question of the Global South has important, or rather resonates with people who are sort of very, very significant identity. And so while I agree with Nada that it's analytically problematic, very, very problematic, even if you come to the African continent especially, but I think, in my view, it's a very useful, quote-unquote, weaponized word for signaling certain things about what part of the world feels excluded, generally. And I think that's for that reason we need to actually labor a little bit more to give it either an alternative term, but I don't know that it's acquired an identity of its own, and that would be really, really difficult. So that's one. The second thing that I think, if you're going to talk about a new global order, and remember our title here is about the phoenix rising. The world as a whole and the global south, to use that term advisedly, perhaps the world needs to ask ourselves, if you're talking about the global order, then we need to define problems together. And when you define problems together, it is then possible to rank them. Because one of the other problems I have with the global south is it's a whole basket full of things. And we understand that regardless of where the world is today, there's a lot of there's a scarcity of anything. Attention, scarcity of resources. And so which ones come to the top, or which will be resolved, will depend on, quote unquote, the global south working with the alternative, or whoever the other side is, to actually create a hierarchy of what the questions should be, and then sitting together to ask them. So that comes to my second question for each of you. I know we need to come to the audience, but I'll ask each of you to comment on this. If I were to rank these things, what do you think are the priority global public goods in which an alternative perspective or just the voices of global south would be? And I think one of them is reform of global institutions. I think that's clear, both in terms of numbers, identity, and their role. I think institutions are dysfunctional, not because they are, quote unquote, managed by what identities, but just because the world has moved, and obviously the original functioning, the original conceptualization needs to be rejigged. So I think about this as global public goods. I'm not too sure which ones would be, but I think global peace is one. The second one would be global poverty. I think that's important. Of course, we have the SDGs on course. It's very, very clear that by 2030, I think we'll miss some of those targets. Reform of international institutions, and of course, the question of climate change. The one I am not too clear about, and I'm not being cynical here, is I don't know how the global south will gain anybody's respect, because respect can't be demanded, right? It's about persuading people to think that respect would emerge over time on the basis of performance, on the basis of repeated conversation. So if we are to rank these four, global public goods, climate change, global poverty, or poverty in general, and reform of multilateral institutions, what am I missing from this list that you might add? And I'll start here again, go around the other way, and hope that by the time we have each spent a minute or two on that, we'll go to the audience.
First of all, I would like to thank all the panelists for their views expressed. It's a really interesting discussion, and I learned a lot from this exchange. I would add, answering to your question, I would add security, because that is the environment that creates possibility for everything else to happen. Although it's not the panacea for everything, but that is the dimension that the countries find mutual respect and mutual also common ground where they can share their problems, share their concerns, and to create an environment where all the other problems can be solved in a timely manner. Although I completely agree with the notion that this generalization of every time you make a generalization, it creates some other issues with finding more specific notions of what is happening. So, and in this case as well, and this is why I said that in my view, what is happening in the world system is a creation of a constellation of a constellar system that is actually countries, bigger, middle, smaller, and all of them depending on each other. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. What about you?
In addition to whatever has been said by my previous speakers, I would put healthcare as another priority, because COVID is not the last pandemic, especially new kind of viruses coming from animal origin to human, like the latest incidences of monkeypox, will put a new challenge, and most of the people who will be affected by this will be people from global south. So we need to have advanced preparedness and the solutions, both in terms of prevention as well as diagnosis and therapy, about such kind of upcoming epidemics and pandemics, and to have effective management of the same.
Thank you. I think the most all-encompassing has to be security. Security, because all of the other things come within a secure framework. Poverty, of course, is critical. It's underlying, all of the problems. If you have a critical mass of poor people, there's very little progress that can be made. But you need security. And I think that the greatest problem, arguably, in the global south today is the fact that people don't have security, and therefore they migrate from their countries, they get displaced, they get thrown out all over the world, and that exposes them to all the other things that we'll talk about. But give security, I'm sure that poverty can be addressed within that framework. Pandemics can be better addressed and so on. But where there's no security, it is very difficult to address these other dimensions.
So, of course, I agree with all that you have already said, but if I have to add something, I think I would add cultural heritage. I think that one thing that it's really important is that we preserve the very particular nature of our culture, which I think it's really distinguishable from what we see like in the hegemonic powers now. I have this deep feeling that here in the global south, we are more united to our communities, united to our families, have a less individualistic sense of being. I might be wrong. It's something that data has not been, I have not been able to crunch the numbers around this idea, but I believe that there's something very important that can actually make our societies really resilient. So, and I think that that is ingrained in our cultural ways of going. So I think that I would add that to the list, yes.
Thank you, and I would like to echo what everyone said. I do agree with everyone, but I would also say that they're all, perhaps security is important, but I think everything's interlinked. And more important is the attitudes by which we approach these global issues. We have to let go of the you're either with us or against us perspective when we engage in dialogue, when we engage in collaboration, because without that, we're not going to reach, it's going to be a deadlock every time.
All right, so you've heard from our fine panelists. I'll take 3 questions from the audience. So this is all that's required. Please state your name, and if you have a question to a specific panelist, I'd be glad to hear it. And I'd prefer as well, just as we have gender balance on the podium, to have at least 2 questions from ladies and 2 from gentlemen. So I'll start at the end with the gentleman already holding the microphone. He's hijacked the dispensation. I will submit to you for that. Yes, please go ahead. Not more than 2 minutes, please.
Yeah. Good morning. First of all, thank you very much, all the distinguished panelists, for educating us with your views, articulated with so much of clarity and conviction. I have a very small observation and a very brief question. My observation is that, today's global south, the global south of 2024 is much different from the third world countries of the 50s and 60s. The qualitative difference is that today, amongst the global south, we have a large number of countries which are at very high stage of development, fastest emerging economies. In short, the voice of global south today is much stronger and in a position to shape the global agenda. So in this backdrop, I would like to have your views, distinguished panelists. Is the time right to create a formal institutional framework for global south, or is it premature? Otherwise, we will keep discussing, deliberating, and forgetting. Go back home, and the matter is over. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One other hand? Right here, at the front.
Manish Chand, the Center for Global India Insights and India Rights Network. I want to bring the panel back to the notion of competition and contest for the leadership of the Global South. What was stated was an ideal situation, that there should not be. It was more a statement, an idealistic statement. But in reality, beneath the veneer of solidarity and all that, you could sense undercurrents of competition and rivalry. So major South countries, so-called, China especially has launched a charm offensive to quote Global South, Africa. Brazil itself is positioning, and G20 presidency is a classic example. And India has hosted 3 editions of the Voice of South Summit. So I'd like a more realistic appraisal that is this competition for real, and what does it mean for the Global South going forward? And one very brief question to the speaker from Nigeria, Mr. Osagi. The inclusion of African Union in G20, what has it meant to Africa on the ground? Or what difference would it make, tangible difference? Thank you.
Well, I provided opportunity for 4 questions, 2 from ladies. It looks like they've seeded that. Oh, yeah, right at the front. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Just to make up the gender balance, I'm Anashiko, the ambassador of Hungary to the region, Georgia and Armenia. You said last that we need to address the us and them problem first and actually be open. We see a new bloc formation everywhere happening in the world. And we know in the last 100 years how blocs and how Cold War, etc., actually stopped connectivity. I wonder how you see the future of connectivity from the south to the north in the upcoming years.
Thank you. All right, we'll take this final one. Thank you.
Hello, Jay Kansara from the United States, Washington, D.C. Right now we're having a presidential debate, campaign, and one of the key topics is immigration, where immigration from what is the global south to our country, and many on the right, you've used the epithet, when you import the third world, you become the third world. So contextualizing that with this conversation, how do we reconcile that there are imbalances of power in the economies of scale, in the cultural differences, with the aspirations of these countries and their objectives to bring development, etc., into their own economies. So perhaps the Deputy Minister and even Mr. Chotaiwale and anyone who wants to answer this could.
All right, I'm conscious we only have 12 minutes, so what I'll do is I'll ask each of our panelists, starting from the back with you, Nada, any of the comments and your final remarks as you come up.
Thank you. Maybe I'll take that question. So in my view, the creation of blocs, especially by the Global South, is a statement more than it is anything else. So they see that they've been saying, we want to be included in these major multilateral institutions. We want to be included in the larger financial economic prosperity that's happening in the world, but they're not given the avenues, or maybe they have very the requirements to join are very difficult, so they're attracted to these different blocs that enable them to have a voice and maybe to expand their reach. Granted, now having separate blocs is not useful, because you can't create a bloc for everything that you couldn't join. At the same time, it's whatever you think of, for example, the creation of the BRICS. Whatever you think of it, some people think it's a great sign, it's a danger to the Western-led world order. Some people think it's not really effective, it's not going to be useful. I see it as a signal by the Global South. Our voices are not heard. We want better packages, better ability to integrate into your system. And I think if the incentives is there, they wouldn't even have to think about creating these alternative structures. We hear about countries signaling that they want to join the BRICS, I think, almost every year. And so it's not going away, it's there. It's almost like countries using the BRICS to make a statement. We are here, we want to be taken seriously, we want to be recognized in our ability to influence the world. And on connectivity specifically, and I heard this mentioned in some of the panels as well yesterday, unfortunately we live in a world where information and connectivity are being weaponized. So it links to security, it links to how we think about the collective security of the world, how do we want to think about approaching our differences and putting them aside or resolving them so that we can find some mutual space to cooperate and collaborate.
So I'm just passing by the question because I'm also interested to know what Africa has to gain from this joining in the G20. So I skip my line and let you speak.
Well, first, I think, the concern that has been raised here is how to move the global south from an idea to a proper movement, if you like. Can we think of institutionalizing the global south? The first question to ask is, the global south within the larger context of most possibly a global north, what are the institutional representations of a global north? I think that the global south, is an ideological movement. It's a recognition of a difference, of a diverse world, the one that says we are not going to be led only by, what comes from one part of the world. We also want to be heard. So the whole essence is there must be room for 1,000 flowers to blossom, and that the 1,000 flowers must include the global south. Now, I think that organizations like BRICS and so on already exist. And the mandate looks like a global south mandate, even though that has not been democratically arrived at. The point is, we'll need to have some kind of rallying center, for this whole idea to carry it forward. We must move from an awareness of being global south to a consciousness of being global south. The difference between being aware and being conscious being that when you are conscious, it becomes the basis for your action beyond just being aware. So I hope that, that kind of traction, can be developed. Now, competition and rivalry, unfortunately, these are not things we can run away from. In the global south, just like in the global north. But if we're going to borrow any examples from the global north, it must be that the big leaders in the global south must be benevolent. They must, have the responsibility bestowed on that kind of relationship, of that kind of status that they have. In Africa, certainly, Nigeria is a big player, and Nigeria has historically lived up to the responsibilities of being a big brother, on the continent. So India must, China must. Now, the way that the global south, can prove to be different is, we are not simply about exploiting, differences and inequalities. We have certain values. The Indians express those values, the Chinese express those values that make us different. And I think the point about being culturally, together, those things are important. The African Ubuntu must come into this. I think that, rivalry and competition, the way we understand those terms are not, winner takes all. They are not zero-sum, they are not, exploitative and so on. We must do that. I talked about the need to have a global south network of industrialization, for instance. There has to be industrialization led by these champions. We have to have common markets. We have to trade more within the global south than we are trading, with the rest of the world. Those things have to happen. And I think that if we are all led, by those kinds of values that differentiate us as culturally disciplined people from the rest of the world, we have a lot to teach the world. And that's the point, about the global south culture. So I agree that we must also emphasize the things that make us different from the rest of the world. And for Africa, I think that if the G20 is regarded as one of the more active platforms for multilateral interactions, so it would be for Africa. BRICS, what do these things mean? They just are new alternatives to the other platforms that don't seem to be working well. So the G20 brings together the world's biggest economies. Why not? Africa is also there now that we have the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, and Africa is there. We must take an active part, in all of those vistas and new ventilations that exist in the changing world. Thank you.
I'll be quick. First, on the immigration debate, I don't want to go into the domestic politics of US, but to say that the third world, if you get immigrants from third world country, you will become third world, is actually a misnomer, because the person whom himself has asked is immigrant or his parents were immigrants. And they have actually contributed significantly, those immigrants going from India to US economy. So how much immigrants to take is always a question of debate, but immigration per se cannot be stopped, and it is, on the contrary, healthier trend for overall global progress and development. As far as institutionalization is concerned, I think it is premature because there are already several institutes, and many of the members of the Global South are already participating and leading in those institutes. Also, countries like India are also being invited to forums like G7, which is not mostly all by developed countries. So I think right now creating another institution for the Global South may not be very useful. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go point by point. Firstly, if there is a change, and we all agree on that, there is a consensus about that, it should be reflected in the global institution. That's a no-brainer, I think. And how is it going to be reflected? The best way is to reform the ones that we have already. On a second point, there was a statement that Global South not having leaders is idealistic. But it also, I would like to say that the same kind of idealism is that these poles or the powerhouses are going to be, the sole leaders of this development. Because, as I said, the middle countries, the small countries, all of these countries have interests. We are developing in the same pace along different dimensions, technology, for example. So I think that the interests of the middle and small countries will affect the situation, so that these so-called poles or the powerhouses in the system have to share their public good, have to bring some public good into the picture to be leaders in this system. About the connectivity, north to south, or I would probably say global east to global west, and the whole region, our viewpoint and our initiative of crossroad of peace speaks for itself. So we feel this need acutely in terms of economic and trade. And this is actually one of the areas where trade and economy come as a priority. And this is where the need to stabilize the situation in the world, in the region, comes from. And also, I would like to comment on the question on immigration. In last years, Armenia has seen a movement of nationals from India for labor here in Armenia. So luckily, culturally, we don't have any issue with that because our peoples know each other and are familiar with each other from centuries ago. But institutionally, we felt the need to make additional regulations because there were some issues on the daily lives of these laborers here in Armenia. So we have created actually a working group to deal with these issues, and I believe the countries that are in need of labor immigration should have these institutions in place before this happens, so that not to have all these spillover effects. Thank you.
I know we need to break. I'll close with 3 points. So if you ask me what I've learned today, I think, or rather, the best way to think about it is for you to define common problems and whether the global south, whichever way you call it, global south and the alternative. I think the global south has to be careful about whether its leaders or its communications instrumentalizes grievances of low-income countries, because that would be further polarizing. I think what they need to do is to close that gap. I'm not too sure that some of the rhetoric I've heard, not here, but out there, actually helps in that. So the consciousness in that leadership is essential. I also think that they could concentrate on global public goods, global security, reducing state fragility, which is a specific problem, especially in the African continent, and obviously in other parts of the world that call themselves. Africa needs to justify, through the AU, its G20 accession. And I think, so that it doesn't look like a symbolic one. I think there's already generating quite a lot of cynicism on the African continent. This is the usual cynicism. And the final one is, I am incorrigible multilateralist. And one of the things that I think, again, global south countries need to be conscious about is just as more global south professionals and institutions and ideas are being called into the space to inform global policy or international political economy, we should be clear that global south assertion does not shut that door. But the most important thing is I think the global south could do some homework or assignment around making its claims more coherent. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to the panel. Ladies and gentlemen, the next panel will be in the white room, which is one floor below, as will be the rest of the panels for the day. So please make your way to
investments and barriers to enterprise and social development. As you can see, we have a very disciplined line of speakers and moderator who are already seated here. May I quickly introduce our moderator and speakers. We have Akanksha Tangri, who's the founder of Reset from the UAE, who's joined us and was moderating this session. Next to her, we have Irina Alabeg, Director General for Economic Affairs and Development Cooperation at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs from Croatia. Next, we have Ms. Sarah Bresson, Research Fellow at the Global Public Policy Institute from Germany. Next, we have Sarah Ahmadian, who's the founder of ANAR-VC from the United States. We have next to her Gayane Abrahamian, who's the president for For Equal Rights, an NGO based out of Armenia. And lastly, we have Mr. Amun Thapa, who's founder of Khalif Sisi, who's flown all the way from Nepal to join us and speak at this session. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. And now may I hand over to Akanksha to take over the proceedings, please.
Thank you so much. Well, hello, and I know that we're keeping you from lunch, so we're going to try and make this as interactive as possible, and we will be opening this up for Q&A as well. So this panel is on gendered growth, investments, and barriers to enterprise and social development. Globally, we're seeing more women-founded and women-led VCs at the forefront of social innovation and economic growth, particularly in the tech sector. Yet, they're solving some of the world's biggest challenges when it comes to fintech, climate, security, energy, but the challenges remain. There still remains a lot of work to be done to bridge the gender gap and allocate equitable access to capital for female entrepreneurs. The global business landscape is evolving rapidly and dramatically in an increasingly precarious world. So amidst this, how can we ensure that true gender inclusion and equality remain at the forefront? What are the policy incentives that must be rolled out to ensure that tech capital is liberalized in a way that's actionable? And finally, how do we dismantle the long-standing barriers and biases that have kept women from fully participating in the tech and global business arena? And with that, Sarah Ahmadian, I'm going to open it with you. Access to capital is one of the biggest barriers to women in entrepreneurship. A lot of VCs do lip service, but unfortunately, not a lot of them put their money where their mouth is. And we know this because less than 2% of venture capital funding goes to women-founded startups, despite these generating higher returns on investment than those by male founders. This is something you're all too familiar with, given your track record in VC, you're a veteran in the industry. Can you speak about the systemic biases and obstacles that prevent female-led startups from securing equitable access to capital? It's on. You have to press, turn it.
Hello? Oh, okay. We have a huge problem in the US when it comes to investment, as you mentioned, for women. And we haven't found a solution yet, to be honest with you. But I have a couple of things that we have tried and we are still trying to do to decrease that gender gap investments. We don't have any problem when it comes to education because we have a lot of women who are educated and ready to be an entrepreneur. But when it comes to investment, most VCs, they only invest in specifically white men still. There are two issues that are, I think, contributing a lot to that. First is because they are all white men, so they like to support people that they previously supported, and also they look like them, so they have this bias. And second is we don't have any role model. We really don't have a big role model when it comes to women entrepreneurship. And we will not have it until my solution is like having a VC company that only invests on women. And they have to they allocate a specific amount of money, like let's say $100 million, only invest on women, and see what is the result, right? We have VC companies that only invest on immigrants, and we saw that the result is much higher return. So that's one of the initiatives that I'm pushing. But also, like, things that I see the Samir team, ORF, and the Irvine Dialogue did is like really pushing women to participate more in think tanks, in entrepreneurship ecosystem, and that's, it requires leadership like what you guys did in this conference that is very rare. These are the things that we really need to focus on to be able to like empower women and the investment part of having more women entrepreneurs.
Can you turn off your mic for a second? So, can you hear me? It's not turned off. Okay. So I'm going to come back to that because I don't know how realistic it is in today's tech bros and, you know, old boys club to have female-led VCs that are investing only in female entrepreneurs, because those will be far and few in between. We need more men to actually allocate capital as well. The answer, or the onus shouldn't only be on female VCs to do so, but I'm going to come back to that later. Ms. Alabek, let me come to you. We've looked at the systemic biases and the barriers that women have to face. From a policy perspective, what are the policy incentives, and I'm going to give you an actionable time frame within the next 5 years, to liberalize access to tech capital in an inclusive manner and remove some of these barriers that Sarah is talking about for women in global business and tech?
Yes. Thank you very much. Does it work now? Yeah. So thank you very much for that question. And indeed, it's very targeted. But 5 years' time is the time for government to adopt a new strategy. So it's right about time. But as the only representative of public sector here, allow me to go one step back and reiterate that even though we have gone a far way, we are not there yet when it comes to full gender equality and full women's participation in all sectors, not just tech, all sectors of society, I mean. So national and local policies, economy, even academic sector. So as Sarah already mentioned, we need to keep emphasizing the importance of having women at the table in decision-making process and in policy-making processes if we want to respond efficiently to these challenges. And the issue of women participation in global business in general is complex and still faced with many cultural, social, and structural barriers, not only access to financing, but also to, so to say, soft obstacles, insufficient business connections, lack of access to entrepreneurship networks, lack of advice and mentoring and leadership, lack of training and education, but not education in tech, but in business skills. And also psychological obstacles that are more common for women than men, like lack of self-confidence, capacity to take risks that is really cultural and sociological for a long time. And in order to address all these challenges, we need strategic and multifaceted approach. So policy response to all that should include improving compliance and interconnection of all public policies that ensure raising the level of employability of women in the first place, including policies that promote better work-life balance and removing gender stereotypes, especially stereotypes about childcare. So it is important for governments to ensure policies that allow work-life balance and childcare divided between women and men. On education, which is important as well, we need to strengthen and empower young women and girls through trainings in leadership, in financial educations, entrepreneurship skills. Also provide, which is really important, possibilities for reskilling and upskilling. And provide funds for scholarships to that end. Then what we should include in these policies is promotion of women entrepreneurship through raising awareness through public campaigns. And we in Croatia have done several exercises on this, which have proven shown to be very successful, like choosing the female engineer of the year. These ladies, it gives a boost to them to motivate them to perform more. And also the nice line of this initiative is that their colleagues suggest them for these positions. Last but not least, ensuring and promoting mentorship. This is also something that Sarah has mentioned, mentorships and business networks for women, because it has proven to be a strong tool for also encouraging young women to start their businesses if they have female role model and a mentor to whom they can turn to when facing some practical obstacles. And then, on top of that, support from government through favorable loans, grants, microfinancing to start the businesses. And these are all things that have been addressed in our new 5-year strategy that we are adopting in Croatia.
Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you so much. Those are very, I would say, tangible strategies and solutions to a lot of the challenges that women face. And Gayane, I'm going to come to you picking up from what Ms. Alabek said about childcare. I want to shift the focus on the cultural and structural barriers that hinder a woman's participation in the workforce. And a study by the World Bank on women entrepreneurship in Armenia found that both men and women said that housekeeping and childcare responsibilities were one of the top barriers to women in business. So keeping this reality in mind, can you speak a bit about the initiatives across the public and private sectors that can help women, specifically in the Caucasus, enter and actually remain in the workforce?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, dear panelists. It's an honor for me to be here with you. Yes, the main barriers are what the research says, but actually we have to go back and to see what are the reasons, because these are the consequences. And the reason is much more deeper than we can even imagine. And these are the main societal norms and stereotypes that shape our opinion, that shape our society in a way that pursue girls not to be, or not to take that courageous and actually not to be in first places in that way. But I want to just one remark, because we have also Armenian society and audience live, and I want, because we have lots of discussions on that, whether we need this equality or not, whether is it something that we really need, or is it just a right or not? Of course, for me, as a person who previously, or during my whole career, I was promoting, I was prioritizing human rights issues, especially gender equality, as a journalist previously, as a member of parliament, now as a civil society representative. But beyond the rights, which is fundamental right, beyond it, this is the supreme importance and interest of state and the society. Because for Armenia, which is very small, which has very, very limited human resources, losing, ignoring talent, potential of even more than the half of the population is unacceptable luxury. Approximately, we're losing in our annual budget, we're losing $1 billion annually, not enrolling women in employment, not only the tech, but in general, which is huge for Armenia's 4 billion tiny budget. We cannot lose that 1 billion. So from this perspective, discussing these issues, we have to go back, understand what are the reasons. The reasons are the societal norms that really place women a specific role, that they should be married, that they should have this burden of responsibilities in domestic, in home, at housekeeping, childcare, etc., etc. First thing that policymakers should do, and this was also one of my main proposals when I was an MP, reform the education, because the main societal, these norms and stereotypes are actually our general educational system is actually pressuring or deepening the societal norms and deepening. Just one example, very recently, our organization is working in rural community schools, and we were doing different trainings for girls, for all the classes, media literacy, civic education, gender equality, etc., etc. And during the debate, I asked one girl, what is your dream? What do you want to become? And very proudly she said, I want to be an astrophysicist. And almost immediately, a female teacher responded, oh no, choose one more suitable profession for a girl, more suitable and normal profession. Who decides? Who defines this normal? So here we have to work, change the do the reform in education system, and this has to be multi-layered reforms, not just introduce curricula in a schools, different integrated curricula. It has not to be one subject or not, but it has to be integrated. But also to have a special monitoring mechanism to change the approach of teachers, because teachers are the main opinion makers, especially in small communities, and that's why actually my organization is focused to work with them, because they are deepening the societal norms, and this is the problem. But of course this will take time, because doing educational reforms is not easy, and changing stereotypes and cultural norms is not easy. It is long-term way that we have to start now, or we have started already. But still, there are lots of policies that can be done very shortly, in a short term. For example, we have also childcare problems. I will talk about during next round. But also STEM scholarships for girls, for STEM directions. Although we are in a good situation now, because as Forbes says, 50–60% of students in IT faculties of universities are actually women. But it not necessarily mean that they are ending up in a sector. So after education, they have this pressure of society, they are getting married, children and childcare, so that's so on. So first of all, first pillar is education reforms, because until we change...
Give me, sorry, I'm just going to interrupt for the interest of time. Give me your top two. So one is education reform?
Education reform and childcare infrastructures. I will talk about this because here we have awful situation.
Okay, so we've touched upon North America, we've touched upon the EU, and now I want to go to the Global South because unfortunately, the more things change, the more they remain the same across the world. These are challenges women across the world face, whether it's in India or Europe or Canada per se. And I think one of the questions that we're going to be taking away from this, Gayan, is who defines the normal? And with that, let me go to our lone male panelist on this. Aman Thapa, we're counting on you to tell us what it's like on the other side. So I want to talk about the emerging markets, such as the Global South, that hold immense potential and opportunities, both in terms of capital, as well as incubating startups that are solving some of these crucial challenges that we've been talking about. Your startup is one such example where you're bringing in overlooked members of society, particularly women. Tell us a bit about the startup ecosystem in Nepal, because I imagine there are a lot of misconceptions that exist around it, and how tech in markets like Nepal can actually help bridge the gender gap.
Thank you, Akansha. I think I should be speaking more on behalf of men today. Thanks for the opportunity to talk about Nepal. There's a lot of misconception. The top three mainly are, Nepal is a small market, which is not. It has 30 million population. It's housed between two of the world's largest economies, which is India and China. So you have, to our left and right, half of the world's population. So that's a big market for Nepal. Second, a lot of people think, they have this assumption that Nepal has an aging population because people travel there for meditation, yoga, after retirement and all of that, which is completely the opposite because 65% of our population is below the age 40. So that's why we're very tech savvy, adaptable, very entrepreneurial in mindset and updated. And the third, about the digital economy, people think Nepal is a rural market. We do mostly farming and all of that, which is not in fact the reality. Nepal is one of the fastest growing country in terms of technology, and so when I started the first e-commerce company back in 2011, the internet penetration was just 9%, but today it's at 70 to 75%, which is even better than China and India and Bangladesh and most of these countries. So these are the misconceptions that I wanted to lay out. But what is true about Nepal is that in terms of today's discussion, women represent only 20% of the overall tech industry. And so then after co-founding this e-commerce startup, which I recently sold, now I'm into building a waste management company just recently. And the stats are even worse for women there. 0%, I repeat, 0% of women are in the waste collection business. It was a shocking fact for me. So just wanted to quickly dive into it. So what are we doing about it? So to understand why there is 0%, and this, I'm talking about collection, but in the overall recycling and waste management value chain, there's less than 5 to 10%, which is still bad. So when we looked at the core reasons why women are not into waste management, there are primarily three reasons. One is the physical labor demand of the entire industry. There are more than 50,000 informal waste workers in Nepal that normally they go on their bicycles carrying waste and all of that. They carry up to 100 kilos on their back, which obviously women cannot do. I mean, there's some stereotypical facts that we cannot deny, right? So what we did as Khali Sisi, my waste management company, so we replaced the bicycles and we introduced e-rickshaws, electric rickshaws, which are easy to drive for women. And now, instead of 100 kilos that men were carrying, women are carrying up to like 400, 500 kilos. So that is the initiative under Women in Waste. So we call it Swachha Mahila Abhiyan in Nepali, which is similar to Hindi. Second, what we realized were the scrap centers. There are over 5,000 scrap centers across Nepal. And all of this, 100% of the scrap centers are run by men. In India, we see the cabals, right? So the scrap centers are so poorly organized. It's even for us, it's difficult to enter. People are drinking there, they're smoking there. So women cannot operate in those, and there's no facilities for like different restrooms, childcare centers, and all of these facilities, right? So what we did, so in partnership with Coca-Cola Foundation and this NGO called Women for Human Rights, we're now building the first recycling center in Nepal, which will be completed in October this year, which will be 100% led by women. 80% women workforce is the mandate, and women will be the lead. So these e-rickshaw drivers will carry the recycle, and they don't need to now work with the scrap centers run by men. They'll then be working with us, which will be more safer for them and more operable, where women are running the show. And lastly, the third most important part was the lack of resources. Women for Human Rights, they work for the rights of single women, widows in Nepal, one of the most vulnerable and marginalized community. What we realized was upon the sudden death of their husband, they have to become the breadwinner for the family, and they do not have the resources, even the capital to invest in a business like this. I mean, somebody has to put in the working capital, buy them the e-rickshaw. So now we're working with the leading banks in Nepal to provide them with, so the first 5 e-rickshaws were on purely grant, and the later ones are coming in terms of subsidy, no collateral, interest-free and all that. So the intent is by 2035 to have at least 5,000 women West entrepreneurs in Nepal, which will bring the 0% stat to at least 30 to 40% in the next 10 years. Thanks.
Aman, thank you so much. You're doing incredible work, and that was a very insightful brief on the tech industry in Nepal. And I think you definitely have an audience from the Indians here. Now, Sarah Bresson, let me bring you in. We've looked at the challenges both across government as well as the private sector. And unfortunately, on both sides, the gatekeepers are the men, right? And women are often seen through this prism of soft power. But when it comes to talking about true inclusion in the areas of foreign policy and strategy, men still outnumber women in leadership positions in the field of hard power. Is there still a pushback on women in roles that are deemed to be tough, and how do we even begin to navigate something like that?
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think there is definitely still the pushback, and I would say, so it's not the positions that are tough that women are not fit to be in, but it's, the question is, which are the positions that men allow women to be in, right? So traditionally, men have been in positions of power. Does that work? Yeah? Have you heard what I said? Okay. Yeah. So traditionally, men have been in positions of power, and when we look at different professions that were traditionally for women, such as care work, nursing, teaching, we can gradually see as women enter a certain profession, the profession gets devalued and the wage decreases. So you see how kind of the stereotypes that are associated with women, it's not that women cannot do these jobs. We've had this, for example, with teachers, right? In the European context, teaching used to be a male profession, like the professor from university and so on and so forth. Teaching becomes increasingly a female profession, starting with primary care, then going up to university. And everyone knows women are not better and are not worse at the job. But what happens is that the profession is regarded less in the public eye, and the wage kind of decreases. And so it's about kind of who do we let into which positions, and what then happens to these positions. And my kind of, I hope, simple formula to analyzing the problem is 3 questions. So where is the power, where is the money, and who does the care work? We've heard kind of this in different iterations a bit from my co-panelists. In terms of who is the power in the political space, we have 27 countries in the world who have heads of states or governments who are women. And if we continue at this rate, it will take at least 130 years to approach a parity in this space. When we talk about the money, we heard about VC capital, for example. I think in the late 2010s, early 2020s, the rate of VC capital worldwide going to women was a maximum of 7% per year. So 7% of the annual VC capital max going to women. And that's also like not a steady number, but it like goes up and down. When I talk about positions of power and the heads of states and government, you all know, you probably have women in parliament, you probably have women as ministers, but usually which positions do they take? Again, it tends to be a gender equality ministry, it tends to be the child care, family care ministry, it tends to be the social ministry. Again, because of the stereotypes we hold and because that's where we let women be. But political systems, no matter what flavor or fashion of democracy or not, are representing the whole society, right? And that's at least 50% of women. So you see this devaluation and you see the dynamics that are happening there. Now, one word on the security sector and warfare. I mean, if we look at today's wars, we heard about the rickshaw carrying, right? There are certain differences in men and women. But today's demands in the strategy community, the IR community, and the security community are not actually going to a battlefield and fighting with a sword, right? We know what are the real challenges that lie ahead of us. And the discourse is often, so where are women's deficiencies? But the real question should also be, where are men's deficiencies if we assume that there are natural differences, right? I mean, we look, for example, and this is, you know, a facts-based argument, that prefrontal cortex development in men is delayed, which is why young males are very prone to be in car accidents. They're very overly risk-taking and reckless, and which is why they have a higher rate of getting concussions while partying and when they are drunk, right? So this is just behavior that we do not need in responsible decision-making and positions of power. So, you know, when we talk about differences and we want to talk about differences, it's important to focus on the deficiencies and the advantages of both and looking at the outcomes. And I think for the general political environment that we're in right now, when it comes to international security, it's both, you know, obviously a curse, but the positive, you know, in it is that we see that the current backlash against gender equality and feminism actually reveals the worst of masculinity, right? We see who wages wars, which heads of states internationally are waging wars, and this is not the flavor of masculinity that we need in the world. So where is the responsibility in those systems where positions of power, positions of money, and responsibility are held by men that allow these decision makers to have us live in the world we live in? Yeah, so that would be my initial statement.
Thank you, and Thank you, and I think we need a whole separate panel on toxic masculinity and the decisions that men make, so I think that is for the ORF team to bring about next time, so we will pass the suggestion on to Samir. Before I move on to the next set of questions, I'd love to bring the audience in as well. Do we have a mic, so does anyone have questions for our panelists? Raise your hands if you do. Okay, not yet. So I'm going to move on to the next set of questions. And Irina, let me come back to you. We've talked a lot about accessing capital, yet one of the key barriers and obstacles comes down to financial literacy for women. A report by MasterCard found that women entrepreneurs, particularly in emerging economies, don't always have digital tools or banking services or even access to them, which is a huge determinant in terms of economic and career growth. How do you think, or let's say, what would you think is the most realistic step we can take to improve digital literacy to better support female founders, particularly those that are operating in the informal ad hoc systems like those working with Amun startup?
Well, yes, women in tech panel, we are checking our mics all the time. besides, on digital literacy and investing in that and ensuring it enough for women, besides the obvious things that have been already mentioned, reforming the school systems, educational systems, providing STEM scholarships for those higher-end occupations in technical, I believe we can do a lot of efforts in promoting education in digital literacy in all areas of the world, actually, by combining efforts of governments, international organizations, and civil society organizations. And here I speak from my corner of development cooperation portfolio, which I'm in charge for, where we have tried as a small country donor that has been on the receiving end in development assistance until very recently, 2011. We have tried to invest our efforts and the small amount of money that we have dedicated for development cooperation projects to target the smaller projects that have high impact for society, like educating girls in digital skills and educating women and young persons in general for starting small and medium enterprises, businesses, also in digital arena. So, for example, we have funded projects in Kenya and Ethiopia together with UNICEF on digital skills for girls, where we have provided education for 20 or 10 young ladies for their digital skills to be used in their businesses, or even higher. I think in Ethiopia it was drone engineers that we educated there. In Western Balkans, which is our targeted and sectoral area, we have invested some amount of money, expertise, and experience that we gained through the EU accession, also in developing projects on digital transformation for small and medium enterprises, which then gives an opportunity for women also to participate in these projects. But again, let me come back to the basics. If we, and I believe it was also mentioned by Sarah in her first intervention, it's not enough to provide education. Because if you give digital skills to girls, but don't ensure that the rest of the society and environment allows them to use those skills for their ensuring their future, for their business, they will leave. And they will not be able to practice what they have learned. So again, the whole approach to this needs to be multi-layered and multifaceted.
Diana, let me bring you into this. We've talked about. Can you hear me now?
I hear, but I'm not sure that. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. How do we even begin to tackle the mindset or the deeply entrenched, cultural biases against women? Because the reality is, around the world, a lot of the unpaid labor and domestic work is still carried out by women, with the UN finding that even by 2050, women will be spending almost 10% more time daily on unpaid labor than men. So given this actual reality and this stark statistic, going back to what Sarah said, who controls the power, right? Ultimately, it is the men so far. How do we even begin to go back or go forward rather, and change their mindset?
Yes, it's really a problem. The mindset and this ingrained mentality, these biases are really, it will take time to change. But as I said, we have to go to the kindergartens, to the elementary schools, just to fight or combat this insensitive approaches as soon as possible. But before then, actually, yes, even in Armenia, the situation is much more even troubling. I will bring some figures as on average, women in Armenia spend 59 hours per week on domestic tasks, while men spend only 28 hours. And this imbalance actually combined with a lack of childcare services, especially in rural communities, where only 17% of children are before 5 years are enrolled in any kindergarten or any educational space, which is awful actually, both from perspective of education right, but also from perspective of women's rights. But if in rural communities there is a problem, but this doesn't mean that we don't have generally a problem in Yerevan, for example. Only 40%, I mean 70% of children before 5 years are not enrolled in any kindergarten. And this is not about like parents have no interest to do that. No, this is about there is no infrastructures because there are very, very lack of state-run kindergartens. Okay, we have private kindergartens, but these are not affordable, are very, very expensive. So this is what state policy should be. Actually, last 5 years, there have been several reforms and lots of kindergartens were built, and now it's much more, the situation is much better, but in any case, 70% of children are not there, not getting education, and also their parents, their mothers, have to take this responsibility, have to stay at home, have to take this huge burden on them. So one of the main, the other pillar, as I said, after the educational reforms is infrastructure, huge reform and huge investments on this, because this will really change the situation. As I said, our students, 60% are in IT faculties, but later on they have to, actually, again, the figures are really very visual. For example, 83% of women in Armenia by the age of 14 are economically inactive, compared with just 70%. And this is not about the unemployment rate. This is about their burden having family responsibilities. While they have education, for example, we have 99.7%, almost 100% of women literacy. We have 70% of women in higher education system. So we have the capacity, but the state doesn't give them an opportunity to actually combine family responsibilities and work.
Thank you so much for that. I want to go back to the audience and see if there are any questions before we come back to any concluding thoughts with the panelists. And there is one there. Can we please get the mic? If you could just introduce yourself and what you do and just get to your question. Thank you so much. Oh, quite a few questions coming in. Perfect. I think we can take maybe 2, 3 at once.
I think so many of the points that you raised are pertinent to all of us in all of our countries. We face gender inequity, inequality in different domains in our various countries with different phases, right? I think the point that you raised around
positions of power, the 27 countries of example we have today, is a great thing to illustrate that we are not there, but there are examples we can look to across the world in each of your domains. And I'm very aware that it's important to flag the challenges. One thing I find very often helpful is for us to also look at success stories. Where can we look to for examples of inspiration, for improvement, enhancement, and evolution? So I'm just curious, within your own areas of interest, where do you look to as areas of example, whether that's in government or within business, where you say, yes, you know, that is something we can look to and should look to as examples for progression?
Thank you. If we can get the mic to the next person as well, we'll take as many questions as possible.
From Italy, thank you. Yeah, I second that. Really, everything you're saying really resonates with me and with the situation in my country. One thing I think it's really interesting that emerged from what we have discussed about. Sometimes women just think that they are not enough for a position, for a job, for something that they have to do. And sometimes, you know, men just meet, you know, golfing, playing tennis, I don't know. And yeah, and women don't, you know. So every time it happens in a networking session or a conference on a workplace, men, since day one, they meet outside the workplace. They meet, they chat, they have beer,
Bromance,
whatever.
bromance each other.
We don't. So maybe we have to teach women.
Sorry, can we get to the question given the interest of time? I agree with all your points. I'm right there with you.
Sorry. How can we, you know, push women to do that too?
Got it. Okay. And then we have another question there.
Good morning. I'm Achal Malhotra from India, former ambassador of India to Armenia and Georgia. You talked about mindset, and yes, I agree with you. Let's look at the auditorium. This hall is full. I mean, the women are outnumbering the men.
Yay!
Women talking to women about the women's problem. I think that speaks volumes about it. When we talk about the mindset, would you agree that the mindset has to be changed, not from the top, but from the below, that is from the family level? I know of many countries where parents have inbuilt in education, you know, educating their children, girls, sending them out for jobs, and the overall, you know, perceptions about the limitations the family is imposing on their own children. So I think the charity begins at home. Would you agree that the reforms must begin at the family level? Then of course the governments can only supplement.
Yes, absolutely. Let's just get the first set of questions answered, and then we'll move on to the next ones. If you could please keep the questions as well as the answers as brief as possible so we can get as many in. Thank you.
The first question, you mentioned that when it comes to investment, we are still having issues, and why. So one of the things that I noticed that we talk about as well was the fact that although we have programs that we push, especially for big VCs that have more than $1 billion, to invest on women, they just don't. So that's why I offered that, and I'm really working in Silicon Valley to make that happen, that have a VC company that only invests on women. And that VC company doesn't need to be managed by women VCs, it can be managed by men, but I want to have a role model. As you mentioned, it's extremely important to have a role model, it's extremely important to have an example, and right now, even in Silicon Valley, we do not have a good role model. We do not have numbers that shows actually women are better at entrepreneurship, because we only have 2% of investment goes to women. How can we prove that, right? There are VCs that have billions of dollars and they wasted that on like, $200 million on people that really, like, they just wasted this money on that. So that 200 million can go to all these women and see the result. So the question is like how we can see the result, how we can create role model, and the only answer is to create an example, which we don't have in the VC world.
Yeah, thank you. I love the golfing question because preparing for this panel, I actually read a statistic that companies in which the board is golfing are less likely to have to take women on the board. I don't know about the causality there, but I think you're onto something. I appreciate the kind of suggestion that we throw more parties and do more hobbies together. But I mean, obviously there is data that this whole care work question is what stands in the way, right? I mean, a man that traditionally goes to work in the morning, returns in the evening, and then, does not like the childcare part of it, the elderly care part of it, and all of that to do, that's a relevant piece of the puzzle. And I think it's also important to say that in this area specifically, we cannot have gender equality at the expense of other inequalities, right? So what we see a lot is that we have, for example, parliaments in the global south as well, with a high share of women in parliament, but the question is, who does the care work in these systems? Is it people from other classes? Is it people who are even, kind of attracted as workers from other countries and then do not have rights, the rights that they deserve as care workers? So the whole care chain is also international. It's interclass and it's intersectional. And I think this is an important thing to reflect, that obviously white feminism is not going to solve it in the end. I think one thing that was mentioned was mentorship, and mentorship is important, but there is also newer research on why mentorship doesn't work, asking about positive examples. That was lacking is not actually teach the women to go golfing more or to do X, Y, Z, but actually people standing in for candidates with their own reputation. It's called sponsorship. So in addition to mentorship, telling and teaching women what they need to do better, you actually need also men in leadership position who stand in for a candidate and say this is the right person with their own reputation. And then the role of governments, I mean, there is of course a role, and in the opening session, I think it was Samir who said that the think tank sector also doesn't, always come around with the best ideas and the most innovative ideas. There's obviously also a point about investing in the philanthropy sector and in the NGO sector. We have the badly paid jobs in the NGO sector also done disproportionately by women, and then the men having a much easier time actually getting funding for whatever it is they want to do.
Thank you. A lot about unconscious biases that we need to discuss. We have time for just 2 more questions, and the 2 people up front have been waiting very patiently. I'm really sorry. We'll try and get to you. If we can keep the questions and the answers as brief as possible, we'll take more.
Hello, everybody. My name is Noni Cabrera. I come from the Philippines. And today I wear an academic hat, and I'd just like to react to what Charlotte said, which I agree 100%. We should look at the good examples. And coming from the Philippines, and coming from a family of strong and loud and opinionated women.
Are you reacting or do you have a question?
I am reacting, but also having a report. The Philippines has always enjoyed a very high participation rate and gender. We rank consistently in gender gap reports, and I think one of the examples that have always led to good results is the way that the Philippines has structured legislation, so that, for example, one of the classic examples is we have a 5% budgeting tool for gender, and the gender and development coefficient in our budgeting has always worked in such a way that it has led to significant results in the government sector. So for instance, we have a budget for these gender development programs that raise awareness on substantive issues, which also push towards the private sector, because now that there is an initiative in the public sector, in the government sector, then in the private sector it translates to more corporate social responsibility and diversity, inclusion activities that they do. But as what Sarah said, in terms of substantive participation and how it actually translates to results, it's not a perfect system, but we're working towards it. And on that note, we're just glad to report that the Philippines is actually hosting the International Conference on Women, Peace and Security in October. We would...
sorry.
No problem. Go
yeah.
ahead.
Okay. Can we get the mic over here, please? Sorry, up front, right here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My question is also very much related to the comment of the previous commenter. I also come from a country where 70% of the government is women, and it's not actually positions that have to do with childcare, or we have former ministers of finance, economy. I'm deputy minister of economy, and our prime minister actually is a man, but the deputy prime minister is a woman. So in the context of having role models, I would say that this is a very good role model, having 70% of the
question,
women.
please.
The question is it enough? Because when you see the gap in employment, we have around 12% of gap in employment. So basically it means that no matter how good the public policies are, and we also do gender budgeting, by the way, so in terms of public policies, I think we're doing everything right, but obviously in order to get the message through, having role models only from the public sector is probably not enough. So what else could be done? I mean, how can you reach to have the effect of these policies also in the private sector, because having a gender gap in employment is one of the indicators that goes to show that the problem is still persistent. Probably the change in mentality could be one of them, but I would really like to know more from the panelists what else could be done in this respect.
Okay, thank you. Kabir and Natalie, do we have time for one more question? No? Okay, so we're going to end it here, and panelists, over to you. Any closing thoughts, and whoever wants to answer this. So Amin and Dan.
Really good questions. Just a statement that will probably answer a few of the questions together. In the climate industry, there's this term called greenwashing. I'm sure a lot of you guys have heard. So it's about when a company pretends to care about the environment, they take certain initiatives, while actually they don't, right? I think when it comes to gender equality, I don't know what the term can be, gender washing. I think there's a term for it? Okay. What's it? Okay. So I think that's what's happening. A lot of companies in the private sector, including ours, normally we do it because, you know, we'll get VC funding. Let's have one board seat for women out of 5. You know, let's have the HR head become a woman. So, and let's have at least 40% women in terms of statistics. A lot of the companies are doing basis of, I don't know what's the term, gender washing. So I think if actually we care, then only the mindset, like the ambassador sir said, if the mindset changes and we're not washing things, then only the real change will happen, because a lot of these initiatives that's happening today are based on, you know, this particular thing.
Is it? Yeah. I want to respond on the question of networking and women involvement, because this is really very important, and thank you very much for this remark or question, because yes, we have to empower not just through different mentorship, etc., but we have to create platforms for girls and for women. So they have to have a platform for networking. They have to have, because men usually have their main kind of networks, process of networking, but women really are outside of this. So policymakers or civil society, and we are actually doing it, creating environment for them, creating platforms for them. And one remark about the family's involvement and starting all from the family, very, very agree, and this is really very good and important point. From policymakers' perspective, That's why I'm saying we have to go schools and we have to start from kindergarten to change these ingrained mentalities. But also media has a huge role in this. So I'm not talking just news or news-making media, but also general soap operas. They have a huge, in our case in Armenia, soap operas are really enforcing the insensitive approaches, insensitive norms. And while state has to have policies to push, to encourage, to create new soap operas in order to change these norms. And about the family and role model, I have one small personal story. My daughter was 5-year-old when I took her to the parliamentarian faction meeting, and her reaction was really interesting. She said, "Oh, Mom, I didn't even know that men can also be a parliamentarian," because she knew me as a role model. And for her, it was surprising that, oh, men can also be a parliamentarian. So yes, this should be a huge shift if we will have this more and more models, role models.
Thank you so much. One thing I really did not anticipate during this panel was that I'm going to have immense regret for not going for the golf lessons my dad signed me up for when I was a kid. So thank you for that. I think I need to go and enroll myself. From sub-Saharan Africa to Silicon Valley, I think it's clear that a lot of the challenges that women face remain the same, both when it comes to policy, access to capital, as well as cultural and societal barriers. And I think we're walking away with some very tangible strategies and also success stories, such as what you're doing in Croatia, in terms of how we can level the playing field and also start opening up some of the capital for women to have access to. And as the ambassador said, it shouldn't just be women speaking to women. The onus also needs to come to men, especially on a familial level. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining in. Thank you.
have an excellent lineup of speakers and moderators for you. Let me start by introducing the moderator, Ms. Verena Sturm, who is Director of Innovation, Tech, and Social Impact at the Observer Research Foundation Middle East in UAE. We also have Minister Hakob Vardanyan, Deputy Minister of Territorial Administration and Infrastructures from Armenia. We have Mr. Tadas Norvidas, Head of Climate Change Mitigation Center, Lithuanian Energy Agency, Lithuania. Thereafter, we have Mr. Godard Bhagat, who is the Professor of National Security Affairs at the National Defense University's Near East South Asia Center for Strategic Studies at the United States. We have Ms. Munia Busetta, who's Senior Fellow at the Policy Center for the New South, Morocco. We have Mr. Rajiv Gowda, who's former Member of Parliament from India. And lastly, we have Ms. Ornella Kuchi, who's Vice President at ICAR Holdings in Albania. Thank you all for joining us for this panel discussion today. Thank you to our audience. And may I now hand over to Verena. Verena, over to you.
Thank you, Tanubi. Welcome to the panel on rethinking energy transitions and powering tomorrow's growth. I'm very happy you made it here after lunch. I'm also very, very happy to welcome all of my distinguished guests today in this discussion. You've just been introduced by Tanubi, so I will not repeat that to save a little bit of time, because we don't have a lot of time today. We are 6 panelists. The topic is quite extensive, so may I ask you to be brief where you can. I will open with a question to each of you, and then we'll go into a more synergistic discussion. But before that, let me give you a little bit of background around the energy transition. We gathered here not just to discuss energy, but to explore the future, a future shaped by collaboration, innovation, and a shared responsibility to our planet, from Yerevan to the world. Today, we are taking a look at regional energy politics, innovative ways of procuring and harnessing energy, and their implications for international geopolitical patterns. What is the status of the Energy Transition Index, and what needs to be done? While there may be various stances towards the ongoing energy transition, some driven by fear, some driven by entrenched economic and geopolitical patterns, energy security, equitable access to energy, along with ensured long-term viability of energy sources and the transition to sustainable energy, are at the very, very center of a more and more entrenched debate. What types of energy are clean? Who has access to clean energy, clean technologies, and consistent energy supplies? Is that access just? We need energy to maintain our levels of comfort, prosperity, and productivity. At the same time, we consume more energy than ever before, and at levels that are not sustainable from a global long-term view. So let's delve right in. With nations as diverse as India, the United States, Albania, Lithuania, here on stage, and Armenia, we need to recognize that the energy transition brings different challenges to the respective doorsteps of different nations. Thus, there cannot be a one-size-fits-all solution. We may need a diverse spectrum of voices, perspectives, policies, and most importantly, actions. Let's start with Armenia. Mr. Vardanyan. Our gracious host country today, Armenia, is a perfect gathering place. It symbolizes the crossroads of Europe and Asia, and it serves as a perfect backdrop for a gathering of minds from different regions. What are the challenges you see in Armenia today that it uniquely faces when it comes to transitioning to a more sustainable energy landscape? What are the implications for the industrial sectors here, agriculture, mining? Out of the 100 countries in the Energy Transition Index, Armenia currently has a score of 79. What do you think that means? What can be done? What needs to be done here while ensuring economic prosperity in the region and energy security?
Thank you very much for the question. I'll try to be very short. But initially, I would like to introduce where Armenia stands at the beginning, like in 5 years ago from now when we started our energy transition. Armenia had a very diversified electricity production. In contrast with other countries in the region, we were producing like 30% of our energy from hydro sources, 35% from nuclear, and 35% from thermal power plants, gas-powered plants. And when we started our energy transition, our challenges was, first of all, Armenia, you know, is even not a middle income country, and the first challenge was the prices for renewable sources, and the affordable one from renewable sources was solar energy production, and we started towards solar energy production, and I can say that we have very great potential, and we are now in a very good position right now, because if in 2018 we didn't have any kilowatt hours produced from solar panels, right now we have 630 megawatts of installed capacity of solar panels in the country, and sometimes during the daytime they produce more than 50% of our electricity during the daytime. But the challenges with the solar panels is non-flexibility of our electric system. Our system is too small, and we don't have much interconnection lines with our neighbors. We are working in parallel only with one neighbor, with our southern neighbor, with Iran, and that's not enough as of now to develop this source of electricity production as much as we can. And we're trying to solve these kind of issues, and there are solutions, and we're going towards these solutions, and we have strong belief and strong decision to go to 100% green country to become, because we're a landlocked country without any fossil fuels, and it's crucial for us to have energy independence and not be dependent from any country in terms of energy regimes and in terms of importing fossil fuels.
Thank you very much for that insight into the Armenian stance here. Do you believe that while you're looking away from certain imported energy sources at the moment, what are the more concrete solutions that you see for Armenia? You mentioned solar power. What else is on your list here?
Right now we are working on developing a wind power plant project in Armenia. The main challenge with wind power plants is high capital costs. I think this is going to be decreasing in upcoming years, and it will also be available for us as a source. And also we are building an interconnection lines with our neighboring countries, new lines, which will allow us to be more flexible, and during the daytime when we are experiencing excess capacities of electricity, send to neighboring country and get back it in the evening time. And also we are developing our legislation which will allow good conditions for energy storages work, and battery storages, hydro pump storages, and hydrogen as a storage for electricity will have an opportunity to work in our market. And this will allow us to more increase solar production and other renewable energy production.
Thank you. That looks like you're building out an arsenal of tools that you can use in bringing about this change. If we look a little bit further to the north, Mr. Norvidas, welcome. You are the head of the Climate Change Mitigation Center and part of the Lithuanian Energy Agency. Where does Lithuania stand in your view? It has a score of 24 on the Energy Transition Index, so rather high up. what do you think is your role in leading this transition, in helping other countries maybe learn from what you're doing? Where can Lithuania learn from other countries?
Hello there, it's nice to be here. Yes, we see our future in Lithuania as green, sustainable, independent, and that is the main drivers for our policy decision makers and overall energy system development plans. So we have, in our 30 years of independence, we have always had this task in mind to be as energetically independent as possible, because we had only one option and one supplier of most of our energy needs. So we have very actively strived to diversify our energy sources, our energy types, because in Lithuania we have very few hydropower plants, only one big one. We have lots of forests which supply enough of biomass for our heating sector, but talking about electricity, we were up until the closure of our atomic power plant about 15 years ago. We were one of the biggest regional exporters of electricity. And when we closed it, of course, we became one of the biggest importers of electricity. But during this period of 15 years, we have invested a lot of effort and money to diversify our electricity generation capacities. And we have developed quite substantial park of wind power plants and solar power plants, which enable us to generate about 45 to 50% of electricity right now.
So that leads over perfectly to my next question to you. With nuclear power back in the discussion in Europe at least, how do you see Lithuania's role in leading that change with the closure of the Ignalina nuclear power plant, I think in 2009 that you just mentioned?
Yes. We are ever looking forward, and we have adopted our new national energy independence strategy just a month or so ago. And there we have our goals to introduce small and SMRs, I can't remember, small, medium modular reactors, sorry. Small modular reactors, but at first we will need to see whether they are, of course, viable in terms of electricity costs and other involved additional requirements such as safety, and of course you still need fuel, and where you put this fuel and how you dispose of it and so on. So we have, as I mentioned, closed our nuclear power plant, and we will be decommissioning it until 2057. So the timescales are very large for these technologies.
So you think there is a road to introducing these smaller power plants back into the energy mix for Lithuania?
There are intentions, yes.
Thank you for sharing that. And let's go to our next guest. Mr. Gavad Bhagat, if I may continue with you. So the United States has a score of only 19 on the ETI, Energy Transition Index. What do you think influences energy transition decisions in the US, especially in the light of the upcoming elections? Do you think there will be a rollback of certain progress that may have been made? Do you think it will remain stable? What do you expect to see in terms of the American energy policy for the coming years?
First, I have to say, because I work for the United States government, everything I say is my own opinion, does not represent the official policy of the United States. Second, in this room, how many of you do not believe in climate change? Okay. I'm very glad.
We're in a bubble here, but...
I'm very glad because I will first for 1 or 2 minutes talk about energy security, and then we'll focus on United States. I have been working on energy for more than 35 years, And the best definition I found for energy security was adapted by International Energy Agency in Paris. They defined energy security in 4 terms. The first one, it is geology. If you have oil, gas, you have security. If you do not, there is no energy security. Second part is economics. The price has to be right. If it is too expensive, there is less security. Third part of the definition, geopolicy. Oil and gas are the lifeblood of modern civilization. This is why oil is not only economic commodity. There is a lot of policy behind oil. And number 4 and last one is environmental. The source of energy should not pollute the environment. And this will take us to energy transition. For United States, probably 19 is not bad, higher than 26 and higher than Armenia, so it's not bad. But for United States, I can talk at least 3 reasons why United States is not number 1 or number 2. One of them, geography. United States is a very large country. Because of this, car is necessity. In many countries, only rich people own cars. In United States, most people have to have at least 1 car, and many families have to have 2 cars. Because United States, like Canada, like Australia, very large country, we do not have good public transportation. In big cities like where I live, Washington, D.C. or New York City, there is good public transportation. You can manage without car. But in many parts of United States, car is necessity. I mean, when I immigrated to United States, I found it funny. Street beggars, but they have cars. This is not the case in many other countries. So for physical reasons, United States has to consume oil, gasoline, petroleum. Second most important, and this is why I asked how many of you do not believe in climate change. In the United States, climate change has been politicized. I strongly believe climate change is about science. It is not about policy. But in the United States, it's about policy. I don't know how many of you watched the debate, 5 a.m. today. I watched it, and one part of the debate was about fracking in Pennsylvania, swing state, very important, and the 2 candidates strongly support fracking. President Trump withdrew from Paris agreement. President Biden joined the Paris agreement, but under Biden administration, United States produces more oil than ever. President Biden went to Saudi Arabia to basically beg for more oil production. Pollution does not stop at the borders. You cannot fight pollution at home and ask other countries to produce more oil. I'm talking about oil because oil, gas, and coal produce more than 75% of pollution. So we cannot fight climate change without reducing dependency on fossil fuel. So politicization of climate is the second reason. Third reason and last reason is China factor. it is very hard to fight climate change without working with China. China produces the cheapest solar panels, electric cars, batteries. Chinese products are the cheapest. And in the United States, how to create jobs, we are imposing sanctions, taxes on China. This reduces the price, making fighting climate change much harder. So
do you foresee that with the upcoming election, one of the candidates will take a very different stance on this? Do you foresee, is there maybe investment in the public transport sector so that there is no reliance on cars anymore, or not anymore, but less reliance on cars? Do you foresee something like that, for example, if Kamala Harris was elected? Or do you think that there will be a very familiar line on...
In few words, I believe the way for the United States to improve its record is Europe is much ahead of United States in climate change. European green parties have always been very strong, and the way for the United States to reduce its pollution, United States has the highest pollution per capita. The way is to more education, more pressure from bottom up. I do not expect the politicians now will make major change. I believe the change will come when more Americans put pressure on our leaders to go more to renewable energy and less pollution. Thank you.
Thank you. If I may continue with you, Mrs. Bouzetta, you hail from Morocco. Morocco's ETI is 65 out of 120, which is quite impressive in its region. Morocco imports 90% of its energy, with oil and gas dominating its energy mix. It has become a leader in renewable energy in the region, with 37% of its electricity generated from renewables as of 2022. And the Noor solar complex has a capacity of 580 megawatt, which is an astounding capacity, and one of the largest concentrated solar power plants globally. So solar power presents as one of the solutions, one of the cheapest forms of renewable energy that we currently have. Do you think Morocco could take a leadership in this regionally or globally? And how do you see the energy mix in Morocco developing?
Thank you very much. Just I want to thank the organizer for giving me the opportunity to take part, which is an interesting dialogue. So as you said, since 2009, Morocco implemented its strategy for energy transition. It wasn't choice, but necessity to strengthen its energy security. And as you said, Morocco is importing almost all its needs on energy. So the ambition is to achieve 52% of the electricity mix should be coming from renewables, solar, wind, and hydropower. And currently, the capacity installed are about 4.6 gigawatts. It's expected to be about 15 gigawatts by 2027. So it's a very ambitious program, and there are many factors that facilitate this situation. The first one is the global framework, which offers conditions for investors. The second point is the low cost of electricity produced from solar or wind compared to other regions, thanks to the very favorable weather conditions. And the third point is related to the competitiveness of Morocco's logistic and industrial platforms. Donc, all these are key factors that facilitate the implementation of strategy. But there are still some challenges. The first one, Morocco is engaging different measures to stimulate private sector, because all the investments until now are mostly coming from public sectors. So we are stimulating private sector to invest more, to develop the supply chain, to develop the industry. That is very important to create more resilience. And we are also investing to reinforce our infrastructures, particularly the grid, the capacity of distribution of storage, and to master relevant technologies. So that's the main challenges that we should invest on. In terms of new perspectives, as it was said, the green hydrogen presents a great potential to be one of promising alternative for decarbonizing heavy industry, transportation, and also fertilizer industry. And for that reason, we see that Europe has announced that for green hydrogen is key part of its transition strategy, aiming to produce 10 million of tons in Europe and to import 10 million others tons of green hydrogen from outside. So Morocco is recognized to have the capacity to be player of this global market of green hydrogen due to its capacity and potential to produce green hydrogen with very competitive cost, as I said, coming from solar and wind, but also because he developed very good interconnectivity with Europe in terms of logistics, in terms of grid. Morocco has connection with Spain and Portugal. So that's create a very interesting momentum to develop a new area of green hydrogen. Until now, we have a very attractive framework and we are mobilizing about 1 million hectares of lands to be allocated to the development of the green hydrogen, because as you know, the developing green hydrogen is very capitalistic and needs very large spaces. Many foreign investors announced their interest to invest in Morocco, but I think the major investor now is OCP. It's world's leading Moroccan leading producer of fertilizer based on phosphate, who will invest in green hydrogen, about 1 million tons to produce green ammonia by 2027, and about 10 million tons, 3 million tons by 2032.
Thank you so much for this
yes,
picture.
that's the global picture, but I have to mention that for green hydrogen, the technology is not still mastered. The costs are still very high, but I think for next decade, that will be a very good competitiveness and maybe new area of investment. Thank you.
Certainly a collective challenge, getting investment into these types of technologies. So you mentioned looking to Europe for inspiration on where to go in your energy transition journey. Which other countries do you build relationships with? How do you see your more regional role, maybe in Africa? Maybe one sentence to that, and then we'll go over to Mr. Gauda.
I think as we are nearest to Europe, as I said, we will have the opportunity to have connection with many countries. Okay, now it's okay? It's okay, it's working. So as I said, as we are nearest to Europe, we have...
Closer maybe to the mic, or does it work for
you? Okay. So as I said, we have the opportunity to have connection with the south of Europe, in Mediterranean region, especially, as I said, Europe and Spain and Portugal, and also in the northwest of Africa, because we have also many others, how can I say, interconnection in railways and others that can help to implement a hub, regional hub in green hydrogen or in green energy to be shipped to other parts of the world. So we are in connection thanks to our geolocalization. Thank you.
Thank you. A warm welcome also to Mr. Gauda. Great to have you here. You represent India tonight. India's ETI is at 63 out of 120. And India, of course, we know that has a wholly different set of challenges than many of the other panelists here have. A growing population that demands energy, and also, of course, the need to maybe make that economic growth that you're striving towards, make that a more sustainable one than the Western nations have managed to. So, if we're looking at India, India consumes 6% of the world's primary energy at the moment, with 55% of its electricity still generated from coal. It has already achieved 175 gigawatt of renewable energy capacity as of 2022, with solar contributing 62 gigawatt and wind 40. For context, 1 megawatt is roughly the amount of electricity needed to power about 100 homes in what we call the more developed countries. 1 gigawatt can power roughly 1 million homes. India aims for 500 gigawatts of renewable capacity by 2030, with solar expected to reach 300 gigawatts. India's carbon intensity per GDP is set out to be reduced by 45% by 2030, compared to the 2005 levels, and it looks to reach net zero by 2070. So, as a former member of the Indian Parliament, what is your view on the challenges here from a policy perspective? What do you think can be done, and what needs to be done?
Thank you. Those are big questions. We are the 5th largest economy in the world. We've got 1.4 billion people, large numbers, more than 1 billion, who are, by most definitions, poor. Everyone eager to participate in a better quality of life, which is going to be energy intensive. Now, 55% coal, but overall 75% fossil fuel usage as of now. The net zero target of 2070 is too far away. So what we've done is we've actually committed ourselves to 2030, which is day after tomorrow, right? So basically, we are aggressively moving on multiple fronts to try and change the way we move forward. One advantage that we have is that a lot of the investments that need to be made in the, in terms of the energy domain, ecosystem, are yet to be made. For example, for the newer cities. So all of these give us an opportunity to make this massive switch. For example, we are also betting on green hydrogen. And our big industrialists are essentially committing to focusing on that particular source and to reduce the cost to around $2 per ton, or whatever that exact measure is. So there is a concerted effort. And when it comes to renewables, so we have basically said that 50% of our energy will come from renewables by 2030. We will reach 500 gigawatts of installed capacity by 2030, of which, as you pointed out, 175 has already been achieved. So here, it's going to involve a lot of investment. When it comes to solar, we import our panels from China substantially, right? So we haven't got an alternative indigenous industry going forward. We're quite adept at managing traditional fossil fuels, because even in this very complicated geopolitical environment, we've been buying discounted fuel from Russia. We've got the US to waive some sanctions on Venezuela to get some crude from there. So we're playing that game, but we're very, very firmly focused on the future, partly because the lessons of climate change, the impacts, are staring us in the face. We've seen this year heat waves across the country. During our large national election, I think about 35 officials on poll duty died of heat stroke. That's one. That was followed by flooding, and including urban flooding, which killed people. We're seeing landslides in fragile hill areas. So as far as we are concerned, this needs action, and action now. Now, the investment, where is that going to come from? What all are we going to focus on? So one dimension is, of course, green hydrogen. Another is energy storage. We're trying to invest in batteries in a big way, because as a nation, we have the landscape and the geography that someone mentioned to certainly support renewables, solar, wind, hydel of various kinds, hydroelectric of various kinds. All of those are eminently doable without much environmental cost. So those are part of our mix. We are also a nation with a long tradition of recycling. So this whole notion of circularity, finding ways to reuse materials, all of that is certainly part of our agenda as well. And when we talk about green hydrogen and alternative energy sources, we're talking about decarbonizing the industrialization that is yet to happen as well, what is already there and what is yet to happen. So those are some of the dimensions of our approach. But in terms of tangible things that I have seen and been involved in inaugurations, we've just introduced 1,000 electric buses, in different fleets across the country. And we've got, that's a very large number.
It's a large number, but for India,
for India, it's nothing. It's nothing. But a lot of people use public transport as well, right? So that's the way I think as our urban design moves forward and we adopt these kinds of technologies, I think we'll be in a position to do a lot more. Our bigger challenges are what we would call just transition, right? We have about 3.5 million people employed in the coal sector, right? And what's going to happen to them if we are going to switch, right? So can we embark on a massive green jobs skilling initiative that will help move towards people who can work in the larger renewable domain? Absolutely. So those sorts of challenges are also those that are confronting us.
100,000 of jobs worldwide are going to come from investment in the green energy sectors, if we look at that. And so that's a challenge for all of us, transitioning these workers in these old traditional industries towards that and upskilling them or reskilling them in ways where they can be useful in furthering this transition.
Yeah, and then in India, agriculture generates only about 15% of GDP, but more than 50% of our population still lives off agriculture. And because of a variety of policy measures, we over-harvest groundwater, we misuse free electricity. So there, adopting solar is probably going to change the game. We are also going to have to invest in the new grid infrastructure, which can enable all this decentralized producers to also make some extra money.
After timing, I will have to cut you off here. For we could probably talk about India all evening when it comes to these challenges.
Ready.
But I mean, making the agricultural sectors that are still very dependent on fossil fuels and coal more sustainable is a challenge for most of the nations on this panel. So maybe that's something we can speak about after we speak to our last panelist, Ms. Kuchi. It's a pleasure having you here as well. You have a private sector background, so maybe you also would love to dive into what the two panelists before you said, touching on investments in the sector and how that can change regions' trajectory and also maybe supercharge the transition in certain areas. You come from Albania. Albania has a score of 43 on the ETI. It produces 98% of its electricity from hydropower, and it imports 30 to 40% during its dry seasons. You mentioned before you would like to speak to the region rather than Albania itself, so please feel free to take a more regional approach and tell us how you see the regional trajectory of the energy transition in the Balkans.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, and I want to thank also ORF and the government of Armenia having us here and organizing such a very good event. It's really hard to talk behind you because I will talk from a country 1.5 billion to, for example, Montenegro, which is only 600,000 inhabitants. So, but let's try to explain how it is to be in the middle of developed countries like European countries and African. And I will talk about Balkans. And Balkans, they are 6 countries with big problems, small budgets and small countries in the meantime. And so I will separate here Albania about the energy because we are producing 100%, almost 100% renewable energy because we are blessed with waters by nature, and as every blessing, we didn't manage well. And so we are the first one attacked country, the most attacked country in Europe for climate change because of our floods. But in the meantime, historically the region has relied on coal and energy imports. except now, in this moment. And why now? Cause of 2 points. The first one is the energy crisis, and all our region focused themselves in the energy. But as we are masters of art in the crisis management, but not in the sustainability, we couldn't manage to have sustainability on this crisis, on the energy crisis. And the second one it's about the EU obligations. So all our 6 countries, they are obliged to transpose and to implement the European legislation. And this European legislation, for example, for the chapter 27, the climate change and environmental chapter, our transposition is almost 50 to 60% in all regions. Our implementation is less than 10%. So it's a huge gap between the transposition and the implementation. Why? Because even EU is obliging us, but they have these double principles. They are talking about green. Everything is green now, green transport, green economy, green energy, green everything, even green food. But as they are paying and they are, let's say, having grants for their inhabitants, for the European inhabitants, about 2,500 euros per inhabitant. For our region, which has candidate countries for the Europe, it's 154 euros. So this big, let's say, gap of money also with this big obligation that we have to transpose, it's huge. In the meantime, we are countries that we have historically problems by producing renewable energy. And I have here to bring the case of North Macedonia, Serbia, and Kosovo. They are producing more CO2 than all Europe, 7 times more CO2 than all Europe, because of their power plants, and they are very old. All the technology, without innovation, zero renewable energy.
So how do you believe can we incentivize a switch to a more sustainable energy here?
The last problem, and we are talking a lot about the energy efficiency, but the region, in some points, we are losing up to 30% of our energy in transmission. So even this is a big problem. And what we need, how we can fix all this. The first one, funds. It's everywhere, it's a must. The second one, we need significant investment, especially outlined infrastructure, outdated infrastructure. The second one, collaboration. And I'm not talking about only the collaboration between the private sector and the government, and also the universities and academia. But in the meantime, I'm talking about collaboration between our countries, our small countries. Because every country, it's acting like an island, an isolated island. But with this, we can find the way how to increase our funds, to increase our capacities, and to produce more, and to help each other. In the meantime, we need to educate and reskilling programs in our universities. In Albania, we don't have a single program in climate change, nothing, zero. We have in all Balkans only one in Serbia, and in it's a master degree. So, and I will close with a sentence. When the public and the private sectors team up, it's like the perfect marriage. Each brings something unique to the table, and together they create a future that is sustainable, successful, and by our surprise, smooth, with far fewer arguments about who left the lights on. Thank you.
Thank you for this contribution. Having heard all these different perspectives, different challenges, we can still see that the shared urgency is there for each and all of us. And we need to see what are the ways that we can collaborate and actually bring about change actively, proactively together. One certain thing is, of course, redistribution of funds towards nations that need them to actually that actually already feel the changes, the vulnerable 20, these things, having a more just energy transition than it currently is, with an eye to the time and in the light of all of us wanting to contribute to these questions, may I ask you to really only answer if you have a specific thing in mind. So when you look at international collaboration, what would be your wish on the international level? What is your wish looking towards OPEC? How do you see its development currently? And perhaps how do you see its view in hindering or hopefully in the long term also pushing forward the climate transition?
I can make two brief points here. First, energy transition is not only about climate change, it is also about national security. When you are dependent on foreign supplies, you are vulnerable to the producer of these supplies. This is Europe and Russia, clear example. We are here in Armenia. Armenia depends on Russia for nuclear fuel. Russia can shut off the light. For Armenia's national security, you have to reduce your dependency on Russia or any foreign supply. Second point is the energy transition will not happen overnight. We still need oil and gas. It will take time. It is true that there is a climate emergency, but it is true that we are not ready yet to give up oil and gas. Thank you.
Thank you. Sure.
So, okay. So we are in Albania, not only in Albania, I am talking about the whole Balkans. We are transposing legislation just for obligation. We are not collaborating with the private sector. How to implement all this? So we are just transposing and we are not implementing. Because at least in the end, the implementers of all our legislations in the energy sector and in climate change also, it will be the private sector. Without them, we can do nothing. So if the governments, they are not, let's say, giving meaningful public subsidies, guarantees, paying guarantees for the banks, or helping with equity funds, it will be nothing. The private sector in our countries is not so powerful to invest a lot of money in energy, and in the meantime, without the collaboration of the government, putting all this in the public service, it will be nothing.
So you're hoping for more international collaboration when it comes to public-private partnerships in the energy transition?
Exactly.
I mean, yes? Please.
Maybe I can share some thoughts concerning the cooperation and how we think the energy transition. I think there are 3 points to highlight if we want to reconsider and to strengthen relationship and partnership. The first one, the security, the renewables are reshaping the landscape of energy security in the world because there are new actors that are involved in the global system, and that the competition are intensified around critical minerals and the technology leadership. So there is, before it was just producer of oil or fossils that are concerned by the global landscape and its implication at geopolitical level, but now we have new actors in renewable energy. So we have to consider how the situation will be balanced, how can we limit the impact or the influence that have impacted the global world globally. And the second point for me is the pace of energy transition. It still remains very low. And we have to consider what can be the driver where we should work together, and how can all the stakeholders concerned, we talk about financing, we talk about research, we talk about development, progress of technology. So we think to reassess, to see if you want to meet the global targeted that as it was fixed by Paris Agreement, we should reassess our way to do the transition and what are the best way to be more effective and to implement the energy transition.
So when we look at the energy targets for 2030 that were announced at COP28, tripling renewable energy capacity, doubling the rate of energy efficiency, and transitioning away from fossil fuels. How realistic does it look for your countries? If in a 2 to 5 word answer, if possible.
So according to my country, Albania, we engaged ourselves to have less 52% emissions until 2050. And I asked my prime minister, it will be Albania in the stone area because we are 100% renewable energy production. So how it will be on this? Probably all the governments has to talk more about not only with academians and not only with research, but even with the private sector, because if they are not collaborating, they are giving, let's say, wrong data to the government, and the wrong data, they are producing wrong challenges and wrong also obligations. I don't think that this is
realistic for the Balkans.
Yes, for sure.
Mr. Rodanian, may I ask you to answer that from an Armenian perspective as well?
Mike.
It's only just need to go closer, probably. It's on. Just come closer.
Thank you very much. I think Armenia is in a good shape in terms of doing international obligations, particularly Paris Agreement obligations about decreasing CO2 emissions. And for example, for this, we have decided to have 1,000 megawatt hours of solar panels until 2030. Right now, we have 630 now. We are in 24. And I think in 2 years, we will reach our goal, 1,000 megawatt. And we could even do better if the system allowed us. And the only problem is system flexibility. We're solving these issues, and I think until 2030 we will have more. And also, we are implementing other policies towards electric vehicles. There are certain privileges acquiring electric vehicle in Armenia, which will also help us to get these goals, and also we are subsidizing everybody who is doing refurbishment of its building, home, and everything with an energy efficiency tools and using energy efficiency materials in the refurbishment of their homes. I think all these tools will help us to reach even better results than we aim to. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe from a Lithuanian perspective as well?
Yes, we are well aware of the stricter targets set, and being a part of European Union, we are quite well prepared because we have the advantage of learning from our peers, and this international collaboration, it really helps when we are talking about the highest targets to achieve. So generation of electricity from renewables. Transport sector is very much the biggest issue for us, but we have programs and funding in place to achieve our targets set. So the knowledge, know-how which we got from our colleagues in older Western European countries very much helped us to develop our strategies, and right now we are finalizing our National Energy Climate Action Plan, which will serve us as a platform for launching all these programs and initiatives for supporting renewables and, more importantly, increasing energy security and energy efficiency, because if you do not conserve electricity that you produced, it just goes to waste and the whole chain collapses.
Thank you. Yes, one sentence?
Yeah.
One sentence and then we'll come to the US.
Okay.
Okay. I have been part of at least 10 COP in 10 years. And I have realized that in every COP we are saying the same things. And probably we all should think about this kind of sentences that our prime ministers, ministers, everyone is saying on the COP and what they are deciding. And if we have even to think if COP is necessary to be every year, what we are changing, except we are losing a lot of money and a lot of energy.
So you're looking for more tangible effects and policy results from COP. I think all of us would wish for that. Just to be more effective. All of us would wish for that.
Yeah. Okay, I would like to give credit to my colleague from India. Former Indian Prime Minister once said, India was not part of the problem, but India wants to be part of the solution. And this is why international cooperation is must. The war in Gaza, Israel and Arab countries, if they work together, again, pollution does not stop at political borders. Here in Armenia, Armenia agreed that the COP29 will be held in Azerbaijan. There must be international cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a perfect transition into the last question I have for you today. How do you see the unjust effects of our growth in the West that are now borne by the vulnerable 20, but also places like India? What are ways that we maybe can make this transition more just for countries that are affected by our growth 50 years ago, 80 years ago, when we were not using energy as clean as we are aiming to use now?
Yeah, first we need to think about the vulnerable countries. India is a very large country, we can cope, but the small island states, others whose very existence is threatened, what are we going to do about them? How do we provide the kinds of resources that will help them cope? That's, I think, that has to be a top priority. Apart from that, if the developed countries with their extraordinary capital resources were to think about the benefits that would come from, investment, it could be in offsets. Countries like India have enough space and enough possibilities to help decarbonize, or create carbon sinks. The kinds of technologies that, that are innovated, we can scale their implementation in a way that makes a huge difference. Because while we are going to keep growing, we are also going to keep emitting. And every ton of carbon dioxide that you can prevent us from emitting makes a huge difference. So I would think that, and then, you were talking about OPEC. Well, if you look at what the private sector oil companies are doing, some of them are becoming, they're focusing on renewables. They've got enough resources, again, to aggressively diversify and invest and help make these technological transitions. We are actually betting that whether it's storage or green hydrogen, that these technologies will be available to us at affordable prices in the near future. Just like electric vehicles. We never expected them to be so mainstream so quickly, right? So they were sort of optimistic on these fronts, but I think that's where the kind of investment that's needed could be a win-win for the developed world as well as for everyone who's trying to cope as well.
So bringing the private sector into just energy transition partnerships and things like that might be a way forward. That would probably be a whole different panel, a whole other panel that we'll have to have maybe next year at the Yerevan Dialogue. I would like to open this to the audience. Do you have, we have, I think, I don't know, Tanubi, do we have time for one or two questions? Or two? Okay, thank you. So, please. Is there?
Yeah, it's coming.
It's coming.
Oh, thank you very much. Thanks a lot. I wish I am eager to be a part of this discussion because I have the honor to represent the Permanent International Secretariat of the Black Sea Economic Cooperation Organization.
Would you also kindly tell us your name, please?
My name is Ashot Kocher, and I'm executive manager of this secretariat of the organization I mentioned, which is a unique platform for dialogue among 13 member states, well, in 18 areas of cooperation, including energy, of course. Our distinguished, I would like to thank our distinguished panelists for their very comprehensive, informative information and intervention provided. And well, our Albanian colleague mentioned the popularity of the word term green and dilemma, stable energy supply, mitigation of environmental impact and affordability. And just a couple of words about the importance of international, regional cooperation. Of course, increased focus on regional policy dialogue is more than ever required because when we are talking about the energy transition, we know that there are still many uncertainties relating to possible scenarios and development of the global energy sector, which increase the difficulties both on international and regional levels to reach the goal of net zero world.
Okay.
And I am convinced that we have to intensify our efforts to finding innovative approaches for improving cooperation aimed at tackling existing challenges. I'm very sorry for
No,
this
thank you,
small
but
intervention.
thank you
Thanks
for
a lot.
this contribution, but is there a question you have to the panel?
No, I don't have a question.
Okay.
I'm very
Well, then
satisfied.
thank you for the contribution.
Just I wanted to say a couple of words
maybe you
on
could
behalf
pass.
of the organization.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe you
Thank
can pass the microphone to the lady in red at the back.
Hello, yes, my name is Duneza Sopova. I represent the Armenian Foreign Ministry. I'll try to be short. Regarding renewables, as our Deputy Minister kindly mentioned, Armenia is doing very well on solar panel production. My question is the following. Where does the world, or rather science, stand on the issue of reuse of those solar panels or recycling issue? Because several years ago it has been an issue whether in several years how will the world be able to reuse or recycle it? Thank you.
Yeah. Who would like to take that?
In one word, it is
Closer, maybe? Do you hear him?
Yeah.
Okay. No.
In one word, it is diversification. All countries have to diversify the energy mix. One source is not enough. The best solution, little bit of oil, gas, renewable, and nuclear. And this is a way forward. There is no one source is enough.
May I? So we live in 2024. We are even able to recycle ourselves. In the last 5 years, yes, they find solution how to recycle the old panels. And there are a lot of factories, even in my country, recycling solar panels. I think even in this area, I don't know, but I think even in this area, there are factories that they are recycling this. Otherwise, you will be obliged, right, from the Paris Agreement to recycle this kind of panels.
Thank you.
Yes, I want to say also that the new project, industrial project, integrated the recycling. So in the choice of technology, you have to find the product that allow the recycling. So we have less products that are not used. So that's the new generation of industrial projects.
Okay, thank you. So there was one question and one contribution. I think we'll close it with maybe a short last sentence from each of you about maybe from the Yerevan dialogue to the world, what would your wish be for the energy transition? What is something that you would wish for the international community to collaborate on more this direction? Thank you.
Thank you. I think Yerevan Dialogue will help all our guests to see our intentions towards not only energy transition but connectivity and trying connectivity and our efforts towards becoming a regional hub both for energy and transportation. Thank you very much.
These kinds of events are very useful because we have to all speak the same language to understand one another, to help one another. And my hope would be that in the future there would be no dissent in thinking about whether there is or is no climate change, and this might be the first steps taken here.
To fight climate change, we have to address both supply and demand. Most of our talk has been on the supply. On the demand side, we have to emphasize energy efficiency. People have to consume less energy. And second point, would like also to second what my Albanian colleague said, cooperation between government, private sector, and academia. Everything successful in the United States is outcome of these three players. There will not be success without government, private sector, and academia.
Thank you. I can just say some few words. This kind of platform dialogue is very important to address complexity, especially because energy transition is a very complex subject, and it needs to join the effort of everyone in different stakeholders. So I think we should continue discussion. We should continue finding the right solution, sharing ideas, and working together. Thank you.
I'd say that a platform like this gives us an opportunity to emphasize that innovations in the broader energy space are global public goods. They should be shared and available to everyone.
We are living in a strange period. You probably have seen yesterday's or today's debate between the candidates for presidents. And we can talk until tomorrow for Paris Agreement, but once Donald Trump is coming, he will be out of the Paris Agreement. And what's the meaning of the Paris Agreement if he will come or another president will come, and it will erase everything about the Paris Agreement. So probably it's time to not plan anymore and to not have strategies anymore, because in my country we are just planning to plan, to not be planned, and to not be implemented. Probably it's the time that the government should be pure technical in this issue and not political. Thank you.
Thank you all for your perspectives. I think listening to you makes very clear how valuable it is to have such multi-perspective players here, and also how valuable it is to bring all these viewpoints into the plans we'll have to make. I mean, there's this old German statement, a German kind of proverb that says, you can make a great plan and you can make another one, but it will all come very different to what you expected anyway. And I think that's what will happen with climate change. And if we don't act together and act decisively, we'll be reactive, and then we can't make any plans anymore. I think that's what we all can agree on. Thank you for having shared this panel with me.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We have Marcos Tucson, State Secretary, European Affairs, Economic Diplomacy, International Law, and Protection of Interests, Slovenia. We have Arturo Sarukhan, Founder and President, Sarukhan and Associates, former Ambassador of Mexico to the United States, Adjunct Professor at Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies, the United States. We have Andrew Caruana Galizia, Head of Europe and Eurasia, World Economic Forum, Switzerland. Welcome. We have Vaniru Mwenene, Senior Advisor, Market Development and Partnership in Supply Health, Kenya. Welcome. We have Srinath Kondapalli, author, commentator, Professor of Chinese Studies, Jawaharlal University, India. And of course, that's the panel with us. So ma'am, you can take over from here. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Welcome to this panel, which promises to be interesting. Everyone's agitated because. So there is this Simon and Garfunkel song. I don't know how many of you know Simon and Garfunkel. That's my vintage. And that song, it's called Sound of Silence. And in that song, they say, people talking without speaking, people hearing without listening. And I was wondering that if that's what's happening in the democracies now, because this year we had 64 countries voting, 49% of the world, and yet democracy is not well, it's a bit unhealthy. And so is the multilateral system broken? Yes, it is. The UN is not responding to people. Neither is the WTO, because it's going towards a system that nobody understands. And what is the role of small and medium democracies to change or try and come in with a new language or a new mantra? Do they want to belong to the old system that is broken, or do they want to come in with a new way of thinking? Sir, you said something very nice recently, and I found it very beautiful. You said that peace is a political belief. And I have never heard it said like that. So could you speak to that, please?
Thank you very much. I do believe that what I did say should be first of all implied to democracies, because democracies are the ones who know the importance of peace, and they know how to operate, or otherwise they don't know how to operate in other circumstances, and that's why this is also very difficult for small and medium democracies to operate today. And when we say is a political belief, this is a political belief for several reasons and for several dimensions. It comes to social issues, to cultural issues, to economic issues, which are very important as well. But given the fact that what I told was in a different context, I would like to add to this, saying that peace is not only a political belief, but sometimes and nowadays it's also a political courage. And to have a political courage to promote for peace, especially, it requires a strong democratic system, because nowadays, let's be frank, peace is not popular, because there are big actors who are not the ones who are promoting the peace, but challenging it every day and trying to make us think that democracy is a threat for peace. And being a one to promote peace, you need to have a very difficult dialogue, not only with your international partners, but also within your society. And this is what Armenia preaches, and this is what we are trying to do. And probably many of you were at the opening ceremony yesterday, seeing how Prime Minister of Armenia gave a brilliant example showing the political courage that Armenia has to establish peace and stability in our region.
Yeah, I just did that, yeah. So the European Union's biggest success is the common market. It's an evolving concept, European Union itself, peace. Is Europe peaceful?
If Europe is peaceful.
Yeah.
Thank you. Europe is not peaceful at the moment, but it's an important question. What exactly is European Union? And you said it's idea of a common market, idea of member states trading among each other, removing the barriers and so on. But the core idea of European Union is peace, is democracy. So after the Second World War, basically France and Germany at that time, but also other countries, got together in order to make sure the World War III does not happen. And the European integration that started shortly after the Second World War brought a peace to the continent, but among the member states. So there was no armed conflict between any member state of any European integration in the last 70 years, which means European Union is, I would even argue, the most successful peace process or peace project in human history. For 70 years in a continent that was relatively violent in history, there was no armed conflict between the member states. Now, the question is if Europe is a peaceful continent now, and we know it's not. So that's why I would argue that it's our obligation of current EU member states to argue for Europe as such to be connected as European Union is and prevent armed conflict among also those countries that are not in the European Union yet.
Have the courage to be peaceful, because peace needs courage as well. Andrew, I have a question for you. Just full transparency here. Andrew and I are friends, so you people need to know that. Andrew, are democracies and human rights, is a democracy the best protector of human rights?
I mean, that's a really big question, Chitra. So obviously, you cannot have human rights without democracy. But democracy is no guarantor of human rights by itself. I mean, democracy can descend into majoritarian rule. Mm-hmm. We often forget that there are many components of democracy. There's the rule of law, there's freedom of the press. And actually, without any of those elements, if you're missing a single one of those elements, then human rights are not protected and cannot be protected. And so, I mean, how to link this question back to the theme? I mean, one of the thinking about sort of why are we talking about this? Why are we talking about medium-sized and small democracies getting together and helping each other? Obviously, the main reason is the breakdown in the international order. We have multipolarity without multilateralism. There's no governance response to the chaos that we're seeing in the world, which means that obviously, if you're a small democratic state like Armenia, for example, you need to look around you for friends. You can't rely on the multilateral system or what's left of it. And why are democracies better allies than autocracies? For me, the answer is obvious. It's that democracies are accountable to their people, which means that their behavior internationally is under the control of their people. Whereas an autocracy can behave in an undemocratic, unreliable way internationally. There is nothing holding an autocracy in check domestically. The only check on an autocracy is external, and it's normally military force. So democracies don't go to war with each other, as the State Secretary said, mainly because people do not want to go to war with each other, and democratic governments are accountable to them. Now, Chitra, you mentioned we're friends, so I know you're also, actually as many Indians are, you're a bit skeptical about the European Union. The news in India is always very negative about the European Union. If you read the Indian news, you'd believe the EU should have collapsed about 10 years ago, 20 years ago.
But I live in Europe. I
know. But and obviously, you're right to be skeptical because the EU is an unfinished project. The EU depends on national governments being democratic. As soon as you have democratic backsliding in a national government within the EU, the European Union, so the European Commission, can do very little about it. With Hungary, we've seen threats to withhold funds, but as soon as the European Union member states wanted to send European aid to Ukraine, they had to compromise with Hungary. So those funds were unlocked. So actually, the European project is only as strong, is only as democratic as its member states. We can go into a lot of detail about what needs to change,
sure.
But
the question was about normative standards of democracy. Are they different for small and medium as opposed to the large ones? And my submission would be you can't have that. Or do the small and medium have a head start because they want to do things differently? And the question now, which follows from this for you, is democracy a public good and anybody can come in? Because we are talking about, I mean, has it got to be tested every 5 years or every 7 years? Is it a public good?
Well, first of all, let me thank the Armenian government and foundation for the invitation. As the son and grandson of the Armenian diaspora as a result of the genocide, it's very moving to be here in Yerevan today for this and for the challenges that a country like Armenia faces going forward. I'm also sort of uncertain why I'm on this panel because I'm Mexican. I was a Mexican diplomat for 23 years. I now live in the US, and neither Mexico or the US are small and medium democracies. And in fact, both of them, for different reasons, are against the ropes. The constitutional reform that was approved early this morning in Mexico City will degrade Mexican democracy in ways that we have not seen. And I don't have to tell you about what's going in the US, contrary to the famous mantra of Las Vegas, when it comes to democracy and international democracy. What happens in Las Vegas doesn't stay in Las Vegas. And this has a very important impact for this discussion. I do think democracy is a global public good. I think nations should treat it as a global public good. I think those countries that have commonalities in terms of building a rules-based international order, I know that's a loaded term because many associate it directly with the US and the geopolitical West defining the rules of that international order after the Second World War and then after the end of the Cold War. But I think there is such a thing as a rules-based international system. I think small, medium-sized democracies can be very nimble in that type of engagement. More importantly, for small and medium-sized democracies, multilateralism, whether it's through formal multilateral foreign organizations, regardless of how much they have been degraded and are being questioned, whether it's through ad hoc coalition of the willing, sub-regional, regional, multilateral, plurilateral engagement. I think that for democracies that are small and medium, when you look at their ability to engage internationally with big powers, but also amongst themselves, there are two ways to go around the world. You either sit at the table or you're on the menu. And that is a very, I think, important trigger for how small, medium-sized democracies engage with one another. And I'll give you, I think, a very powerful example. You mentioned that this had been a tsunami year of electoral processes in the world. How small and medium-sized democracies engage with one another in electoral organization, electoral rules, building those countries that have national electoral authorities, how they cooperate in exchanging best practices. And the mantra that I think should be at the head of any engagement by small and medium-sized democracies when it comes to global issues, international affairs, is that you cooperate globally to solve regionally or locally. You tropicalize standard practices to be able to address specific issues that a collective group of nations are facing in a specific region of the world.
But what if you don't want to sit at the table? I saw your eyes go up. Manjiri, did you want to come in about models and funding of democratic, funding the democratic processes, and funding, election funding? And does it have to come from these big models?
Great, thank you. And thanks also to ORF and the Armenian MFA for this invite. I'm honored to sit here with all the political tycoons. I'm a healthcare practitioner. I was just joking with some of the panelists that I'm here to represent the Gen Zs from the African continent. I'm a millennial myself. I think one thing I wanted to bring out about financing and financing for elections, we were just talking about it recently. You would see how the Americans finance internally as a country. So if you're Kamala Harris, you're Trump, you have your people in the country fundraising for you to be able to run an election. We've seen very different concepts in Africa where a huge amount of the financing for your election, your campaigns, is probably coming externally. And that comes with its own caveats, it comes with its own carrots, it comes with own conditionalities. And I think that is one of the things that we are recognizing even as Kenyans. A good example is we just had a very heated youth-led protest for 2 months, July, August. That also made us to cancel Nairobi Dialogue, which was being organized by ORF. And one of the key things is that we felt that the government of the day is not people-driven. It's driven by external factors, for example, IMF and the World Bank. And those IMF and World Bank work for certain political offices, right? And some of the things that we are agitating for is just basically accountability. You know, we have finances in the country, why can't we, you know, use them for the right reasons and not be able to divert funds to people for things that are not people-driven within the country. So we find ourselves selling our countries to external forces. And I even wanted to start with a question. So for example, and just to make it politically correct for everyone, who has read or believes that, you know, Rwanda is an authoritarian, there's an authoritarian leader in Rwanda? Who has read or believes? Maybe just to see some hands up. Not necessarily believe, maybe read, just to be politically correct. No. I think we've read so much that Rwanda is not a democratic country, that there's an authoritarian leader. Of course, he's been in power for the last maybe 4 or 5 terms. He's running his 4th term now. And with his 4th term, he won the elections with 99% of the votes. So, you know, there's certain journalists or certain media personalities or certain countries, certain people who think he's an authoritarian. But if you're winning an election with 99% votes, isn't that a democracy by its own right? Those people voted for you. Something else to just solidify that point is because you look at Rwanda, it's the only African country that everyone can access health with a social health insurance fund that costs you only $2 a year. Everyone can access education. 99% of children are enrolled in education. If you look at Rwanda, it's the only country in the world where we have 66% of parliamentarians being women. And of course, many other leaders having cabinet positions. And where I'm coming from in Kenya, where I think everyone or a lot of media reports read that we are democracy, I wouldn't necessarily say we are democracy given what we saw the last 2 months in July and August.
So the ground rules are we're not naming and shaming any, can you hear me? Not naming and shaming any countries, but 99% the 4th term has issues. But having said that, you had a point about election funding?
I just wanted to respond regarding the question of... Yeah. Is it okay? Yeah. Just wanted to respond regarding 2 things. One is the question if the democracy is a public good, and the other one about the financing the democracy. If it's a public good, then we have an obligation to invest in democracy. Right now, there is a study that's published every year by the Institute of, it's called Varieties of Democracy. Today, 72% of world's population lives in one or other kind of autocracy, 72%. So if we want to invest in democracy, if we want the democracy to be public good, we really, and that's really the most important point, we need to invest in it. I'll give you one example, and it's an example that's perhaps also close to Armenia, because you just entered the International Criminal Court this year, you joined the Rome Statute. Working in The Hague for many years, I would say it's one of the institutions that is, you know, that guarantees the implementation of democracy when it comes to the criminal offenses around the world, and to make the you know, to guarantee justice. What is the, and I would ask you, what is the yearly budget of the International Criminal Court, so the criminal courts we have? It's $160 million US dollars, $160 million US dollars. In comparison, Slovenia is a very small country with agriculture is not a big thing. Our Ministry for Agriculture has a budget that is twice as big as the ICC budget. So are we being serious about investing in democracy? I would argue definitely no.
Yeah, thank you. So just to add that on if democracy is a public good, it is. And why it is important to have a constant funding for democracy, because the criteria what is democracy and what is not are always changing, and it's like an infinity. You are not able to catch up, and you need to have a constant reform process, which means it requires big fundings to do it. But besides democracy being public good domestically, but some, internationally as well, democracy is also concern for the others. And some people, some authoritarian regimes consider it to be a threat, which means we should fund, because they don't want their own people to dare that they can live in the same freedom as the people in democracies. And combining this two brings to the idea that we should fund the democracies not only because of a public good, but also to protect the democracies, because it's also quite costly to protect the democracies.
When you said it's difficult to catch up, in the public good catch up, and with
what? One of the criteria for democracy is probably the center of a democracy is a person, an individual. And when a person is living in a freedom, which means he is free to think, and free to dare, and free to dream, which means that the horizon is getting bigger and bigger, and the ambition of development and the scale of the development is becoming bigger and bigger, which puts additional pressure on the governments to work more and more and to invest more on reforms.
So what does democracy mean to China?
Well, the Communist Party in China says they are running a people's democracy. But I think we should have the basics right. When we discuss about democracy, the political science definition is participation in the decision-making processes by people. So in the case of China, when you look at dissect the decision-making process, you have 98 million cadres of the Communist Party elect the leadership, Politburo, Standing Committee, and Central Committee. So they represent the people's democracy, in other words. But when we look at the programs that they have, for example, in the 19th Communist Party Congress in 2017, they said that they want to export the China model, and China model basically being an authoritarian model. You have also in the external domain, the party-state model is being exported to the rest of the world through the Belt and Road Initiative projects, through various other Beijing consensus, as they say. But when we also look at the actual participation of the people, in China, there are about 800,000 villages, and they generally have free and fair elections. But the catch is that the Communist Party is not located at the villages. It is located at the county level. It's located at the province level. It's located at the central Beijing level. So it doesn't really mean what's happening, the churning out process that is happening. But I must say, since I observed the village elections in China, I must agree that there is also the moneyed classes which are becoming the village presidents and members of the council which run the village councils.
So there is also the money influence that is quite prevalent. And this is also prevalent at the election of the Communist Party cadres at the provincial level, prefecture level, and the central level. So there is the finance related that is happening. So I would say that it is an authoritarian model. We should be clear. And I'm wondering why and how democratic countries or representatives elected China to the Human Rights Council in Geneva. And we are all responsible for this. How can China or other authoritarian regimes look at Human Rights Council? What has happened? What is wrong with that? Yeah.
Made that point because to make the point that the multilateral system is broken. I mean, the UN system is broken, which is why we're having a discussion here that the UN doesn't represent its basic principles. But Vanjuri, yeah.
Can I do a very quick two-finger on the issue of broken multilateralism? I always, as a bilateralist in the foreign ministry, I always criticize my colleagues in the foreign ministry who are in multilateral venues because I said you don't know how to operate the political relations between nations. But we also have to be careful when we criticize multilateralism because the nations themselves have been responsible for the breakdown of multilateralism. Yeah. And I'll use the Ukraine example. How many countries, and I'll speak to Latin America, how many countries have upheld the international conventions and the rule of law and the UN Convention? And it seems, if you look at how they position themselves on international aggression and the invasion of a sovereign, independent nation like Ukraine, today there are two countries in Latin America that have unequivocally condemned Russian aggression. Chile on the left, Uruguay on the right. All the others seem to suggest that intervention is wrong when it's US-led, but when it's somebody else, everyone plays possum. So part of that breakdown is how some of these small, medium-sized democracies, some of them are bigger, have positioned themselves on critical issues that are impacting the fluidity of the geopolitical system today.
Thank you. Vanjiri, just to change a bit, but the second round will be on multilateralism, but COVID showed us that public health is also, it became like a weapon. Access to, and countries are using access to medicines as a weapon during COVID. And you have written about this, so tell us about it. Did it come to the high table with defense and military spending? Is public health now becoming a big spending? And where is that money going to come from? The minister just said people are more ambitious, they want more and more things. Is that a challenge now? Good public health.
Yeah, thanks. That's a good question. And I like that idea of the horizon. You know, we need to demand more from our politicians. Looking back at, the lessons learned from COVID, I think none of it has been implemented. None of the recommendations, if you ask me, more than 90% has been implemented. Because if you look at, for example, public health spending on healthcare in Africa, we have maybe less than 5 countries that are spending 5% of their public health spending on healthcare. None of them has agreed to increase their spending on healthcare. They don't care about the plight of the healthcare workers. They don't care the plight, the quality of the healthcare commodities in the country. And we look at, well-wishers and very progressive companies like BioNTech. They wanted to set up facilities and manufacturing in Africa just because of what we experienced before with vaccine inequity. The Global South was deprioritized. The Global North was producing all the vaccines, and they had to serve themselves first before they could share the rest with the Global South. And of course, as usual, the Global South had to cooperate amongst themselves. So most of our vaccines were coming from India and other parts of Asia. But truly and sadly, none of our governments have, learned from the lessons in the past. We don't want to crucify the Global North. Of course, they take care of themselves first. But politicians and leaders in our continents need to think about their people first. And so if you're not investing in your healthcare, you're waiting for donations, you're waiting for grants and funds coming from the Global North, I think the lessons have taught us that they will take care of themselves first, and then they'll look up to what your needs are. So BioNTech has been trying to set up in different countries, and the only country they succeeded without so much bureaucracy, again, I have to say, was Rwanda. So they're currently setting up a vaccine manufacturing, and all the other countries bring in their corruption and their bureaucracy when it comes to some of these advances in terms of looking at, because again, we are as strong as our weakest link. So they do recognize that we need to set up systems that work for Africa so that the world is winning as a whole. So I don't think we've progressed so much. I'm speaking, of course, for Africa.
It's off. Now it's on? It's on. It's on? It's on? Okay, I did want to say, yeah, we have a second round of questions. I just want to focus on, okay, my mic is not working. You put it off. No. No.
How small democracies are helping
big democracies. Now, see, the other thing fell off. No, thank you for that. Okay, so you see that the trick to it. Then I have one more round of questions to do, and that will have to be...
The Deputy Minister had a very interesting point on why democracies are attacked. And sometimes there are real sort of territorial disputes. Other times, like Ukraine, actually we look for reasons that are not rooted in reality. So a very popular explanation in parts of the world is that NATO expansion provoked Russia. We know that's not true. Historically, that's not what happened. Most Ukrainians did not want to join NATO, not even after Crimea was annexed by Russia. Ukrainians now, I think 90% want to join NATO because the state won't survive. Same for Sweden and Finland. So if we look for an explanation rooted in reality, it's the normative threat that democracy poses to autocracies that provokes them, actually. There was no problem between Ukraine and Russia while Ukraine was a hybrid democracy. While Moscow could control the Ukrainian government. So that's something in the West I think is very easily forgotten. The idea is that democracies in general are peace-loving, engage in dialogue to resolve disputes, and don't generally understand that the very existence poses a threat to autocracies. The very existence is a provocation. And so why should democracies collaborate? I mean, that's the number one reason out of self-defense. And we know there's sort of regime complementarity, sort of similar regimes like to do things with each other, which is fine. And for a while autocracies were not actually very powerful geopolitically, that worked well. We had autocracies clubbing together, forming alliances. It didn't affect the democratic world. Now it does. The balance of power has shifted. As the State Secretary mentioned, the majority of people live in non-democratic countries. And so democracy is mortal and could actually become extinct both due to domestic factors and external ones. And again, just to touch on the Rwanda example, because I find it really interesting. So to win an election with 99% of the vote, obviously, I wonder what result the next election will bring, because there's only 1% left of the electorate. But the economic factors we've seen also in older democracies are almost as important as the political factors, that a democracy will collapse if there's too much economic inequality.
Yeah, so we have
I leave the UN
or inefficiency.
Wait, we have the minister, then the state, then the gentleman, and then you.
Well, thank you. Probably I will share the opinion that why small and medium democracies should cooperate, because they are the number one beneficiaries of the international law to be properly operating and working. And coming to the comment that was made by Ambassador he said very interesting thing that some countries abstained on a critical issue of Ukraine. But here is a question: what is the critical issue? Is it critical because it is Ukraine, or is it critical because the international law was violated? And unfortunately, we see that in, let's say, smaller cases, nobody is talking about that, the international law is violated, UN Security Council is failing to address the issue. So here is another reason why the small and medium democracies should think about the future, the common future that we have. Unfortunately, hearing also the discussion that I'm part of now, and I'm sharing the guilt as well, I have a fear that we will not be able to unite.
Why?
Because we are talking, but we are not listening to each other. And sometimes even we are forgetting to self-reflect on the issues that we have on our cooperation, and we are talking about the third countries, the authoritarian regimes, and we are losing too much time and wasting too much time on thinking about the others rather than concentrating on the issue how we should work together.
Talking without listening. This is what Simon and Garfunkel sang.
Yes.
So?
Just a short comment on winning the elections with 99%. I'm not so old, but I was born in a country where the last elections were won by 105% in Yugoslavia. but still, the countries that emerged from Yugoslavia are now democratic countries. On your question about the role of small and medium-sized democracies, if the UN were not wasn't there, yeah. I would say that such countries would probably tend to, if there would be real democracy, would tend to establish a regional multilateral organizations. What happened in Europe? So Europe, we don't have big countries in Europe, right? I mean, it's Germany and France. It's still a mid-sized country, if we are fair. We did establish the European Union, and this is something I'm stressing all the time, that even if we are living in an area where we are saying that the multilateralism is in decline, that's even dead, it's not true entirely. Regional multilateral organizations, some of them are working and are successful. Also, global international organizations, like, for example, I was working for a long time at the OPCW, it's Organization for Prevention of Chemical Weapons. OPCW succeeded to destroy all the officially published amounts of chemical weapons all around the world. So you have success stories. Just to finish, what is the role of small and medium-sized countries if we have the UN? Slovenia my country is a member now of the UN Security Council, and right now in September we are presiding the UN Security Council. We are dealing exactly with this question, and that's why we are organizing a high-level discussion at the UN Security Council now on the 25th of September, dealing exactly with the questions. So how should we help the existing multilateral system to work? At the end of the day, I'm afraid it's a discussion like this. So we discuss, and then we may learn something, but nothing. There are no concrete results out of it, except walking out of the room a little bit more smarter, perhaps. But our role is to bring this discussion on the highest possible level and keep repeating it.
So you had a point?
Two very brief comments, both on your question of what would happen if there wasn't a UN and how small or medium-sized countries would react to that. I think you sort of mentioned this. You would see much more regionalization. I think you'd see the creation of multilateral, sub-regional, regional organizations, which are more nimble, which reflect with differences, a sort of consensus on specific issues, or you see them as coalitions of the willing related to specific topics: climate change, immigration flows, trade and development, public health. So it would be I think it would be a very different architecture, would probably be more nimble. And that's where I think small, medium-sized democracies can play a very important role. On the issue of democracy and democratic resilience and sort of crossing that with your issues regarding public health and what you see in a place like Rwanda, for me, I think one of the most telling lessons of the pandemic was that at the end of the day, the basic cleavage, if you looked at the globe, wasn't between governments of the left and governments of the right. It wasn't between authoritarian states and liberal democracies. It was between efficient and non-efficient governments, governments that could deal effectively with public health responses to, how to confront this, with countries that were a mess. And that also tells you a bit as to sort of this whole issue of democratic resilience and democratic strength, because at the end of the day, if that conveyor belt between the democratic process and citizens is broken, as it is in many countries around the world that are democracies to one or lesser extent, that's going to add greater pressures to not only the democratic fiber of a specific nation, but also how some of these governments are engaging with one another in addressing global challenges, like, for example, how do you deal with the next pandemic?
So we've done the rounds here. We open up for questions. Please Please identify yourself, say who you are, and don't make a speech. Ask a question. I see a hand.
I hope it's now on. So I'm Krzyzewski from Warsaw-based think tank. I'm from Poland. And, as you know, we were backsliding on democracy, and maybe now we are upsliding on democracy. We have a very vibrant past as well. But what keeps our democracy vibrant are media. And this, what gives the democracy a real life is the transparency and the accountability which the media give. So my question is, we have also maybe helped some countries and in the region here with our initiative, European Endowment for Democracy. And my question is, don't you think it would be quite useful to have a global endowment for democracy, particularly helping media in smaller and bigger states to be independent and to provide quality information? Thank you.
Global endowment?
Global endowment for democracy, and with the specific goal of supporting media in this accountability and transparency process.
Anyone to take the... So you and the three of you there. The lady first.
Yeah, thanks for that question. I think it also resonates with something that I wanted to speak ahead. There's a saying in Africa that says, until the lion learns how to write, the hunter will always be glorified. And it speaks to what he's saying. A lot of the news, a lot of what it comes out from media, especially from the global north, is perhaps constructed or paid media. Yeah, it doesn't paint the best limelight for certain geographies. And of course, it has a business connotation, it has a trade connotation, it has self-interest connotations. And just to emphasize what I was saying, yes, maybe there was an election won with 99%, but then there's many other things that demonstrate that that particular political leader is winning for his people. Whatever reforms he's making in his country, whatever political interest that he has are people driven from that particular country. So I think for sure, we need to listen to the stories as they come from their own countries and perhaps not always listen to international, well-endowed media houses, but also the small stories that are coming from the countries at the grassroots level, because that's where the story is. And I want to emphasize, until the lion can write, the hunter will always be glorified.
Thank you. Andrew?
Thank you, Chitra. I'm really happy with that question because there is a global media freedom fund operated by UNESCO, but it's very small. It's minuscule compared to the scale of what's needed. And obviously it needs to focus on direct threats to journalists. But another side of the coin is the business model of media. I mean, in Poland, the state broadcaster was actually subordinated under the political party of the time. So it's really sort of independent outlets that managed to survive somehow, maybe because Poland was part of the European Union. In other countries, what would have happened is that if you have press freedom with democratic backsliding, often journalists come under grave threat. So in those conditions, the journalists are attacked and they lose inevitably. So the media freedom and rule of law need to be strengthened at the same time. Otherwise, what we'll see is the risk to journalists increasing dramatically. Now, the question of sort of who should govern a fund like this, if you have national level funds for media, it's obviously problematic because those could very quickly come under political control. But there are models that are effective. And I think the best models of independent public broadcasters should be used to help fund independent media as well, because we simply haven't found a solution to create a sustainable business model for media in the age of social media. A global fund would obviously mean that the money is politically independent, but that requires a bit of a bureaucracy.
So, next you had a question.
Yeah, I was going to say that the issue of how you defend and bolster a free press and a press that is checking and countering disinformation, which is probably the greatest challenge that we see in media ecosystems in big, small, and medium-sized democracies around the world, is the rule of law. Because, and again, so we don't shame and name anyone here, I'll name and shame my own country. Mexico saw a record number of journalists killed in this electoral cycle that we've just gone through. 34 journalists killed just this year. So it's about press freedom, but it's also in countries like mine, how do you protect the press? Again, there are important models of NGOs that are doing, I think, stellar work. Article 19 and Committee for the Protection of Journalists. And that's where I think what we should try and foster as countries that are interested in this agenda is media-to-media engagement. That is a consortium of international outlets that collaborate horizontally to elevate standards, to ensure that there's a mechanism of fact-checking against disinformation, or mechanisms that allow journalists to be protected by that type of horizontal engagement and collaboration. And so this is, and I agree, sort of the media and the media ecosystem. When I was ambassador, I would joke that diplomats and flies have one thing in common, that we both get killed by a newspaper. Substitute diplomats for politicians, and the relevance of why the media plays such an important role in this issue is evident.
I just wanted to mention my own example. I have co-founded a, this is not to talk about my own news organization, but it's called the News Minute in South India. That is not important. What is important is that we had difficulty in finding funding. We don't take any political funding, no funding from anyone. And our model is subscriber-based. It's taken time, but that's what is happening. People are collaborating, new types of collaboration. If a story is too big, you share. You share your resources, you share your journalists. And social media has come in as a big help, as in nothing can be hidden today, which in itself is a huge help. So yes, collaboration and making sure that the news gets out. I saw another, yeah, so go ahead. There are two hands. Madam, the gentleman at the back had the first, so yeah. After that, madam.
Good afternoon. I'm Achal Malhotra from India, former Indian ambassador to Armenia and Georgia. Thank you very much, distinguished panelists, for sharing your views articulated with clarity and conviction. I have a very small observation and a question to ask. Well, I think it's very difficult to disagree that despite pitfalls and deficiencies, democracy is the most acceptable model of governance. Having said that, would you agree that the urge for democracy as a model of governance should come from within the country, and the export of democracy as an ideology with vested interest must be checked and prevented? Also, external funding to put in place a government of your choice by the big powers in smaller countries has to be stopped. Would you agree with these views, and what can be done to prevent this phenomena? Thank you very much.
Urge to be democratic has to be national. Let's stick with that. I mean, yeah.
I would fully subscribe that part. I would also sort of subscribe the second part, which is I don't think the export of democracy should be a foreign policy priority, but I do think that the defense of democracy needs to be a foreign policy priority.
You had, yes, sir.
Perhaps just shortly on this question. What is democracy? Democracy is the trust of a ruling class to its own people, right? I would argue that all the citizens in all the countries would want to have a democracy as a system in their own country. But then I guess we come back to the question that we had before about media independence and how to control the public opinions, how to manipulate the public opinions, how to misuse the mechanisms that the ruling class has with controlling the media. And of course the answer to the question to the gentleman is yes, but the challenge is to get this will of the people to be represented at the national level. The challenges are sometimes very, very hard.
Thank you. Did you have Andrew?
Sure, happy to come in. I mean, the World Economic Forum is an impartial organization, so I think you're trying to get me fired, Chitra. But I find that question very provocative because the world is interconnected. So let's take an example I can talk about, Russia. Europe was essentially funding the Russian regime through its consumption of hydrocarbons. If then, on the other hand, you say that Europe should stay out of the consequences of all that cash going to the Kremlin, I find that suspect as a way of reasoning, because actually European consumption financed that economic model, which is incompatible in most cases, the only exception is Norway maybe, with democracy. So I think that countries, Latin America is a case in point. All the drugs, the massive market to the north for drugs, look at the consequences it has in several economies in Central and Latin America. Look at the impact on their democracies. So then to turn around and say, actually, the United States shouldn't deal with those consequences, shouldn't contribute where it can to the rule of law, to strengthen institutions, I think is an argument, is a sort of self-interested argument. And yes, it would be ideal if everyone sort of stayed in their lane, if autocracy stayed in their lane, if democracy stayed in their lane, but the reality is that they engage, they interact, and need to deal with the consequences of that interaction. Maybe, so as not to sound like an idealist, I would say that there are some countries which are constructive internationally, even if they're not democracies. And I think in those cases, democracies should engage with them without necessarily interfering in their own domestic processes, because they play a constructive role in the world. Maybe that's where I would draw the line.
We've really run out of time, so we have to, ma'am, I'm sorry, we'll have to close the debate. Thank you, everyone. Since Andrew mentioned that I live in Europe, I'm Indian, and I have a view on the European Union. I do want to say that my husband's European, and I follow Europe very closely. But having said that, thank you very much. Thanks, everyone. And I think we're going to coffee now, so we can continue discussion at coffee time.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We'll have a 20-minute coffee break, and we'll see you back in this room in 20.
speak close to the mic so that they can hear you at the end of the room, okay? Let's do that and let's make them all part of this conversation. Let me first thank all of you for giving us 2.5 days of your life. Thank you for coming to Armenia. Thank you for participating in these dialogues, and on behalf of all of us, and we'll hear from the organizers a little later, but thank you for staying the course. So I'm delighted that at the end of this long journey, we have a lot of enthusiastic folks in this room participating in this discussion. This discussion is literally a chapeau. It's a capping off of what happened over the previous 2 days, the various points made by a number of interventions, speakers, and from the audience. It's been a very, very long decade. Since I'm sitting in Armenia, let me quote Lenin. Lenin was quoted as having said that there are decades where nothing happens, and there are weeks when decades happen. This has been a very long decade. We have conflicts, contests, wars, pandemics, climate catastrophes, extreme weather events, political mobilizations and civil society mobilizations that have upended arrangements. It's been a very, very complex decade that we are in, and it's not yet over. So what I'm really going to ask the panelists today, and I'm going to first pose the same question to all of them, that if we were to look back, sitting where we are today, what are the lessons we would have learned from the experiences in the past, and what are the new ideas that we can propose as we leave this room and go back to our own jobs? What are some of those ideas that can be implemented to make the world a better place? I think it's as simple as that. This is what we are trying to do, from the political polarizations to issues around climate and multilateralism, to questions around culture and identity. So we are going to literally have a sweep of what we have discussed over the last 2 days. I'm going to be slightly rude as a moderator, and I'm going to interrupt you if you take too much time. I want quick, rapid-fire responses so that we can cover this fairly robust. I'm only not going to interrupt the minister here. He's above my pay grade, but everyone else is fair game. So look, I have a job also to keep. So don't accuse me later on of any biases. I'm being upfront with you. Okay, so let me quickly get this off the ground, and let me ask my dear friend Ana Miguel Santos, former member of the European Parliament. And in fact, now she's back in the European Parliament, so welcome back. I am going to ask you that question, Anna, from a European lens. The elections and what has happened in the last few years in Europe. Is Europe dividing, or is Europe healing? What is the state of the union? I mean, it is an easy question.
Yes, it's very easy. So let me start by saying Baran Bolorin. I don't know, I tried to say this in Armenia. It's hi to everyone. So I think I look at the subject of this conference, and I say the rise of pessimism. I would like to change it for the rise of distrust, the rise of disbelief, because what I'm feeling, and not only in the European Parliament and in Europe, also in my country, Portugal, a small country, even a small country, very friendly. We have the best soccer player in the world, Cristiano Ronaldo, so I always like to say that because he's our major ambassador. So the ties between politicians and citizens are broken. This is our major challenge. We need to reconnect with people, because the bureaucracy of the European Parliament, the bureaucracy of Europe are putting not only citizens very far away from politicians, but are cutting the trust that we need for the other to vote and to believe in politics again. This is, as I said, this is not only about ideologies. So this is not a question of, the far right or the far left. It's more than that. It's about human beings, about human vision on politics. And we are losing that because we are making so much promises and we are not accomplished. And people are not stupid. And we need to finish to try to end the speech of infantilization of people and citizens. So saying that, I think that we need more respect to diversity, to the fact of each one being unique. And first of all, I would like to leave you this message. We need to listen more than speak. We only have one mouth and 2 ears. Why we speak more than we are listening? And we are not listening each other. That's not good for mutual understanding.
You raise an important point. Let me ask you a second question and then move to the next speaker. Left, right, far left, far right, politics seems to have been now stratified, and there are, political theorists have divided the electorate into these easy labels. I call them easy labels. It's easy to label anyone with anything today. I mean, you have your amplifiers today, your handphones, your mobile phones. Is the reality more complex? Where does identity, locality, local cultures, local economic context play? How is Europe responding to this?
The world is much more complex than that. It's a question of cultures, diversity of cultures. Look to Europe. We have 27 countries with 27 cultures. In each country, we have so many different cultures, so many different concepts. For example, the concept of family is different, for example, in North Europe, in South Europe, even if we're going to compare to Asia, even to Africa, is different.
Or to Hungary.
Or to Hungary, of course. Everyone has their, every culture has their own approach, their own vision of things. So when we are imposing one speech and we are not adapting our speech to these different cultures, we are having a disconnection with the needs, with the dreams of the people. So we need more things like that, dialogues like that. Why I'm here? I'm here from Portugal. What Portugal could bring to Armenia? This is a good question. What Portugal could bring to India or even South Africa? Dialogue. I can connect people with my experience. So we need to respect, but for us to respect,
so basically what you're saying is,
first.
What you're basically saying is European values need to be rewritten in a 21st century context.
They need to live together. We need to respect others. We need to listen more the others.
Okay.
Learning and mutual understanding. I cannot come here and impose my views.
Okay.
I can share and try to find common grounds.
Let me turn to Minister Parur Hovnasian, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs from Armenia. Sir, same question to you. This region has particularly witnessed a turbulent decade that we are still in the middle of. How do you look back to what you have experienced and probably what could be the lessons for the road ahead?
Thank you. For us, the turbulence and resilience is actually been reality for the last 3 millennia, and we accumulated genetically or we hope we accumulated genetically the response to this question. Yet it's still not that easy. I think we could look at negative and positive sides and then try to combine those. But it's not only in case of Armenia. Globally, unprecedented progress on some tracks and pervasive challenges from the other side. That's the features which are not only the reality for Armenia, but I think it's a global one. There is probably not any country which could say that's the opposite. Partly it's explained also by such features as weakening of multilateralism, something Armenia, any small country, but also bigger countries, at least many of them are attached. But this is not a new reality. Sometimes we think multilateralism is a static situation. Not at all. We have the similar situations in after Napoleonic Wars, after the First World War, after the Second World War. Probably we are also in the same crisis, and we are in the process of shaping new order, new global order, new regional orders. And from Armenian side, I think we're trying to be as active as possible, to use all the opportunities. Look, this big conference, and I think it's a success. This last panel, so many participants, I'm surprised. But we hosted many other events before, landlocked countries ministerial, EBRD annual meeting, parliamentary events. This year we are chairing Black's economic cooperation, Forum of Ancient Civilization. India is also part of it.
You have the big IT conference coming.
And we have a big IT conference. It's really a lot, and that shows that we try to be active, innovative, to adapt to challenges, which are numerous, but also trying to use the lessons learned. I think the major phenomena here that we should act not out of fear, but to act out of hope. That's probably was the motto for Armenians. It was always certain hope, and I think this is the driving force not only for Armenians but for the human beings. We genetically predisposed to have a hope.
And you know, just to take that forward, you have as peoples been through really tough millennia. You just mentioned 3 millennia, right? And yet you are today advocating hope. How do you make this more infectious? How do we actually make others look at the world in the same way? What is it that Armenia can tell us so that others can feel hopeful as well? You see people around the world having everything but not having hope. So how do you give hope to those who have lost trust?
I think, indeed, the change of practices, sharing this experience, that's also partially the globalization, and this conference like this, it's already an attempt to that. This panel is already an attempt towards that direction, and I think with more proactive policies, much more wider global actions, that's the only way forward. I think indeed Armenia could share. Armenia wants to be a positive contributor to this region. Armenia wants to close the centuries-old animosity and negative part, and our efforts, be it on establishment of peace, be it in communication, be it in the new technologies. We now have this tumor-centered education for children. Even Angela Merkel was impressed, Mayor Hidalgo. It's now we have in a number of countries. So that's another example of our attempt to bring this positive contribution.
No, I think all of us would agree, and most of you would have been to the city center, you would have been to different restaurants and bars late at night. We can confirm that you are people who know how to celebrate life.
Yeah, it was not depressed for sure.
No, you are happy people who celebrate life, and that itself must be known to more people. So, David, I'm making a case for having the second edition of this conference so that we can bring more people in. So I'm doing a little bit of my own diplomacy here. But let me turn to Ebtisam. Ebtisam, we have heard about listening to each other, sharing with each other, hope. We have heard 3 words till now from our previous 2 speakers. Sitting in the Middle East, you are in a perpetual state of crisis, right? How do you assess this decade? And don't give me the 3 millennia argument, 3 millennia argument, because we know, we've been through a lot. But in the recent times, what is it that you have learned about the world we live in, and what could be done to make it better?
Good afternoon, everybody.
You have to bring the mic close to you, Ebtisam. Sorry. No, the mic is on, but you have to bring it close. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Look, Samir, you cannot separate Middle East from the world and saying it's just this is Middle East, because we are living in a world of uncertainty, and you cannot give any kind of definition for the world where New World Order. No, we don't know. It is unipolar, bipolar, multipolar. You cannot give it this time. The great powers, not in their glories. Okay? Our big ally, United States, it's losing its glory. Okay, competing for that, but trying. I don't look at it as an honest competing. Trying just to distract China from growing. And this is not the way. Okay, find your way. Same in Middle East. You have it the same. Because the uncertainty in the global order and what we call it world in flux, this is also have its impact on our region, where you have the regional power are competing, you have instability, you have wars, you have conflicts there, you have people competing, but at the center of that, I cannot say the whole Middle East this is a black. You have the Gulf. Now, the center of gravity moved. It used to be with Egypt. It used to be in Iraq. It used to be in Syria, the East region. Big power. Now, you are talking about the center of artificial intelligence. I would say my country, UAE. Just we announced that we finished just lately, our nuclear civic station with the partnership with the South Korean. And this is something give you hope. It's not that when we look to Israeli-Palestinian, of course it doesn't give you hope. When you look to Yemen, it doesn't give you. When you look to Syria, when you to other part of Arab world, there is no hope. There is no hope because you have this intervention from outside. You have non-state actors, okay? You have, by the way, you have country. If you are talking, they are saying we don't have resources. We have country like Algeria, Libya, even Iran, even Iraq. Look what they ended. It's not about money. It's about visionary leadership. It's not only leadership, visionary leadership. Okay? You know, you have roadmap. You know where you want to go. This is what happened with UAE. This is what happened. Why it's create its model of power based on soft and hard power. MBZ knows what he wants. Good education, good economy, technology.
No, so your point is that leadership is a crucial determinant of the future. What about multilateralism? We spoke about the decay of multilateralism. Sitting in the Middle East, one could argue that you have seen the ebbs and flows of the international rules-based order more than anywhere else. What is your assessment of the multilateral system?
Multilateralism, it's a solution. But the American doesn't want multilateralism. They want unipolar. They don't even bipolar. And this is the dilemma where we are. So don't partnership with India. Don't partnership with China. I am the only partner. You have to deal with me. It doesn't look. Before, yes, we were small. We were depending on the United States. We were telling us, go right, we go right. Go that way, we go. But now we grow up, okay? We grow up. We have our own muscles. We refuse. And, oh, okay, this is Russian, our enemy. You have to be, they have to be your enemy. China, our enemy. They have to be your enemy. No, it doesn't work like that. Our national interest is our priority. This is what we learned, okay? We don't care. If you don't like it, it's up to you. It's not us.
You know, this is a remarkable panel in which we have been through 3 speakers and no one has yet questioned the institution Shombi Sharp works in. We have not yet, we have not yet heard a wrong word about the UN yet. He's safe. He's safe. I thought he was going to.
He's not safe. We have to create another UN. Reform the UN, create another UN. Very weak UN.
Okay, Shombi, sorry, I asked for it. So, Gladden, let me come to you before I come back to Shombi for some of the positive spins. You know, I want to alert all of us today that we are also in a decade where we have lifted more people out of poverty, where we have offered governance and services to more people than ever before, where more people today have access to basic services that were considered to be a preserve of the rich and the elite, where telecommunication has shortened the distances between people. It's also exacerbated certain cleavages, but still, I would say that we could develop in less than 1 year a response to the pandemic that we experienced. So there have been some gains we've had. So I also want the panelists to think about the positives that we have learned from the last decade. It's not been that gloomy, right? So Gladden, you can still be negative, but I'm just saying that. I'm not going to stop you from your assessment of the past. What did you learn and what can be done?
Well, you made me start thinking about the...
And by the way, you are literally the most popular man in Europe. Now start.
Thank you, Samir. And so 10 years ago, I was, at that time, and still am born and raised in the United States, But 10 years ago definitely feels like a long time ago, because I was living and working in the US, and I did not have this on my 2024 bingo card, running a Hungarian institution and doing conferences with Samir in Yerevan. So I really, I'm buckling my seatbelt for the next decade already. But as I look back on that time, and I was in the political science world at that time, in the US, the outlook was very much that there's only one recipe for success.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think we can take your observation that there has actually been a lot of good news and a lot of positive results in the last decade. In many respects, the what we can acknowledge is very good, but the how it can be obtained now seems to have a number of different recipes. And at the time, in the one recipe model is like, there's the Washington consensus only, there's the neoliberal model only. It goes along with a certain particular political system that comes along with certain cultural and ideological beliefs, and it all goes together, and not a single part of it can be altered. I think, again, looking at it from an American perspective, that began to change a lot in 2016. For better or worse, the system began to experience some shocks that it had difficulty analyzing. But we have to take that opportunity and have a more, indeed, diverse view of the paths to success in the world. You know, when you take this one recipe model, it's very hard to fit Hungary into it, because we know that Hungary has a more culturally conservative basis, and so a lot of American commentators assume, well, okay, that means it's also a very xenophobic, isolated society. It must have no international trade whatsoever. And in fact, it's one of the most pro-connectivity countries in Europe. So there's a different way to package these different elements. There are a lot of good things that were discovered, that were put into the one recipe box. But we have to break it open and find out what's
Gladden,
right.
you said a lot of Americans would think that you are conservative, xenophobic. But I can confirm to you, a lot of Europeans think that also about Hungary. How do you respond to that? I mean, my problem is not America, who's across the pond. You have your neighbors who think that about you. How do you respond to that reality?
For some reason, I still think of America from time to time. But yes, it is, well, come to Hungary and see how it works. Come and see what it's like to run a business there, to tour there, to travel, to live. It's not what they tell you. Yeah, I mean, when I moved there, I was like, okay, I've stepped behind an iron curtain of disinfo about this country, and in fact, it's a peaceful and prosperous place that's quite tolerant, and certainly it has a strong bias in favor of legal and lawful immigration rather than the open border type. Again, slightly different picture of the recipe, but yeah, it's not what they say.
So Gladden, I want to ask you one more question, now I want you to wear your American hat. The politics of today, the ideological politics of today. We heard the word leadership. Ebtisam mentioned leadership. Can democracies agree to any form of leadership today when the politics is so divided? Will any leader be accepted by all the population or large chunk of the population in a system, in a political system that we see across countries? It's not only America. America is probably a peak division. But how do you think about leadership for tomorrow when the politics of today is so divided?
Well, I think we have to start with more what I would call strategic discussions around the issues that everyone is concerned with. So what is the recipe for good economic success in your country or in Europe over time? This discussion has been lacking because the right-left politicization has kind of squashed it, and everything has become a very short-termist discussion. So I think having more strategic discussions would work. In the old, again, you could call it neoliberal system in the US, there was an alternation of parties, and the thing that stayed was American foreign policy. And there are good and bad aspects of that. But it is possible to have a kind of, and that represented a kind of social consensus. It is possible to have a social consensus around some crucial issues. Of course, the politics has made it more divided. But if we don't break out of there's only one recipe box, then I think we'll never get there.
Shami, let me turn to you. Your assessment, being in an institution that still represents our best chance for sustaining some form of order internationally, an institution that has in many ways, through its various agencies, delivered development, delivered some sort of succor to a lot of people who required it. Yet an institution that today has lost trust, has also lost credibility. And it has these two shades to it. How do you assess the world in the institution where you sit? And what are the lessons from the past that must be implemented in the future? And I'm particularly asking you this question because your Secretary General is hosting a summit for the future. And I don't want you to leak the draft here, but some ideas that the Secretary General might be thinking about or the UN must think about in the days ahead.
Thank you, Samir. And I just want to say for me, it's a particularly emotional moment to be here as being UN Resident Coordinator in Armenia before and now in India and seeing a room full of familiar faces and good friends. So I just wanted to say to the Indian colleagues in the room, Mujhe aap sab se milkar bahut acha laga. And to my Armenian friends, I'd like to say Shat Orachem, Vor Miasanink. It's a wonderful opportunity to see you again. I really couldn't imagine a better place, so thank you for the invite, Samir. I think, in terms of the lessons for the last 10 years, first of all, I mean, maybe I would share 3 or 4. One is whatever we're doing isn't working. We're facing the hottest year, the hottest month practically every month that passes. So it's frightening when you think that our children are going to look back and think, wow, how cool it was in those days. They had to wear coats or something like that. And in Delhi, that's particularly frightening. We have more hunger than we've had in 2 decades. Sustainable development goals are massively off track. Gender equality is hundreds of years away. So whatever we're doing, it's just not working. And what we see is that the challenges we face are, for the most part, not challenges that can be solved by single governments within borders, the cross-border like that. Secondly is change and the pace of change. The Moore's Law sort of a thing. Samir, you started with a quote from Vladimir Lenin, right? I want to quote his brother, John Lennon, who, one of the Lenin brothers, I forget, said that, life is what happens while you're busy making plans. And this is what we've learned, that you make the best plans and then things go awry. You look at 65% of today's primary school children will be engaged in jobs that don't even exist at this moment in time. I don't know about anybody here. I certainly never thought about being a drone operator or a content creator or all of these things. But to prepare the young generation for these kind of 21st century skills, it takes a lot of work and it takes knowledge sharing across countries. And then finally, is the rise, the change in the world is the rise of the global south. Looking at, it's a completely different world from the one in which the United Nations was created, when this international rules-based order was created.
So when that order was created, just for all of us in the room, there were 52 countries versus close to 200 today?
193.
193 today? 52 countries that were in the room when that United Nations was created. Yeah, go ahead.
193 today, right? Now, I would argue the principles have not really changed. But the way that you achieve those principles, the way that you achieve those objectives, the SDGs are still our kind of roadmap, but the way you achieve it, that must change. You look at the Global South, by 2030, 3 of the 4 largest economies will be there. India will be the 3rd largest economy in the world. Renewable energy production, most of that will be coming from the Global South as well. The economic growth, GDP growth, will be massively skewed towards the Global South. So, when we look at the way that we need to work and come together, as I think some of the colleagues here have been saying, that needs to be built into our decision-making at the multilateral. But the point is, it's not should we have multilateralism, because bilateralism, it serves a purpose, but it's not going to solve the challenges we face. We need multilateralism. The question is, what kind of multilateralism do we need, and one in which the Global South has a much stronger voice. That's clear.
Chombi, you would agree that the fundamental purpose of the UN, and let us not distract ourselves with climate change and SDGs at this time. Those are very important pursuits that the entire global community must respond to. But the purpose of the UN was to keep peace. The pillar of peace and security was the fundamental core of the United Nations. And you have failed in that. I mean, I'm asking you a question, sorry.
Look, I think I would say yes and no. And of course, I mean, I don't speak for the United Nations, but I should, you know, put a caveat there. But there's no doubt that the world is beset with conflict. This is true. The UN was established, you know, in the ashes of the Second World War to try to prevent another one happening. We have, I mean, thankfully we haven't had a Third World War yet. But I would point to one, there have been a lot of successes. The problem is some of those successes you don't know about because you only really, you know, read about conflict when it emerges. Peacekeeping, for example. I mean, peacekeepers across the, we have 87,000, you know, women and men in uniform peacekeeping across the world. Armenia is there. India is the largest contributor of peacekeeping troops in history. The first country that provided all women peacekeeping units as well. There's actually, people don't know this, a long list of conflicts which were, in a way, resolved or conflict prevented through UN peacekeeping. In Cambodia, Sierra Leone, Cote d'Ivoire, I mean, the role in Cyprus and others. So, but clearly, so there's a lot of success, but clearly we are not achieving what we need to achieve, and we need to find the way to do that. And reform, in terms of the power, the real, you know, because the UN is not a monolithic thing. Also, I want to point out that the UN is delivering huge impacts and results in the field of, you know, we're taking care of 117 million people who have had to flee their homes from that conflict. We're providing vaccination to 45% of the world's children. So when you look at humanitarian and development and human rights work, there are all kinds of successes. But everybody does think of the Security Council. You know, that's the most divisive area, and that's the part in greatest need of reform. And there's nobody more in favor of reform of the Security Council than the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres. But the issue is, that's for the member states. The UN is, actually, I think it was Shashi Tharoor, I heard the former Undersecretary General of the UN, Indian diplomat, who said that the UN is both an actor and a stage. You know, it's a stage for member states to come together. When member states agree, then the UN can act. But until member states agree, it's very difficult for the UN to act when it comes to peace and security.
So basically the divisions of today have rendered the UN and its peace and security pillar rather weak, rather feeble. I think that would be a fair assessment to make, and unless the members find a way of working together, we are going to have to continue to rely on other arrangements outside of the UN.
And the summit of the future, as you mentioned, which is, okay, the world realizes we need to make changes and we need to do it fast to get to 2030, happening just in a matter of days in New York. There is a Pact for the Future draft, a political declaration, which does include, I won't read it, you asked me not to, but does include the language, we will reform the Security Council. So on the one hand, it does remain a challenge. On the other hand, there's never been more momentum for real reform of the Security Council ever before.
Great. Anna, you were looking at me. I think you were looking at me when Gladden was speaking.
Yes.
Yeah.
I just want to say this, beside the fact that I'm great respect for my friend Antonio Guterres, he's the Secretary General of United Nations. But I think the United Nations need a profound reform, like other institutions, because the time is passing by very fast and we are not adapting so fast. But the question for me is the lack of accountability. These kind of organizations in democratic systems, when we give money to them, we give money, and they said, oh, this is for support this program, blah, 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 blah. And you don't go after and see, what have you done? And the question is that these kind of institutions were built in a model based on economic. So we need to change, and from this I will pass to my second idea that I really want to leave here. It's the lack of trust, that's the problem of these institutions, because the biggest asset for you to give security to the other is trust. And knowledge. Because knowledge allows you to know the unknown, so give you trust. And how do you achieve the knowledge? Listening, going, dialogue. And then, I will finish. We need empathy for the others, we need respect, and we need to move from an economic diplomacy that we are using in Europe and other countries, of course, like United States and so on, for a cultural diplomacy. This is the main challenge of this century, believe me. Because you cannot divide people. We are all, at the end of it, we are all seeking for survivance. Once more than others. But we cannot diversify each other from the money we have. We need to be more diversity in our being.
So don't organize people by their economic status, but by their cultural reality.
See, for example, my country, or even the relationship between Europe now with Africa. And we need to start to complain. This is a warning for the politicians, even and for all the countries. We live in a multipolarized world, and we need to look each other as equal. We need to stop looking only to the past, and try to forget.
So a quick question to you.
Some traumas.
You heard Gladden speak about Hungary and its difference with Europe.
Yeah.
You're the European.
I can give you an amazing example. I'm very advocating Ukraine in my public exposure, and I can give you this example. I was spending these days with Russian people, with Hungary. I don't care. This is not for me. We need to stop to confuse the politicians that are in each time in power with people. People for me are more than that.
Okay.
I don't allow anyone to characterize me through my prime minister or the government who are there.
Or the policies of your government. Okay. So, Ebtisam, I want to come to you and then I'll come to the minister. I really want you to think about two things. We have heard the question of identity, and nowhere has that issue been more agitated than in the Middle East. There is a growing school of thought in many parts of the world that there is a process that wants to homogenize and fit everyone in a similar mold. We should all have similar tastes, similar preferences, similar choices, similar worldviews. In many of our cultures, in Middle East and in South Asia, even within a country, we don't have similar views. You talk to 1.3 billion Indians or 1.4 billion Indians, and you'll get 1.4 billion views of the world, right? And they change their mind very often. So we get quite a few. So how do you reconcile this question of identity and culture in a region which is already in many ways has a legacy of conflict and contestations?
Well, Samir, yes, there is identity for each, I would say, nation. But we are living in a globalized world. Now, if you look to the young generation, they have the same taste in music, in food, fast food. They have that kind of common thinking, dealing with digital things, but at the same time your national identity is there. I would give also example for UAE. Yes, we are here in the Middle East, where is the conflict of identity based on sect, based on religion, based on race, language, we have many. And we, as UAE, we host 200 nationalities in UAE. Managing 200 nationalities is not an easy job. But you put strict rules that everybody should follow. At the same time, you create environment of stability and security where everybody finding themselves, they are benefiting from that. So they are not going to spoil that. And creating what we call it dialogue. You talk about dialogue of culture. We created dialogue, culture and religion and sects. And we put it under umbrella of tolerance. Because this region really, most of the conflicts because of that. No tolerance against gender, against a sect, against religion, against the other who is different than you. So accepting for other. Now, between that, your national identity is not shame to show your national identity. But don't make it as a racist policy, like what we have now, far right in Europe. Okay? And I would add what has been added in because, you know, in the beginning of Ukrainian war, I was in a country, I will not mention this country, but I was at that, attending a conference. At that time, those people saying, oh, we are opening our houses for the Ukrainian and we are not even putting any kind of fines on their cars, we're arresting. Last December, I was in that country attending a conference. People, they are not happy with the Ukraine. I'm telling a fact. I'm not, there's nothing to say with the sympathy, because they are saying we are losing the job. We are under economic pressure situation. We need that money for us. The government doesn't care for us. You hear that? That's right. This is where Europe also, I'm saying, has to push for a peaceful solution rather than to put more arms for continuing wars and wars and wars. We are a region plagued with war. Look where we are. Look where we are. Nothing happened. Look to Egypt. Look to Syria. Look to wherever you will look in the Arab world.
So we should pursue peace, not war. But
peace
you know,
will benefit Europe more than war.
But Europeans argue that the global South, your country, my country, many other countries, are actually helping Russia to fight this war. What do you respond? How do you respond to that?
No, I don't. No, they are totally wrong. We are not helping Russia, but we did not cut our relation with Russia because we have interest. You have interest. As I said, why your enemy should be my enemy? Okay? Because also, if we use that standard, okay, they should also side with the Palestinian against the Israeli, if we will use this, okay? Or side by anyone against anyone, right or not? It's not why we are using double standards, okay? Side by with the Afghan, regarding their government. So it is double standards always used, Samir. No, UAE did not cut its relation with Russia. There is interest, right? But we are also mediated in the hostages, okay, prisoners coming back. We also sympathize with Ukraine. But it doesn't mean that I have to cut, because there is a conflict. You had a war with Pakistan. We didn't cut our relation with you, okay? We have relation with you and Pakistan and India. India is a big partner for UAE. We have also interest in Pakistan. So it's not black and white in international relations. It doesn't work like that. But I'm saying the lesson we should learn, that the more conflicts, the more wars in the world, it doesn't help anybody. Not the South, not the...
Minister, you've been hearing this debate. The failure of the UN to intercede, or rather the weak United Nations security interventions, double standards, the pursuit of conflict rather than the pursuit of peace, sitting in the space that you do. How do you respond, or how do you assess what's happening now?
UN case is also its specificity. Imagine we're talking about reforms. I've been working in New York since 1998 to 2001, and that was the topic, the reform of Security Council. That was endless topic, and I remember with my Indian, Italian, and other colleagues, there was lots of engagement with Brazilian and so on. That was the topic, and it was at the end the deja vu. But the problem is, you mentioned correctly, 55. It was already tough at that time. Now with almost 200, it will start the discussion to achieve consensus these days in any organization becoming almost impossible. Any paper you starting to produce, the discussion going endless. We have new format now in Europe, European political community. That was French initiative to create that. And the positive side of this format, we do not discuss papers, we do not discuss anything. It just talk like this. It actually have academic format, but for heads of states of all European European states, besides Russia, Belarus, and I think Andorra, San Marino, a couple of them. But the benefit is that these days achieve consensus on an issue literally becoming impossible. Complexity of the issues, rightly mentioned, national interest becoming more dominant. That's the combination of different factors. Yet. Still, I don't know whether it will be possible to reform UN Security Council or UN as a whole, but still most of the organization trying to adapt to the new realities as well. We see the organization which been dealing with different topics, like Council of Europe now dealing with artificial intelligence, not human rights issue directly, even though it's related to that. We just had the first convention regulating this very specific topic, one of new challenges there. So again, the resources are there. It is just to have the reconciliation mood, and of course, centrality of resilience. It's a term in Armenia these days. Diversification and resilience, two most popular words, but not only for us. Be it war in Ukraine, be it changing of the trade pillars, the tensions in different parts of the world. That's making resilience is a key word, and be it for the member states, be it for different organizations, no one of the international forums as a peak of its effectivity, but opportunities are there, and again, depressions and hopelessness wouldn't help anything. I think we should carry on. We should see always to the opportunities rather than the negative parts and weaknesses. And UN is one example. Perhaps UN Security Council, that it's been long the time, not the most effective body, but look at its specialized agencies doing huge job, like in Armenia, FAO, WHO. The assistance they do is tremendous, and they changing the lives of human beings on the ground. We could go on with different organizations, and again, a major topic is to have this reinforce our collective potential to innovate, adapt, and overcome. It exists. This potential is there. We see the example with each day. The challenge is becoming also not less. Nevertheless, that probably was more like the essence of lives of human beings at any period. So it's not such a huge exception. So again, I'm still optimistic.
No, you must be, and I think you gave a very important example of the Council of Europe. And I want to just extend this argument, that is it therefore a valid judgment for many countries around the world to make, that perhaps solutions will now be found because of the fact that the UN is divided. The solution may be found through smaller groupings, to come up with plurilateral arrangements, as they call it, or minilateral arrangements. And do you think, is that going to stay with us? Is the small club of countries that align themselves for specific issues or specific purposes going to be the normal in multilateralism?
I think for sure this process is already on. I just gave example of European political community. That is exactly the case, when it's same composition as Council of Europe, by the way. So this new structure, it's an expression of this attempt to have processes dealt on regional level. We have quite a few new additional integration mechanisms in Latin American countries. and Caribbeans, in Africa as well, this regional trend and sub-regional trend also getting stronger. And even in your part of the world, we see new regional initiatives, new structures, new organizations. So certainly not to replace the global structures, but to amend this regionalism is also part of sub-globalism, I would say, which could be indeed effectively complement sometimes ineffectiveness on the global level.
You know, before I came to Yerevan, Gladden, I was told by one of our folks in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, that in the Indian Ministry of External Affairs, as it is called, that apparently 34 countries have applied for BRICS membership. After the last expansion, another 34. Is Hungary going to join BRICS?
Well,
I'm just, since you have a connectivity project and you're connecting to the other side, do you think it is useful now to break the silos and think about these other groupings in different parts of the world as a means of engaging with a whole new set of actors? It's a serious question.
I think what plagues the discussion about BRICS and similar, large minilateral organizations, I want to echo some of the comments of the Deputy Minister here as well, is something like EU envy. Everyone seems to ask questions like, will BRICS become something like the EU? Will the EU become something
Hopefully
like
not. We might be more productive.
Yeah. No. But I mean, I think a lot of the multinational, multilateral institutions that were built in the shadow of the post-war kind of ideological fervor identified nationalism and the nation state as somehow a danger or a risk. And based on the experiences of the first part of the 20th century, that's certainly a reasonable conclusion to a certain extent. But it became kind of overweighted with a very heavy ideological overlay, that everything contributing to nationalism has to be wiped out and can be replaced with the little neoliberal one solution bag that we mentioned earlier. And I think that these minilateral organizations, up to and including BRICS, are somehow ways of breaking out of that, because they provide you a lot of different ways of looking at national interest in different configurations. So if we expect the world to form more multilateral institutions or multinational institutions in the same way that it did previously, we're probably looking for the wrong thing. And in the meantime, organizations like the EU are suffering a bit from the way that they have operated. They have become more ideologically overweighted. They have viewed national interest as an obstacle rather than an essential part of obtaining consensus. They've tended to use an ideological framework for prohibiting discussions of strategic calculations, because you get put in an ideological camp as soon as you start to ask questions. And I think all of those things are making those institutions more brittle, and so we will see successful experiments in alternative regional or even global arrangements of different types. But I think the key feature of those, to say something specific and not to be too vague about it, is they have to be platforms in which different aspects of national interests are discussed and exchanged.
Shambi, minilateralism, clublateralism, and multilateralism. How does someone who works in a multilateral institution view this? Complementary, or is it a contesting development?
Well, I think I think there's one can't ignore that there's some contestation there, certainly, if bandwidth is limited. But I think largely it's complementary. I'm just now trying to think of an analogy. I can't think of one, but imagine a table, I think the minilaterals is a sort of like legs, but you still need that broad table to bring everything together. So minilaterals will serve important purposes very well for certain groupings. But you still need an all-inclusive place where...
To respond to the planetary challenges
where the small island developing states can have an equal voice, an existential voice, this sort of thing. But it's very fascinating to see what's been happening really in the last year, in fact. And that's kind of, I think, the message that we take to the P5, the ones who stand to kind of, in a way, lose the most power in terms of Security Council reform, but I think actually can gain the most as well, which is if the Security Council doesn't reform and eventually it breaks, then it can be replaced by these other multilateral platforms. Before, that was just sort of a theory. Now we see just in the last year, G20, under India's leadership, which delivered a huge number of very important consensus results at a time nobody thought that would be possible. India invited in the African Union as an important move for inclusion through the G20 mechanism. The BRICS, as you've just mentioned, now growing and growing and growing. Of course, it's a little bit like right-sizing the invite list for your dinner party. There are diminishing returns, and you start to find out the bigger you get, the harder it is to come to consensus. So I think it's a very important interplay, and I think fundamentally it's complementary.
So we are going to now turn it over to you. We are going to take 3 questions or 2 questions and come back to the panelists for their final responses to each of those. So I can see a hand here. And is there any hand on that side? Can I see something? I can see Marcin there. And I have the good general here. So we'll start with the general first and then come to you, Marcin. Okay?
So the discussion began with a reference to dying hope and aspiration. Now what surprises me that the United States today is facing this crisis of dying hope and aspiration, a $22 trillion economy. I'm told the deaths out of despair in the United States are larger than those of COVID. Declining life expectancy. And I'm quoting Neil Ferguson in a famous article. So if this is the state of a $22 economy,
$22 trillion economy.
$20 trillion economy, I think a $4 trillion economy like India, where hope and aspiration is still alive, is a far better prospect. So anybody in the panel would like to respond to that?
Okay, so hope and despair and economic well-being are not related is the question, or are they? That's the question that he's asking. Marcin.
Well, thank you very much, Samir. Excellent conversation. Great to see so many friends at the panel. Two questions, actually. I'll comment on a question. First one about the UN and Security Council reform and generally the Summit for the Future. Does anybody remember what globalization was, or actually even using the term or word globalization? I mean, we don't see it anywhere else. It was sort of, given a kiss of death in many ways, but it might be actually not so bad to go back and look at the connectivity aspects that were put there on the table, because some solutions actually could be still valid. And this is a lot about what the minister was mentioning. I mean, there have been discussions before. It's not like we're really inventing something completely new. It is about the political will and leadership. And my question is to colleagues around the Middle East. And actually, we've worked with a couple of colleagues for a long time on an idea of sort of an OEC for the Middle East. By the way, an organization that provided a lot of security for Europe, which Russia trashed basically and became obsolete. But could that kind of an initiative be built in? Would you see that as a potential kind of way to open up then the base for more collaboration, connectivity, to build economic relations that could form sort of a closer of a EU type of an institutional arrangement for the Middle East or for Latin America, as was mentioned here as well? Thanks.
So there are 2 questions here, 3 questions rather. And I think that the final part of Marcin's question, I'm going to just add some words to it. Is it fundamentally rational to assume that good economic connectivity leads to peace? I'm going to just put it out there. And is that a recipe that we must pursue, or is that a recipe that has failed? From our experiences in the past, Europe was never more interconnected when it went into the big wars in the previous century. So what is it, economics alone, connectivity, or is it connectivity of cultures and diversity and people that we really need to focus on? So let's respond to those questions: hope, despair, and economic status, as well as visiting globalization, connectivity, and of course these mini-lateral arrangements that connect as well as ensure peace, like OSCE, right? So let's start with Anna and let's end with the minister. Minister, you'll have the final word. Let's start with Anna and go around the panel.
Beside the fact that I'm not from Middle East and the questions are...
No, you can take it broadly.
Yeah, I have just 3 final notes. I would like to highlighting when Madam was speaking very well about the interests and relationships. We are adults, so of course all the countries have interests, also Europe. Sometimes the speech, and I'm very bossy with Europe in my country, I'm very autocritic, but I need to recognize that Europe also have interests, so they will support one part of the conflict as you will support another. So just to make this idea, multiculturality doesn't mean that you need to eliminate someone. This is the major challenge. Multiculturality means integration and inclusion. We need to find ways of living together and in a very respectful way. So we need, regarding Europe and other countries, we need to stop, and I'm focused more on politics, we need to stop this show of politics. We want to show our power through things. For example, European Parliament has two parliaments working, Strasbourg and Brussels. Why? Because France doesn't want to eliminate this, its parliament in Strasbourg. For what? Why we are spending money there? And this is the kind of issue and the situation that helps to put citizens more far away than politics, because we are not practicing what we are preaching. So leadership, what you said before, of course, by example. We need to be what we are speaking, what we are talking. So this is my big message for you all. Thanks for these dialogues. They are very important, and we need to speak more, be more humble. And when we go to another country and speak with other country, we need to be more humble, try to forget some traumas of the past, like we do in our families and in our couples and with our husbands and wives and so on. We need to talk more about the future and has a message of hope. I'm a very positive one, so I believe in human being.
Okay. Gladden, $22 trillion economy and yet despair.
Well, in 2016, there was a famous map that was produced called the China Shock Map. And this was an area, a map showing the parts of the US that had undergone the worst deindustrialization in different areas. So these areas lost their pharmaceutical factories or textile factories or whatnot. And there was a certain version of globalization which had gone into and fed the decisions which led to that. And that was the idea that, in fact, nations don't matter, are simply obstacles to a certain form of globalization, that it doesn't matter where anything is made, that we can completely dissociate all the parts of our lives, the economic life, the social, cultural, national, consumer, separate them all. There's nothing that brings them together. And this is not the same experience of globalization that occurred everywhere, but it is a certain form that happened in the US. And I think it underlies the phenomenon that has been mentioned, because those were the areas which, since 2016, and in many places it hasn't improved, there has been a lot of despair. Communities haven't come back together. They haven't magically, the jobs didn't magically come back. Some of them have navigated well. Some of them have navigated poorly. It's a big country. This doesn't mean that globalization itself is wrong. It certainly doesn't mean that connectivity is wrong. In fact, in the last few years, we've been going in the other direction, particularly in Europe. Europe is a place that has benefited from a different model of globalization. It's a place that has to have a very open economy. It's where things come in and are made and are sent back out. It doesn't have the same geo-economic situation as the US. So we have to maintain the concept of connectivity, but put it together with other concepts, again, like national sovereignty, national interests, that sometimes were thrown to the side in that early phase, that kind of hubristic phase of globalization, if you will. So we have to be more careful about how we put those things together. But I think from a European perspective, certainly a Hungarian one, it seemed like globalization was the name of the game, and then suddenly everything's going in the other direction. We need to have a more mature way of combining connectivity and national interest.
And does more connectivity lead to peace?
Yes, if we include in that diplomacy and negotiation as the basis for good exchange. So I think it was, I think the problem was that in some places globalization was presented as an ideology to be imposed rather than a framework for articulating our interests and learning to cooperate directly. It was in many places inflicted, and you had many publicists in the 1990s saying, well, it's rationally better to have all of the factories in this middle Midwestern town shut down because it'll be optimal for them later. In the meantime, like an entire real community got destroyed. So it's about the right framework for decisions, and connectivity is clearly the name of the game in more and more regions, but putting it together with the concepts that will make it sustainable and a good framework for evaluating how economic relationships can support peace, that I think is essential.
Eftersom?
Well, two issues. I think multilateralism now, it's working. Medium powers are more effective. India is one of them. And this multilateralism, it's more effective rather than those in United Nations. This is what we are witnessing now. Yeah, more consensus between those medium power. Regarding connectivity, yes, I agree. Economic connectivity, and it does work. And UAE put economy first in its new version of foreign policy. But Gaza war, and that was where a NAQAB forum created after the Abrahamic Accord, that there will be many economic projects between Jordan, Israel, part of the Arab world, even Europe. IMAC was one of that. But Gaza war shows that geopolitics influence geoeconomics. Okay? IMAC has been stopped. All that project from NAQAB forum stopped. So if you don't have stability, if you still have wars and conflict, so this economic connectivity cannot work. It doesn't work. You can apply it anywhere. If you have conflict, connectivity between Europe also, Ukrainian war, stopped it. Europe all now, it is only focusing, producing arms and more on military side rather than economic side. And this is what we need to learn from what's happening, that win-win situation or win-win formula, this is the best formula for everybody, okay? That you cannot take everything and you have to accept to take a share. Zero-sum game, it will lead us to chaos in this world.
Shambi.
So I think I would say, to quote Sir David Frost, who said, diplomacy is the art of letting others have your way. That maybe worked in a unipolar, maybe a bipolar world, but in this multipolar world, it doesn't work anymore. That's very clear. And so I think that's the major change. And again, we talk about the rise, the locus of power of the global south. You could just look at, for example, one issue, which is adaptation in the face of climate change. I mean, you look at India, which is facing, some of the greatest hazards of climate change, but at the same time has historical emissions of like 5% or something, but with 18% of the population. So the imbalance there is dramatic. The high-income world, sort of pledged $100 billion a year, struggled to make that. By the time they make that, now we realize we need like 3-4 trillion, something like that a year. So we need a quantum leap in terms of the accountability of those who became wealthy on the back of dirty energy. This is, the Multilateral Development Bank reform that we're talking about. The Secretary General has called for. Rescuing the SDGs and these sorts of things. And again, India's G20 presidency put that very much at the top. So that's one. And India has put forward the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure. So to bring that resilient infrastructure to the global south, to developing countries who are facing the impacts of climate. That's one. But I would then, just on the optimism sort of thing, I would end on a feeling of optimism. I am optimistic. And two streams of optimism there are Armenia and India. You know, and as we say, someone said, together that's 1.4 billion people.
I wonder who said that.
Yeah, and you know, but truly, you see, my time here in Armenia, I witnessed incredible, you know, combination of the talent of young people and digital technology, innovation, AI, deep tech, blockchain, all this really, really cool stuff that is taking advantage of Armenia's strengths to provide value to the world. And I hope everybody who's coming visiting has a chance to go see Tumo, to go see all of the really, really cool things that are happening here. India, which has, I like to say, the greatest, meaning the largest youth generation in history. No country has ever had more young minds to tap for solutions ever in history. And it's happening really, really quickly. So India's Jam Trinity, digital public infrastructure, we've had some great discussions yesterday and today on that, is showing what you can do when you provide 1.4 billion, you know, digital identities, mobile phones, cheap data, digital bank accounts, inclusion for women. All of these things are really, really powerful. So I think that it looks very pessimistic now. But when we see the pace of change, I do believe that we are going to get to where we need to be. And I'd like to say, you know, Shnural Kalutsun to my Armenian colleagues and Bohat Dhanyavad to my Indian colleagues for all of that.
Okay. Mr. Minister, the final word.
Indeed, first on connectivity and peace, we're strong believers, and our Armenia's project on Crossroad of Peace that we mentioned, I think, a lot during the conference, one testimony that we really believe in that approach, and we see the correlation between economic benefits and peace. That's how also the European Union was founded, after all. I also would agree with the comments on the Reform on Security Council, when sometimes prolonged discussion lacking the results. I think demands for political courage is even more high now than ever before. Ability to take right decision is not sufficient just to discuss and talk, but to act. That's probably the biggest challenge these days, and to have this political courage in most difficult situation and challenges, something hopefully would save us at the end. So once again, this discussion, which could be quite depressing, turned to be a quite
positive one,
and
right?
positive. Exactly.
No, actually,
you managed.
Mr. Minister, I think it is all you're doing. You introduced the word hope, and you infected the panel with hope. I think what I take away from this panel are three things. One was the interesting words we heard. I think David started that yesterday morning. We must listen more. We must hear the other. And I think you started this yesterday, your speech, and we heard that resonating through the panel, that let's listen to each other. I think that was an interesting proposition. We heard about leadership, and I think that's important. We saw that through the panel, the importance of having a direction that is inclusive and takes everyone together, understands the contextual differences, and yet finds a way that includes all. I think that's leadership, right? That we heard about that. And the third, I think, Marcin, your point, very important point. Everyone on this panel is betting on connectivity, is betting on globalization. I think the caution here is that at some point we used to argue that economics is hitting a political wall because we got the politics wrong. I would argue today that politics is hitting an economic wall because we've got our economics wrong. And I think that's the point Gladden made, that if you have perverse economics imposed as an ideological framework on geographies around the world, you will eventually fund bad politics. And some of the bad politics that we see today comes from 75 years of some elements of globalization having gone wrong. Globalization has to be invested into. We have to sustain it. We have to bet on it. And as an Indian, I say it because this decade belongs to countries like ours who are rising, including Poland, Marcin, who are rising, who are growing, and who are eventually going to meet the expectations that their people have from their governments and from the world that they live in. Armenia is a case in point. Armenia is on the move. And like Shombi clearly outlined, Armenia offers an example of bold, courageous leadership, of betting on connectivity, and believing on the innovation of the young people to transform their nation. And I think this is a good note to end this conference on. Thank you for coming to Yerevan. Armenia is part of the solution for the world we seek tomorrow. Thank you very much, and let me sign off. Thank you. I would request the panelists to please join us in the hall with the audience, and I'm going to invite two of our friends to join us to close this conference. So please, thank you very much, and I would request you to take your seats in the room. And let me move here to begin the concluding session of this conference. Let me invite both David and Minister Safrayan to join us on stage. So we've had a very rich 2 days of discussions, debates, and I request you all to stay with me for 30 more minutes. I want 30 more minutes of your life. Anna, please join me, and others too. You've given me 2.5 days, give me 30 minutes more, okay? Thank you. Maybe 25 minutes. Okay, so as we conclude this, it is only fair that the final voices on this podium for the Yerevan dialogue belong to the two people who have shaped this discussion, this forum, this platform, and this gathering. So let me first invite the Honorable Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs to speak to us, someone who has been very keenly involved in putting this all together. So Mr. Minister, can I turn to you first?
Thank you so much. Is it? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Well, as we have our final item, the pleasant item ahead of us, I don't want to speak for too long because it might kickstart actually another round of discussions, I'm sure. But frankly, I don't remember so much talent, expertise, and wit gathered in my home country. And I'm very happy that in these 3 days we have exceeded all my optimistic expectations, be it the panels, the discussions, the sessions, the informal socializing, and even there at the Armenian wine. I would like to share with you some of my personal views of the discussions. Many speakers have acknowledged that a lack of dialogue creates misunderstanding, and we are witnessing this phenomenon at a time when our world seems to be wired up in so many ways, including cutting-edge technology that transfers bits of information globally in a matter of seconds. As it was noted by many across the different panels, the climate change is affecting countries and individuals in many ways. And I was actually struck to realize that we here in Armenia do not pay enough attention to this, because our climate has changed and we haven't realized that. This year, heavy rains have disrupted our, well, I will first note the positive aspects. They have made Armenia's sun-dry mountains look like northern Scotland and elevated the level of our precious Sevan Lake. But then they cut our connection to Georgia for 2 weeks. It was damaged, our railway, and also tested our urban drainage system. And I think that one of the aspects of this conference that made me think that we should act already here in Armenia was the discussion on climate change. The second thing, I was shocked to learn that these autonomous weapons, actually, I had to learn the term. Autonomous weapons are, a new phenomenon that is actually, when I was following the discussion, it seemed like it is a sci-fi movie, but then I realized that this is not a distant future. It is already here. We have to deal with it, and really appreciated the call for a convention. Samir, this has been a great exercise. And not least, and maybe most importantly, because we were instructed by our Prime Minister during his inaugural speech to have another Yerevan dialogue next year already. So we might start working tomorrow morning. But another thing that I would like to mention that I didn't follow these really interesting discussions because I was I followed several panels, but not all of them. But I want to propose to have a publication on this Yerevan dialogue that we held, and also my minister, Minister Mizoran, when he was making his speech in inaugural session, he mentioned that actually he quoted one of Armenia's famous Armenian-American Armenian famous novelist, William Saroyan, saying that something is wrong somewhere. So I really think that we are, what is happening here, it is a process of diagnosis of problems that are there in the world, and it seems like we feel this process of putting a diagnosis should happen more often. So I really think that Armenia wants to be a part of that process, and through Yerevan dialogue. Thank you.
Please join me in applauding the Minister for his efforts.
On to David.
And now, of course, we turn to the energy behind all of this, the force of nature, who can produce wine in the vineyard and can create the magic that he will this evening, and yet be absolutely focused on the future, not only for his country but for the region and for the world, and how can he and his ministry and his team contribute to that better tomorrow. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me present to you David, who has organized all of this and is the curator of the show. David, over to you.
Thank you, Samir. Thank you very much. I want to thank all of you, all the participants, all the panelists, all the speakers, because you helped us shape the first inaugural Yerevan dialogue. I want to applaud to all of you, because without you, this would never happen. And we are very grateful that you didn't refuse our invitation and came to Yerevan during this beautiful time. That September is the best weather in Yerevan, when you can have the best food, the best entertainment, and the best hospitality. Thank you very much. I want to thank every person who helped to organize this event. The MFA specific team and the team of ORF that were working day and night in order to have the best narratives, the best program, the best agenda we had during these 2 days. I want to thank the technical staff. I think they are not sleeping already for 3 days. Yeah, but guys, thank you very much. I want to thank our volunteers that helped us with all the logistics and other stuff. I want to thank our sponsors that believed in this project. I want to name them: T-Mobile, Bank, Fastbank, Fastex, and Armenia Wine, where we had a very good evening. A very, very special and warm thank to my brother Samir, without whom all of this would never happen, who helped us in every single part. He was very patient with us.
He means rude.
Yeah. Samir, you are in our hearts, and we hope that you take a part of Armenia with you, and it will be always with you. I want to thank my government. I want to thank my Prime Minister and Foreign Affairs Minister that believed in this project, and most importantly funded it. And we already have a promise to organize next Yerevan Dialogue next year. So I will be very happy to host you here next year too. Please, I have a request. Just take something from Yerevan with you and keep it close to your heart. We are very warm people. We are very hospitable people. Come back and enjoy Armenia and Yerevan with us.
To conclude this session, let me invite Ambassador Malhotra, who has assiduously produced a book on the South Caucasus. And I want to give it to both you gentlemen for your library in the MOFA. He's been very passionate about the region, and I thought this could be a good souvenir to leave from India with all of you. And now as David said, it's time to party, 7:30 p.m. at the stage. That's the venue for dinner? And then David will lead the way after that. So at 7:30 p.m. meet us at the stage, and then the stage is set for the party. Okay? So thank you very much. Thank you for coming, and safe travels back. Thank you.